Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Hey, Doug.
Hello there, you Awakening Wonders. Thanks for joining us on Stay Free with Russell Brand. It's actually our 100th show, which we had a kind of preordained celebratory tone established for before we heard about the recent
inDOCtriNATION.
the current Nashville shooting. So it's, in a sense, put us in a position where we're uncertain as to how to cover that story, because in particular, to be entirely honest with you, I've noticed how stories of school shootings or mass shootings that are obviously, as you're aware, all too common, tend to become politicized, and particular pieces of
This one, it surely is.
emphasized or amplified according with the media outlet and presumed political alliances of that channel or broadcaster. And I suppose one of the things we consider to be our obligation is to look for commonality among all humanity and among all nations, while recognizing that we are, of course, subject to the same or comparable biases to any other group or any other individual. So for me, I feel initially that I will declare that as a parent, when you hear about this unnecessary traumatic murder of children, the first impulsive response, in fact, is one of like dread and anxiety, because I've been with my children today, as I have every day, and all of us live with the assumption of safety, and perhaps we should live with that assumption of safety. For what is a society other than a set of accepted beliefs, relationships, and assumptions between us? And as the fabric of society appears to deteriorate around us, seems to be more undergirded by conflict, bias, stoked conflagration, and loathing, perhaps it is unsurprising that there are these occasional symptomatic outbursts of violence, whether they are large-scale geopolitical expressions of violence, and we've been pretty expressive and clear about what we think the underlying motivations for that are, or more localized forms of violence. It's commonly understood in media analysis circles that the fetishization and focus on the perpetrator is unhelpful, in particular in that it increases the likelihood of emulation. And I think many of us sort of struggle with how tonally are we going to deal with that, knowing that in a matter of days, of course, people are going to talk about other things, that we are going to recover a sense of normality. And in fact, it's our ability to adapt as human beings that here appears particularly galling for who could grieve enough for the unnecessary murder of 3 9-year-old children. For certain, there are families whose lives will forever be scarred by these events, classmates who will be forever affected. And the fact that this is something that appears to be particular to the United States of America is something that emphasizes the tragedy in my mind as a green card holder, a regular visitor and occasional resident of your country. I have incredible compassion and love for the United States of America. So I'm certainly not being haughty or condescending or saying that there's something uniquely bad about America. And I'm certainly not presenting any kind of solution. And I certainly don't want to participate in the politicization of an event that really is a human event. And I ultimately consider it to be my, not duty or role, because both of those things seem pretty grandiose, perhaps function to participate in conciliatory conversations, because I've noticed that even with something as tragic as mass shootings, the subsequent reporting appears to focus on aspects of the story that are politically expedient for certain groups. And doubtless that will happen in this case, as it often, perhaps even usually does. And what I feel perhaps we ought to turn our attention to is what are the underlying circumstances that lead
Gonna
to
be
this.
busy here, guys.
In a way, the
Hopefully.
manifestation of it,
About
whether
20
you want to
minutes.
particularize it around the characteristics of this particular shooter,
I got this. It
or
looks like
look at the
Crowder's is
past and
processing
gain
still
points
before I
from
have to
it,
play
or
it.
somehow express and process the grief through loathing.
Yeah, it looks like Crowder's is still processing. It ended, so he must have done the non-DVR or something. So we'll play that.
Through certainty to arrive at some place
Four
where it's like,
piggies.
this is what we must do.
Welcome.
This is what we must never do. These are the people that it's okay to hate. I feel like personally, and again, like let me know in the chat and the comments whether you're watching this on YouTube or over on Rumble, that how you express your pain and your grief is as personal and particular to you as mine is to me. And what my own life has taught me as a person that is fallible, that's made numerous mistakes, has been granted a second life in recovery because of my own issues with mental health and addiction, that compassion and empathy always has to be part of it. Compassion and empathy to the people directly affected, first and foremost, the now dead children, the now at this moment grieving parents. And I feel like when I hold that in my mind, some of the other issues recede, and the kind of rapacious race towards solution and conclusion, important though those things are secondary to love and compassion. And I don't mean that in a woolly or ephemeral way. I mean, love is a robust thing. When you think of the non-violence of some of the great people of history, of Martin Luther King and of Gandhi, to insist on non-violence, to insist on the principle of unity and love, to acknowledge that this is obviously a shared problem that our entire culture is experiencing. But when we rest upon the certainty of condemnation, what we simultaneously do is prevent progress. I feel like this is a situation where you want leadership, where you want certainty, where you want solutions, and the kind of leadership and the kind of solutions that suggest themselves to you will probably, undoubtedly, inevitably be informed by your own cultural background, by your own allegiance and biases. And this is why I suppose the call that I am offering is for a deeper allegiance, a deeper alliance to all humanity. But once again, this seems to me to be an opportunity to recognize our common humanity, that none of us want to experience the death of our children. None of us want to experience a tragedy like this in our community. So while we're talking about this, and hopefully we won't talk about it for the whole episode, and hopefully we'll find a way of segueing into some other subjects. One of the things we don't want to do
You too, Aiden.
is
Congrats on
fetishize
the
the
job.
identity of the individual that did it, to be reductive or in some way darkly celebratory around the gore and horror of
Get to
the
work,
event,
son.
and to try to find in it some kind of lesson that includes doubt, some kind of lesson that includes our common fragility and fallibility, rather than bipartisan and oppositional certainty, some kind of I told you so. Because if this show teaches me anything, is that I don't know very much about human beings and how they're capable of behaving. I've been a desperate and uncertain adolescent that ultimately sought comfort in addiction. Doubtless, there are many people in the world right now that feel lost and alienated and dispossessed. Perhaps the success of the film The Joker, which many said unduly fetishized the position of the loneliness, is a kind of eulogy for a culture of dispossession, loss, feeling like you don't belong to anyone or anywhere. And none of these things are being meted out by me as excuses, not for the inexcusable, not for the inexcusable causing of immeasurable and unimaginable grief, the type of which has been inflicted today, simply as if we, simply as an offering of, if we are truly to look for solutions to the problems that our culture is clearly experiencing, we're going to have to start considering things that we haven't previously considered. We're going to have to discover a different type of language. And my sense, and I would not claim to be certain about this because I know as little as anybody else, is that what we must have recourse to are deep spiritual values, the kind of values that are difficult to access in a culture that prioritizes tribalization, oppositionism, commodification, individualism, and materialism, progressivism, and I mean progressivism in terms of technological progressivism, i.e. humankind is heading somewhere, we're better than we've ever been. When those kind of certainties abound and define the conversation, then I don't feel that we're going to reach any conclusions together. I feel that this is one of those times where perhaps we should be really deliberately listening to people who we don't agree with and taking on board what their concerns are. Why do you feel so certain about that? Why do you have such certainty around, let's face it, the divisive subjects of gun control, identity politics, all of the things that I predict, imagine, assume will come up as the talking points around this issue and will ultimately play out in accordance with a predetermined set of ideals that each side have. And what I've been struck by lately is when it comes to the political divide, both sides appear to be, in a way, operating on behalf of interests that are not explicit and not declared. And all of us really have the same interests. All of us are here temporarily. All of us are going to die. All of us are going to love people. All of us are going to experience loss. And if we don't find that North Star, something between us and among us that causes connection rather than division, then I don't feel that there will be much of a chance for healing. I hope that nothing that I've said here is in any way met you as condescension or haughtiness or, worst of all possible things, Britishness, because I know what our historic relationship is with your country. But I feel that really we have to establish a tone together, don't we? A tone and a place for conversation and mutual love. Because really, whether it's this particular shooting or the other numerous shootings or the future shootings, because let's face it, this isn't going to be a watershed or a benchmark. We can start to grieve the forthcoming ones too. We have to start recognizing that people have really varying perspectives on this, and that should be the starting point for a conversation, not ossified division. So I suppose what we can all do is look at our own certainty and see where there is room for doubt, look at other people's convictions and see where there's opportunity for compromise and conversation, and therefore, and as a result of that, perhaps move forward together. Later on the show, we are going to be talking to Vandana Shiva, one of the great mothers of our culture. She'll be talking about the issues of agriculture, and obviously we'll talk to her about this situation because Vandana Shiva is one of the voices that I most enjoy listening to when it comes to what I would refer to as a kind of new populism. Not right-wing populism, not left-wing populism, a type of politics that includes everyone's voices and looks for ways that we have perhaps the opportunity and possibility of moving forward. In our item, here's the news. We're going to be looking at the French protests, which again indicate that people are en masse hugely dissatisfied with the machinery of politics.
No, I thought you were saying you had a new job. That's all.
That it isn't working for them, that it's undemocratic, that it is not inclusive. Once we click away from being on YouTube and other platforms, on Rumble, we're going to be looking at Rand Paul versus Moderna.
My shade isn't slight.
That recent hearing and conversation. We can't show that on YouTube because
no
there
low
are
key
guidelines
here
there that are restrictive. And perhaps if we're
sarcasm,
able to establish a
yes,
tone of conviviality and even joy on a day like this one, we'll talk about some funny stuff that's happened in the world. I mean, I suppose one of the things, Gareth, that was pretty surprising is when Joe Biden had to address this issue, he was in an unusual situation. I believe he was already at a school. I was trying to work out when he was called upon to address this subject, whether he had already been informed of the Nashville shooting, because he talked inexplicably about ice creams. But here are the things I'm considering, because what it's reminded me this whole event of is the necessity for compassion and not to lean into assumptions. So maybe, because he says some weird stuff about ice creams, but he's in a room with children, so maybe he was trying to keep a tone of, I don't know, congeniality and not the sort of horror of murder of children, just like the children in the room that he's literally standing in. And maybe he didn't know yet. It's not clear. But when sort of Fox News threw to him, he was sort of talking about some bizarre stuff. How do you feel we should handle today's show, mate?
I don't know. I mean, it was, I think what you just said was, there's so much to take from it. I think in terms of the reaction to this, something has to change in terms of how we react. Other than the people who are literally involved in this, as you say, the parents, the people grieving, the people affected directly by this, there has to be a change in the way we react to events like this. And I don't necessarily even mean just politically, because when you're talking about the politicization of the way these things go, you know, we don't want to kind of draw comparisons, and it seems maybe a bit distasteful to bring up foreign policy and war. But the very same politicians who will politicize this, who will turn this into, and that's why we're better, or that's why we're better, are involved in dreadful atrocities around the world where things like this occur all the time. You know, and I know that will be pointed out, and it's not to kind of in any way diminish or take away from what's going on. But we also can't pretend that if politicians who react to this in a way that's favourable to our politics or not favourable to our politics aren't also directly involved in some terrible events around the world as well.
A broader problem with partisan politics and partisan coverage is it allows people to score points from one another without addressing underlying issues. I suppose that's true, isn't it? That people will find ways that this can be leveraged around obviously the issue of gun control, and there are aspects of that argument that would seem reasonable, and other people will make points about the identity of the individual involved. And I feel that what principles
should get in the Telegram and send us a picture.
And what they refer to, I suppose, and you let me know in the chat and the comments about how you feel about this, because obviously we value your opinion, is that if you say, oh, well, what about the kids that die in drone strikes and, you know, were killed in sort of Yemen and Syria, and like while sort of Barack Obama's literally getting a peace prize or whatever, you know, like that kind of culture and that kind of myopia means that there is no legitimacy to the discourse beyond it, wouldn't you say? Because obviously the death of children in other countries by other means is also bad. I mean, in a sense, when you make it personal, and I know there's always a problem when you make the political personal, but also there are lessons in making the political personal. You sort of wouldn't really care how your child died. I mean, it is particularly egregious, I suppose, if your children is unnecessarily murdered, but if it was because of the American state, if it was one of the 90% of people that died as a result of drone strikes in a 5-year period. You know, again, we can't be glib about this kind of story. I suppose we have to look at culturally what they indicate, and here are some sort of these might be useful tools for your own analysis and discussion of this subject. For example, like there are 4 commonalities among perpetrators of nearly all mass shootings. The vast majority of mass shooters in our study experience early childhood trauma and exposure to violence at a young age. Again, this doesn't justify it, it's just, oh, here's some information. Secondly, every mass shooter we studied had reached an identifiable crisis point in the weeks or months leading up to the shooting. Okay, most shooters had studied the actions of other shooters and sought validation for their motives. When I read this, what I feel is that you have to start looking at the cultural undergirding. Where is this coming from? Where is this bubbling up from? Just in the same way that we would look at the motivations for war, or the motivations for a piece of legislation, or the lack of motivation for a piece of legislation. With that, let's have a look at some of the coverage. I wonder if we might start with, let's start with the MSNBC coverage, and so just look for a moment at how a mainstream outlet tells this story. And I suppose we'll look at it and analyze it as we go and think, oh yeah, look, they're emphasizing this, they're excluding that. Or would you say it's relatively vanilla?
Good evening. Once again, I'm Stephanie Rule, live from Washington, D.C. We begin with the latest in a deadly national crisis that seems to have no end in this country. This morning at the Covenant School in Nashville, Tennessee, 6 people were killed when a shooter walked in and opened fire. 3 of the victims were students, all just 9 years old, and 3 were staff members. Officials say the shooter was armed with 2 AR-style rifles and a handgun. NBC's Kathy Park has more.
The start of a school
things I once saw, this brilliant piece of analysis on a show called Newswipe, which was a UK show that was made by Charlie Brooker, who's a genius that wrote Black Mirror, actually, subsequently, was when it comes to the reporting of mass shootings, this psychoanalyst said you should never make the shooter sound like some kind of anti-hero. You should never start the report with a bunch of sirens going off. You should never sort of focus on the death toll like it's a sort of a sports score. Sort of said all these things, and then they showed how commonly it's reported on in exactly that way, antithetical. Well, now that the news media has lost much of our credibility due to the kind of alliances it has with commercial interests, you have to apply the analysis gleaned from that when looking at their reporting on a different subject. Once you recognize that they report on wars in a way that bears particular biases, or medical matters that bear particular biases, do you imagine these biases are shared when it comes to different, more evocative and immediate issues? Even though, you know, wars are pretty evocative and health crises are pretty evocative, when it comes to something that has the potential for immediate, urgent, visceral sentimentality like this particular subject, you have to bear in mind that, that there will be an expression of those same biases. The psychoanalyst that I'm citing pointed out that the likelihood of subsequent school shooting after school shooting is very high. I'm sure that your own research has pointed out that, and helped you to clarify that when there are serial killings, other types of bold and murder, there's a increased likelihood they will occur. We're sort of social and statistical creatures.
Day shattered by gunshots at a Covenant school in Nashville.
Yeah, because it should be the most particular thing that's ever happened. Like, if it's a day that when you're losing someone that you love, it should be the most kind of
you're not in your
pajamas.
pajamas.
The grammar of the news is so recognisable and identifiable. Again, the sirens, the sort of the police call turned into entertainment. What's sort of somewhat galling about this, and I guess we're engaged in it because we're a media organisation of as well, is that they will have to get those assets. Right, someone get the call, the 911 call, get the long-range shots. You can see them pushing
ready? If not,
make sure you get the audio of the siren. Then in coming days, the clamour for interviews of people that are affiliated with or connected to, the shot of the kids holding hands as they're led out of the classroom. It's, I suppose, terrifying that something that should be as extraordinary as this already has a identifiable lexicon.
Yeah, and I can't imagine that they're not aware of this theory of emulation when the media reports events in the ways that they do. I mean, literally, we have a list of like 7 ways in which the media reports this that has a tendency, or the theory is, to lead on to copycat cases. And, you know, they know this. They must be aware of this and continue to do it in the same way anyway.
Here is that list now. According to Indiana State University, the reporting of mass shooting is reported in 7 cyclical stages. 1, tragic shock. I guess we're in that phase. Then 2nd, first witness reports. 3, identification of shooter. 4, reports of character of the shooter. 5, media branding, the packaging of a massacre. 6, official response and official report. And 7, it's gone back to a tragic shock. It literally is a cycle. That's the way that cycles operate. We've got like a bunch of statistics around shootings that you know that they're pretty common. And also we've got sort of various reports of how different school shootings have been utilised for political expediency. There was a shooting in Buffalo, where the reporting focused on racism and far-right ideology. There's that one. And then secondly, we've got this one, Colorado Springs, where homophobia was suggested as the motive. And then this one here in Boulder, where the Muslim community feared backlash because of the sort of nature of that particular shooting. And I suppose already in those relatively recent spate of killings, you can see that there is a variety that crosses the spectrum of identity. So again, when we're talking about it, it feels to me that because this will unfortunately be an episode of ongoing drama, you have to look at I suppose you have to look at the solutions and the likely causes. And for me, like social violence is an indicator of a kind of deep cultural, social and spiritual darkness that needs to be addressed in people. This is odd actually, because when I first made this point, when I was much younger, when I was still using drugs, there was a sort of a murder, some children were murdered in our country, the UK. It was a very famous murder. And I, oddly, made the point that as a culture, we should be willing to accept that there must be aspects of our social conditioning and our values, and there also must be the absence of other principles that lead to this. And indeed, the condemnation of the individuals involved, listening to that case, while understandable, won't lead to conclusions. And I've still got stars, actually. Like, literally, I did it at stand-up comedy at the festival, and I was a drug addict, so I said it in an insensitive and pretty stupid and dumb way. I did many insensitive and stupid things back then. But actually, the point I was trying to get to, you know, say you believe in God and I believe in God. Part of my belief in God is a kind of a unitary principle that the reason I have to act compassionately and lovingly is because in other people's eyes, I see God, but we are connected to one another, that there's a divinity and a right to compassion in each of us, and a requirement for forgiveness and a requirement for redemption and salvation, and all these ideas that are found, generally speaking, across religions, these perennial ideas about kindness, compassion, love, and that for me means that when people transgress against me or against the culture, in this instance, it's obviously not about me, then I have to try to find my route to forgiveness and find my route. And of course, in a situation where there are people personally affected or affected because they're part of that community or part of that state, people may have various ways of connecting to that tragedy. I suppose then you feel, oh, well, we can forgive them for their anger and for their own urge for violence or retribution or vengeance. But we, those that are ultimately just observers and just participants in common humanity, we have to find in ourselves, where is the resource? Where is the cultural and social resource that we're going to rely on to change this? Because the shared goal must be to change it. The shared goal must be a better world. The shared goal must be a culture that's a reflection of our higher values rather than our lower drives and our kind of shared dementia. We have to, and in order to do that, those of us that are not in the game, as it were, are going to have to strive to be the maximum amount compassionate, I suppose.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think even more because when you look at, for example, the media response, which is cyclical, as we've just shown, and continues across various platforms or networks, and political responses, that they are always going to be the same. And as sad as it is to kind of think they will utilise this for their own means and gains in whatever sense that is. And so I guess the responsibility does lie with the rest of us to respond in a different way, in a way that can actually make some meaningful change.
I agree with you.
If you move here from the south, I would say there's a chance
that
that
the person that knows things that I don't
Yeah,
know. So if you have a really particular and sort of politicized perspective on this, then I really
only
don't want
nearest one north of
I
here
don't
is
think that my
Dearborn.
opinion is better than yours or superior in any way. I'm just saying this is my reaction. This is it. You have your reaction as well, and hopefully you can find ways. So if you've got a really strong view around particular aspects of this, I respect your right to have that view. Really
Not when you're from that area. I grew up in Belleville, so.
of our recent conversations and our recent
Like I said, I used to spend my summers up in the UP.
If we're going to progress, we can't approach other people with certainty.
Now I live actually in
Certainly,
northern
like,
Ohio.
reserved for myself, like how can I be better? How
drive
can I
100
treat people in
miles
my
a
life
day
better?
to
How can I improve? And then when I'm
work
dealing
here.
with you, tolerance and compassion,
Round
and I will
trip,
fail. I will
50
fail
miles
because
there,
I'm a
50
human being
miles
like you.
back.
But at least we now know what we're trying to do, rather than the aim of life is to feel better than other
So
people.
what I'm
and to,
gonna
with
do is
certainty,
I'm
judge them
connecting
and hate them, whether that's
Just have you slide over
gun
to this
control or whatever. It's like it's just accepted. I don't know. How can I know? This is too serious. This right now in Nashville, people just probably in numb agony. And out of respect to that, I'm not going to wade
Now,
into this.
the internet's nice and
speculative
fast here,
certainty,
but
so I don't think that that's my role. But if you are going to do that, I also respect that because I'm not you. And I suppose that's
Almost
really
everything
led
you
this.
see will click.
Okay, so listen, if you're watching this on YouTube, you can click over to Rumble now because we'll talk about
If you have any questions whatsoever, I am connected.
leave this subject temporarily with respect to the people directly involved, and we'll talk about this conversation between Rand
Yeah, the
and
basics
Cersei
stuff.
about the issues that's brought to the
When you get
forefront
to a
and the
portion
possibility that it presents to us to create cross-partisan alliances that might transcend the entrenched corruption that appears to define not only American politics, but particularly American politics, but global politics right now. So click over if you want, if you have you. All right, so let's have a look at this Rand Paul deal over here. Like Rand Paul, we want him to come on our show, don't we, Gareth? Because whenever I see him, he's digging out some sort of pharmaceutical billionaire on something or another, and like he's really asking the right questions. Now we did once, I think, as part of one of your investigations, actually discover that him or his wife owned shares in something. But okay, I don't know, that's the deal. We're not condemning him.
I think most of them do.
Everyone does. So if you're going to boot everyone out of Congress or the Senate that owns stocks and shares in big pharma, big tech, big energy, then you're going to have an empty Senate, and maybe that's really what's required. I don't know. Let us know in the chat. Let us know in the comments. But this is another one of those conversations where Rand Paul appears to be asking the right questions.
We'll be the OH Monroe.
It's already, but it's pretty fantastic.
Mr. Mansell, Moderna recently paid NIH $400 million. Do you believe it creates a...
Like that him and Bernie are just sat there together, do you?
Well, like what you were talking about kind of cross-party, this is where like Bernie Sanders has been so heavily critical of Moderna recently, and mainly to do with like the price hikes and how much they're charging, how it was all taxpayer funded in the first place. And so this is like one of those, I guess, cases that happens every now and again where they're attacking things from slightly different positions, but ultimately their target is the same.
Yeah, when we talked to our friend of the show, so-called journalist Matt Taibbi, about his experiences in Congress, it feels like that those hearings were kind of literally a show.
Looks like you are in there.
The conclusions had
All right,
already
let
been
me see if I can
drawn.
pull you
They weren't
up.
investigating anything. What they wanted to do is discredit Matt Taibbi and Schellenberger for their
All
revelations
right,
throughout
cool.
the Twitter files. Oh, you're a stooge of Musk.
No big
You're
deal.
making money out of it. You're not even a legit
It's,
journalist. Your hearings
I'll
are
pull it up and we'll see.
Witness. But this kind of hearing, this Senate hearing that's taking place around...
I mean, our database goes back almost 15 years, too.
Price
So
hike. Since they've known that they can't force you to take it, they're going to bloody well charge the
a
people.
lot of times, Indeed will pull that information into our
system too. So let me see if I'll pull you up, and you'll log in a different way. It'll still be the application, but you'll do it through employee login once I
well into the corruption and the
pulled up.
profiteering, even though he's not investigating the potential negative side effect stuff, because that became plainly, overtly, and unhelpfully politicized, didn't it?
Yeah, of course it did. But I think it's really important that, like, both of these things. I mean, ultimately, this is about transparency and what is publicly funded medicines. Ultimately, they need to be answerable to the people who funded these things in the first place. Whether that's through the information around what side effects there are, if there are side effects, or whether it's around how much money they're literally making out of this. They should be accountable. And at the moment, they have not been accountable. Any of these people.
I can't even believe that. Even though we sort of talk about it all the time, like the Moderna's research was taxpayer funded and Moderna profited enormously.
It was his incomplete application.
Why are the American
it was actually just a few days, the 23rd.
BioNTech bought by Pfizer, German taxpayer.
You might have been just goofing around online.
That's not right, is it? Socialism in development, capitalism in distribution. That's what you said earlier, isn't it, Gareth?
Get you in there.
Conflict of interest.
Yeah, I mean, it's just basically just has your name. But either way, I'm gonna see what you had for login.
Good morning.
Okay, do you want to continue using your Gmail as the login?
Firstly, good
Okay.
morning.
All right, now I do have to reset. Do you remember what the password you set was?
Birds in the trees, lovely day.
Okay, well then I'm not going to change that. So let me
Indeed.
change a
We
couple
recently
other things here.
before Christmas last year.
Oh, if you can, I'll reset it. Well, actually, it doesn't show any password here, so I probably didn't set one up. So we're going to put in a temporary one for now,
to prevent for their work.
and then it'll have you change it to what you want it to be. It'll be as it's written on that white paper on the wall there. With a capital T, Temp 123 exclamation
The
point.
more times we take the vaccine. Yes or no?
This is for the government to decide.
You have no opinion on whether or not that creates a conflict of interest.
And
Is there a higher
you can go.
interest or a higher incidence of myocarditis among adolescent males 16 to
No, you'll click on now employee login.
At
Yeah,
least
since you're
seems to me what
in
I
the
want
database.
politics to kind of look like. A powerful and rich CEO being asked difficult questions in public by someone who it looks right. Not like that.
Yeah, you used your Gmail for it.
With, what's her name, Debbie Wasserman Charles. Where this is my time, and it all seems sort of like weird and shrill and cruel. This at least is someone going, listen, mate, like, does it cause myocarditis or not? And the other person, mate, I don't listen to all that.
That's what you do, isn't it?
Mate, does it cause myocarditis? Yeah, that's my vision of it. It's sort of a vaguely Cockney
Like it's happening
inquiry.
around the back of a pub or
I
something.
would like it to feel somewhat like it's happening at the back of a pub. Him there, what's he called? Stefan Bancel.
Yeah.
He's a billionaire.
Well, yes, of course.
He's got billions.
What do you think happened in the pandemic?
Where did he get that money? What happened? Could you talk to Stefan? How did you become billionaire? You know that pandemic? Oh, God, it was awful, wasn't it? We were all locked in our houses, all of the pressure, all our kids couldn't go to school and stuff like that. It was terrible. What about you? Actually quite good. I became a billionaire during that period.
Yeah, just the T. Oh, yeah, it has one upper, one lower, one number, one symbol. Just because it's going to have your financial information in there, your check stubs you'll have access to and stuff.
Capitalism. That means we are able to charge that.
We used to let people just use a 4-digit PIN number, but then somebody's girlfriend got a hold of somebody's info. So we had to make it more secure.
Joe Biden went on the TV saying, like, I'm going to do everything I can. You know, we beat Big Pharma this year, all of that stuff. And there's literally a piece of
And there's documents in there with your, your
clause
identity
that means that
information,
when
your social
pharmaceutical
stuff.
companies are charging too much money for a product, they can say, listen, charge a reasonable amount for this, or we're going to white label it, and we're going to rescind your patent, and anyone and everyone will be able to make it. Like ivermectin, a drug that is available.
You can say it.
Yeah,
now,
we're
can
on
you?
Rumble, so I'm able to say the word ivermectin. It's
waiting for that. Isn't it?
might as well call Rumble the place where you're allowed to say ivermectin. Like, and I suppose, you know, many people said that part of the reason that they've not trialed ivermectin for its efficacy against COVID is that it is not patented and therefore not profitable. And a case like the prostate cancer drug one, and what's that company called? Alicetra or something.
I'm a bit sure. Yeah.
Anyway, you know, they're another bunch. And like, and when you see how Moderna are charging, like, you know, price hike by 4,000%, and no one's using this buy dull clause to inhibit, prohibit, or curtail their ability to profit to this degree, it shows you that because of the lobbying, because of the number of people in politics that own stocks and shares, because the parties are funded by the pharmaceutical industry, they legislate on behalf of Big Pharma. They don't legislate on behalf of you. So if you've joined us from YouTube on Rumble for the first time, thank you very much for joining us. Now it's time for our presentation where we have a real deep and intrinsic look at important news stories. We're talking in this particular instance about the protests in France. What's going on there? Is it just about the French government undemocratically making every single person in France work for an extra 2 years in spite of high taxation? Or is there more to it than that? Here's the news. No, here's the effing news.
And you can access this from your phone or anything. So.
Why
Why is France burning down right now? Is it because the French workers are being asked to work an additional 2 years? Or is it because of a neoliberal conspiracy to drive people into the ground?
No, it's just the website. I'll give you a card with
and
the
to punish them simply for being alive. France is burning down ostensibly because undemocratically a bill has been passed to add 2 years onto the working life of the average French person. And there's no such thing as an average French person. Have you ever met one? They're all extraordinary. Why has this had such an incredible impact? Why is this thing, albeit wrong, had a disproportionately large effect? How does it relate to the Gilets jaunes protest, yellow vest protest of a year or so ago? And does this mean that across the world we're starting to see a rise of populism that will accept nothing less than systemic political change, new decentralized systems, meaningful democratic representation, and an end to unfair taxation? Revolution is in the air, everybody.
King Charles has postponed.
I'm going to pull it over from Indeed.
Oh no! What do they care? They
You're
don't
fine.
care
Don't
if
need
an
to. You
English
just click
king
next.
comes. Normally, when they have an aristocrat in Paris, you know what they do to them, don't you?
Next.
Nighty night into the basket.
There's chaos.
We'll come back and do those. Yep. And fill in that.
Time after time, police sending off baton charges to try and force back the protesters.
We're very quick to criticise the mainstream media on this channel because usually they deserve it. Let us know in the chat and the comments if you agree with us. But that guy, well done. Time after time. Oh, sorry about that.
Time after time.
No.
I might as well join in. Back off, you bloody French pigs, Ferdos. But no,
Hello.
French for pig, that's Spanish, certainly.
French people angry after President Emmanuel Macron forced through a pension reform bill without a vote.
Forced through a pension reform bill without a vote. It's going to be democracy.
I'm sorry?
Should we get a vote on this thing where we make people work another 2 years? No. What's the point?
No.
But if they were to say no, then I wouldn't be able to do what I want. Good point.
you.
Just put it through.
Thursday afternoon, France's Prime Minister Elizabeth Borne, an ally of Macron, triggering a constitutional tool that allowed the bill through with no floor vote. The uproar immediate. Opposition members shutting down Parliament belted the French national anthem.
French politics is more sexy, isn't it? It's a bit madder in there. That one says, oh, they put it to the honourable gentleman. Oh, that means something in that one. Over there, someone might take the top off or do a shit.
Frustration fueling strikes, airline to railway service disrupted, garbage piling up.
Of course, it's not just on the street protests, but organised worker strikes. And I would suggest to you that if you're ever going to get some meaningful change from outside parliamentary or congressional democracy, it's going to require coordinated action. That is why all political parties are ultimately opposed to union movements, because those movements mean that you have a way of organising against power, whether that's based on your geographical community or your job or some other issue. When a public coalesces around something and acts as one, we literally have the power that democracy is supposed to afford us.
Why is 62 to 64 a big deal? To be able to work and as well to have our proper life and good health. She's talking
Okay,
about the
this is what I was talking about this portion. We're just going to check that.
Literal
Next.
joie de vivre, the joy
That.
of life. But I mean, you might have forgotten this.
Next.
You're meant to enjoy your life. It's
Yeah.
not meant to be
Now, in this
it's
portion
not
here,
meant
it's
to
just
come alive.
basically we
Oh,
want to know
God,
what
isn't
you
it
have skills
terrible,
in,
the corruption and the lies and the heartbreak and the
and
despair and the
what your
pointless
shift
senselessness
preferences
and the
are.
charade of it, and just looking at things on the screen that don't mean anything, and eating food that's not quite right in the sense that there's something just out of your reach, some connection, some beauty, some joy that's not
I don't know
you
what
that you've got to be
67,
deprived of.
or
It's meant to be
6374 is
enjoyable.
either.
And let me tell you this,
If you do,
it's
please tell me.
possible. And it's so exciting for me, at least, to see many people come together as they did in the Yellow Vest protest of a year or so ago in such quick succession. Let's face it, this is a time of crisis. One crisis often leading to another, whether it's military or medical or financial. We're seeing the necessity for radical change, and we're seeing the opportunity that mass action can create. What we do not yet have is the cohesive response to the existing corruption, a vision and an agenda for how to bring it about.
Yeah, right now, first shift is what they're mainly hiring for, but as they open up second, they're going to let folks that are on first bump up. Yeah, you can check all of them if you want.
What's the point of having Congress if they ignore you and respond instead to the edicts suggested by the lobbying money and your own interest if you own stocks and shares? What's the point in voting in our parliament if they have a second job that pays them more money? Democracy in its current form isn't working anywhere. This kind of populist energy that people fear is exactly what's required. This transcends the cultural issues that have come to
Yeah,
define
you
our
don't
time,
have to
which
check
are
anything
important
that you
for
don't
us
want to.
all learn how to accept that
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
many
skills
ways to
or
be human, traditional
experience in it,
let's
or even
get
interest
into
in
that
it.
stuff, shall we? But this is what we really need for us to come together and confront centralized power. And as long as we're caught up in that quarrel, we're not going to be able to do this.
A recent poll by AFP finds a majority of
How's it going, man?
support the protest movement against pension reform, and
Yeah.
59% support bringing the country to a standstill over it.
Hi.
They're radical, aren't they?
Can I help you?
60% of them. They're bringing it to a standstill.
But as his country descended deeper into chaos,
Yep.
Emmanuel Macron stepped out in Belgium for an EU conference with a win.
Hey, we are
Yep.
corrupt. We're ignoring democratic procedure. But the idea
That's
that
me.
Macron is out of touch is unfair.
Okay, well, welcome back.
Exactly what
Have a seat at the gray table real quick. We're going to get a rotation going here, okay?
C'est normal de négocier et ensuite de réquisitionner.
It's been reported that Macron, in that interview, took off his ridiculous, Larry, sexy gold watch because he was sort of saying, we've all got to work together for a fair France. Oh, shit, I'm rich. Vive la France! So, let's explain the basics of this story, the pension reform bill, why it was bypassed, and what this story tells us, not only about France, but about the whole world, this popular uprising that we're currently experiencing, and what we're going to have to do about it together if we're going to do anything other than make minor changes that won't make any bloody difference. The pension reform itself is deeply unpopular, opposed by 70 to 80%
you got
of the
hired
French
in.
public. But the manner in which the new law was passed, invoking the 49th article of the French Constitution, allowing the Prime Minister to bypass the National Assembly to force through the reforms without
It's coming back,
to
dude. It's been thousands of people between them. But
it's widely perceived as anti-democratic.
no, believe me. If you got hired in as quick as you did, I know you are. You literally hit the minimum amount of time.
Is anti-democratic. The world is not democratic. While the scale and intensity of the protests have made media headlines worldwide, the government response has attracted the attention of human rights organizations. Amnesty France has condemned the use of violent and repressive policing tactics.
Oh, they're
highlighted
starting at
frequent
14 now.
use of dangerous crowd control methods such as kettling, which is illegal in France. Human rights organizations have also
That's
condemned
just the
excessive
federal
use of tear
minimum.
gas.
That's why I looked at it.
Michigan's minimum is like 10.
Something undemocratic takes place. People protest. The protest is treated like
You know what they're starting at?
Shut them down. Get them. Spray them with
They're starting at
gas.
minimum?
Why are these people doing this?
That's
Is there
crazy.
any legitimacy to this movement? Any protest, I think, should be assessed in that way. Any, even the ones you don't agree with. People aren't really motivated, I don't think, by abstract ideological things. People are motivated by, this is my life. I can't live my actual proper life now. As in this instance, this is
I
an
don't
article by
suppose you remember your
Charles
login and stuff.
Senior lecturer in political and social thought at the
I'm just gonna reset
University
it now that I'm in
England.
here.
The shift towards security is perhaps the most striking aspect of Macronism. Aren't you noticing that worldwide, sort of handsome or good-looking people are stepping to the forefront to tell you how liberal they are, and then surveilling you, taking away your right to protest? Justin Trudeau, the gentlest, loveliest, sort of far-room can't wait to evoke emergency action. Rishi Sunak, that lovely little haircut of a man, can't wait to bring in tough new protest. The problem with that sort of symptomatic approach, whether it's the aesthetics of power or the way of treating protest and dissent as a symptom rather than an indication of a deeper problem, means that we're not ever getting any closer to we're exacerbating the problem.
I'm
Here's
the
something that
night
looks like it'll be a solution.
One
Guys
person. I was
say,
really
but he's
doing
nice
to
and
make some
progressive. Yeah, well, none of our
No, I get
their
it.
lives improved, so we're going to continue.
I do have a copy of
to
your birth
let more laws
certificate, so
get
we
passed.
won't
When
need
a
that. I just
fundamental,
need the
integral, and
updated
essential
ID.
solution is required, we're continuing to
And
present
I'm
panaceas,
saying,
distractions, illusions.
Yeah, but it's the one we have on file is
Change things
expired.
for us. He's replaced liberty
Man,
and
the picture is
security
a
and
lot.
made
Lot.
it the cornerstone of his regime. Even before
Look at this picture.
COVID-19 reached Western countries,
Probably look like a baby over there. Look at that. Look at that
Macron had
baby.
securitized the French state against internal threats.
On the bus. I'm like,
There you are. I hope
We
you
gotta
enjoyed that
figure it
video.
out.
It informed you
I'm
somewhat
gonna get the
around
clothes ready,
some of the
and
context
you
that's
just
led
gonna
to
have
these
to-
protests in
Well,
France.
I mean,
which
she
seems
making
to be another
tacos.
emergent
You ain't gotta be there.
populist
She's gonna be there that already.
more
She's
exciting
saying she gotta be there at 7. You can come in at
Oh, they
8
do
o'clock.
breakfast there now too.
Yeah, they do
Yeah, I
breakfast.
forget. I keep forgetting Taco Bell does breakfast.
Who comes in?
Vandana, one of the things I want to start with was this
Right,
Seriously.
right.
Diamond
5
Party,
people,
the
10
BBB,
people,
who recently
maybe.
have
I go there for the
a surprising number of seats
what are those-
in
those,
the Netherlands, a party that represents
dessert
agriculture.
bite.
I don't know much about
I
this
have
party
it.
at the moment, what their other affiliations or perspectives are, but I do know that they're representing ordinary farmers against centralised interests. And I know that farmers across the world, every single country, India or Sri Lanka or Germany or our country or America, are facing what feels like a sort of globally coordinated
Usually that's
opposition,
about how it works at
which
most places.
is couched in the language of
And then they
environmentalism.
want
First, I
to
ask you,
champion,
what
you
I
running
whenever
the
we
ship.
speak that you
Right.
love
Tell your coworkers, look, you gonna pull up
devoutly,
at 8.
and that many
You better have it ready.
that
You better have it
that
ready.
prohibit and inhibit the ability of the small farmers to eke out a livelihood are not entirely genuine. Can you just speak to this? The
This
populism
one,
that
I'm
runs
gonna
around
say,
this?
I'm gonna pay you.
I think the first thing
I'm
is
gonna
that
pay
it's
you
the
that hour
farmers'
you
citizen
missing.
movement.
Right.
You know what I'm talking
It's
about?
not just the farmers' movement.
You can,
It's the
and then
citizens
you
of
can
Netherlands
turn around and tell one of your coworkers to
their
come
land,
in
their country,
an hour extra.
and the treating
Like I said, it's probably not permanent. As soon as they have enough to where
at
they,
a time where
they see it feasible to start adding the people to second shift, they will.
has photographs all over
This is
on
a,
the website.
I've gone through these ups and downs with them several times. This time, it was a punch in the gut for them because they had the orders,
Now,
but they
the
couldn't.
problem with nitrogen is synthetic nitrogen fertilizers, otherwise nitrogen
supply chain issue. I know everybody hears all that crap.
leguminous plants, the
But
pulses grow for free.
they had orders up the butt. They just
not in a violent
they couldn't keep people around because
so no,
I mean you don't have product to package, which you can do. But now they've caught up now, and orders are still there.
Jump from carbon reductionism into methane. Second is the nitrogen problem is leading.
In the city of Monroe, I have something in
It used to be
Temperance.
10 in 1960, became 169
It's,
in 2007.
Actually, no, it's not even. It's a company that's in Temperance, but it's also in Toledo. And right now, the only Toledo location is bringing people as forklift.
Netherlands is not the primary problem. The Baltic Sea and
called Syncreon.
countries.
They do like warranty parts.
Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Sweden. So if there's a nitrogen
It's
problem,
not to Temperance. Yeah, you just right down to the right.
and I've worked with farmers and fishermen in the Baltic region, where fishermen and farmers
This
are
one, yeah, 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday.
told, don't put synthetic nitrogen fertilizer. Please put organic.
40 hours.
So that the sea can live and we can have a life. All these are new partnerships that are the
Well, I mean, when they get busy, they a lot of times will let folks work overtime if they start asking for it.
Next to Brussels. And the real issue that farmers are advocating is the Tri-City, the land grab, and their two clear worldviews.
Yeah, they'll expand in the second shift once they have enough to keep the line. Because usually most of the lines on day shift they want to continue on second shift, or at least a half of them at least.
For the corporations a commodity. For each of us as free citizens, for whom freedom is the base of it. It's the very basis of our identity, our relationship with the earth. So the reductionism by which the Dutch farmers' protest was put into a right.
That was my problem. It's
really the right way.
Then nobody want to work.
Hijack the whole planet.
It's everywhere.
Our seeds, our food.
Seems that the most essential resources, and even the word resources itself suggests utility rather than a simple,
not when the government will almost give you more.
difficult to achieve.
It was horrible during COVID because the government was literally paying people not to
When there is a
work.
more integral and local relationship between the earth, between food, between the people that grow it, it becomes impossible. I've noticed that this space has become cultivated and censored.
You see all these TikTok videos of people crying in the back rooms and stuff.
Of
Grow up.
forces, authoritarian forces. How is it that someone like Bill Gates has become the face of agriculture, has become the authority on agriculture when his interests so plainly appear to be?
Okay, now what I'm going to do, not done there yet. What I'm going to do is
what is the media structure?
well, I'm going to
around
load
this
some
man?
electronic documents.
And why is it
log
that
right back
it's
in,
so
and it's going
difficult
to
to
look
criticize
different.
him? And why are people that criticize him smeared so aggressively?
Balance. No. Balancing act has begun. This is what I'm used to. I like dealing with chaos.
Just when COVID was hitting, I was on a lecture tour in the US, and the local newspaper.
One of those that work under stress. I work better under stress than I do when I'm chilling.
Agriculture called Gates Ag 1. Gates Ag 1. And the offices of this is right next to Monsanto in St. Louis, Missouri. He's imagining one agriculture across the world growing monoculture crops as feed for lab food. So Mr. Gates wants to control food at 4 levels. He wants to, of course, control land. And he is the biggest farmland owner of America. The thing, it's only this much percent. It's like when I was dealing with the mining.
No, I won't. I mean, you'll need it. I have a copy of
the value. And so it can't have any.
It's either or with that.
Aquifer is the limestone. It's like saying your heart is just this 1% of your body.
I appreciate that. Like I said, it's already in there.
The percentage
as
a reductionism doesn't work.
Couple places.
Gates has already taken control of the seed, not only through the seed banks, the global seed banks, but also
okay, Matt.
seed banks, but through the new
Once again, you'll click on employee login, and it's going to look different this time.
But he wants lab food. He wants to destroy real food everywhere, and he wants to work with Bayer for more row crops, farming with drones, no farmers anywhere. He really is looking at a future of farming without farmers, and that's why the violence against the farmers of the world was bad enough when the Green Revolution was introduced in India, in Punjab, which is where the protest began. But today, it's everywhere where farmers stand up. They are labeled in all kinds of ways, rather than people defending their food sovereignty, their seed sovereignty, their land sovereignty, their livelihood sovereignty.
seen farmers vilified so aggressively, in particular with the Netherlands. People saying, oh, these farmers are destroying the very land that they cultivate. Why are these professional liberal media voices so quick to criticize and condemn working people? Why are they so willing to shill for globalist interests as so plainly epitomized by Bill Gates and his agenda? Why, I don't understand,
you know what?
I don't understand
This
why
I started as a temp
advocating for ordinary farmers.
at a casino down in Toledo.
2 reasons.
And
First,
the casino went to hire me in,
either with the land
and I
or with the
couldn't pass
farmers.
the
And
background
when you
check.
don't have a relationship, you can
So they let me go.
anything
And
into your head.
then IES said, hey, we need help
PR
at one of
spin
our
and the
sites. It
narratives
was
are
the cookie
replicated, and
factory.
especially if
It
you're
was in
rewarded
Toledo.
with all kinds of platforms.
And I was just an
If you
on-site
don't
there,
think through your conscience.
checking in new people and making sure that
But the second
people
reason is
weren't walking out.
there are many
Well, I
people
wasn't doing any
who fall
recruiting
into
at
this
all.
nonsensical eco-modernist trap.
So it was just
And they really see a
babysitter,
world
basically.
without farmers.
I was the
because
on-site
they
person.
find
And then I went into
basically,
the recruiting part of
forgotten
it.
that we are part of nature, that farming with nature.
But you
is
know
part
what?
of
They gave me a
nature.
job when I
And
could
they
not find
define
one
humans
anywhere.
as
Right
the
out
enemy
of
nature, and farmers who are the
house
closest to
rage
the
and
earth.
stuff.
Agriculture means the care of the land.
So I owe them.
They are people in their lives.
And they take care of me. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot. 100 miles a day.
But
You
more
know,
seriously,
I got.
food and land
I live in
is
west
the
of
future
Toledo.
purpose of So land sovereignty and food sovereignty becomes the ultimate.
Well, I got
defense.
married,
All the Indian farmers who
and,
fought for 14 months. We protested in 1993, 500,000. And I know the Peruvian farmers.
Yeah, no, well, you're in. Sorry, I'm doing. Okay, what that is that's the employee portal. That's what I was talking about. That's on the back of the card. That's where you'll be able to see where it says pay history. That's where you'll be able to see your pay stubs, and at the end of the year, your W-2s will be there.
Encouraging when you say that land
Today,
and food sovereignty are defining issues of our time and will ultimately affect all of us. Our ability to control our food, our
click on the
ability
green
to
button
control
there. It
our
says
land will
Employee
perhaps
Start
become a
Wizard.
unifying issue.
Maximize that window and just start going through
themes
those
and ideas that might
Most of them just
unite
require
the
like a little
people of the
checkbox
world
to sign
against
off
these
on it on the top
centralizing
and bottom.
forces that want to
All right.
technologize.
I will be giving you a
industrialize
written
it
copy of
further,
these as well.
agriculture,
So
take it out of the hands and the souls of the people that have these intimate relationships with the soil.
if you get stuck
and the
on
land
anything, please
in
let me
order
know.
to, whether or not they believe that they're pursuing something that is righteous, they are ultimately facilitating and shilling for very, very
It's
powerful
your
interests
standard
that ultimately
bullshit
would
stuff.
disempower billions of people.
Some of the paperwork I'll give you is more food safety.
I started to look at agriculture after 1984 with what happened with the land when I
Someone can't
studied
just browse
Punjab
and
and
figure out.
the land of the 5 rivers. And I just want to show you. Land of the 5 rivers by the chemical agriculture and green revolution has been reduced to a dead zone. Land of 5 rivers destroyed. So the water crisis, the climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis, our health crisis are all interconnected with a system that they want to accelerate further. More industrial farming, more industrial food, which is at the root of the problem. But food is our communication with the soil, with the biodiversity, with our gut microbiome. It's the ultimate, food is community. And whoever doesn't want community, either in human community or in the ecological community, they will assault in every way. And this is just the contemporary witch hunts. It's just a contemporary version of witch hunts.
Even in secular cultures, food remains a sacrament, a connection to the land, to the divine, to the unknowable forces that mean that food is presented
if you don't want to
and sustains and through husbandry and agriculture can be managed, but there is a component that we can never fully, truly understand. And I can see why they want to turn everything into data and make everything about control, even as always, while presenting it as being about safety and security. Ultimately, these things end up being about control. Thank you, Vandana, for your incredible focus and ability to communicate. Certainly your ability to focus is not shared by whoever's operating that camera. There's been some extraordinary shots, some zooms and some pulls out. Are you being filmed automatic? Is there a person there, or are you doing that yourself? What's happening? Who's filming you?
Me? No, it's the Zoom.
It's the Zoom. That's what's happening. That's the problem with AI. You need a human being. If there was an Indian farmer operating that camera, they would respond to the requirements of the circumstances. Vandana, thank you so much for joining us. We'll post a link to all of Vandana's many fantastic books in the description. There's a documentary you can watch about Vandana. We'll post a link about that in the description. Also, and perhaps most significantly, you can see Vandana Shiva live at Community 2023. That's between July the 14th and 17th in Hay-on-Wye in the UK. That's our festival. Vandana, Wim Hof, me, a whole host of fantastic people will be appearing there. It's a wonderful event. You should, there'll be a link in the description for that. Vandana, thank you so much for joining us. We love you and I revere you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Thank you very much for your time. Please join us again tomorrow. My guest will be Chris Best, the founder of Substack.
Right.
Substack, not Substack. Yeah, I'm going to
I haven't heard anything.
Yeah,
You know,
sure.
things
There's a few
change all the
Oh,
time.
that's
and
all
stuff,
right.
so.
Yeah,
If you were wondering what happened to the end of the France video, we're going to post that now on Rumble. You'll be able to watch it in full on Rumble.
Yeah, I was up to almost
right
45
now. And
people
hey,
there
if you want
last
to see me live this
in
Thursday in
December.
Reading, trying out a new show where we're letting you vote on a variety of issues, almost as if the
And I
technology
have
democracy already exists and
9
everything
now.
could be televised. There's a link, and you could, if you use the code
You
FRIENDS10,
serious?
you can
Well,
get,
I mean,
10 quid
if they didn't have the product,
Russian
there's nothing to
for that.
package.
Sign up to our
So, I
locals
mean,
community,
and,
get a
it
get
was
my
like,
brand
oh,
daily
they had
blast
that
stand-up
on?
special
Well, laid
included
them
in
off.
that. There's loads of stuff as
We
well.
had to
Too
pay
many
them
things to
for it.
list. It's certainly worth joining us. Join us tomorrow as well. Not for more of the same. We would never offer you that, would we, Gareth?
No.
It would disgust us.
Believe me, they weren't happy about it either because it took us a while to get that nice group of folks together. Up there where it says other names on the top of the form, right after your middle initial, just put N/A there. Yeah, for some reason it has to have something in that blank. And same thing with apartment number. I don't know why, but that has to be in there, those spots. Most of them won't. So.
Not even with money or something.
And then on that gray box there, just check the first box saying you did not use a translator. Oh, on the bottom. All right. Up here. All right.
45, Lord. That's like
Hey, every now and then we do these where I know you're used to an intro. We had one prepared that was a parody today of Walk Like an Egyptian, but Walk Like a Joe Biden. That'll still be relevant tomorrow. Look, this is one of those days where...
Oh, that's what I built back up to. We got as low as 3.
With a heavy heart, with a lot of sadness.
I mean, they still have all the in-house people. I mean, they actually even laid off a few of them. But
just a minute to
you know you're not doing a good job if you're in-house and they're still keeping a few temps and laying you off.
The problem is that when we cease,
it's all about attendance and performance with them. So
we end up with this chasm that we have. First, let me say something. No one out there has a monopoly on genuine heart rate. I want to be clear about that. I don't believe that. And when you have both sides saying, well, Republicans only want this, Democrats only want this, I'm not just going to both sides this thing, and I'll explain why here. But I do believe that this country, that everyone out there, most people, I should say, are in mourning. There's a time for that. There's a time for mourning. There's a time for contemplation. When people say, prayers don't do anything now, thoughts and prayers, it's time to act. When have you ever made the right decision by acting emotionally and rationally? So let me be clear. I believe that probably all of the people out there who've been fooled into shouting about gun control and pushing for that legislation believe that it would help. They believe that it would make a difference. But those who, I'm past the point of a good faith argument with the people who fooled those into believing. The people at the top, the people in control who have fooled those into shouting gun control, and that the problem is guns. They know better.
This is where you have to claim.
Former Vice President Joe Biden knew better. When he came out,
let me see. Okay, yeah, the federal one is weird now.
I want to be clear.
If you're just claiming yourself, you don't do anything.
Give you everything you need to know.
If you claim,
only watch one program today. We want.
If you want to put exempt, you can, but
you need to know.
You usually end up owing if you do that.
And to be prepared.
Right, well, you'll do that for state, but for federal, they've done it different now.
Two things.
Sign it, and it assumes that you're just claiming yourself.
And aren't
so,
undercurrent.
if you have exemptions like children or other dependents, that it goes by thousands of
people say love everybody,
and the rest of that you've already signed it. So the rest of it's just a worksheet. It doesn't do anything.
I
don't even know why it's still part of this form.
It's a lie. Now there are a lot of people out there who I've heard yesterday and today, people who I like, people who I respect, very much people who I consider friends. Just
yeah, if it's not right, it won't even let you. It won't even let you advance when you click next. So.
Time to tone it back.
Now, don't worry about the driver's license number. I don't know why it asked for that. It doesn't need it. Where it says no employee, check yes, and just put today's date.
People will say, "Oh, folks on the left and on the right, the extreme, your left, my right, extreme left, extreme right. The left screams genocide, right? And they're coming and they're trying to eradicate you. But then the right says they're coming for your kids. Okay, but one of those is true. One of those statements is true. There is no genocide. No one wants to murder all trans people, and certainly not as a matter of policy. That's a lie. They're coming for your children. As a matter of policy, is the absolute irrefutable truth. They are, in fact, coming for your children. And by they, I mean the activist, godless progressives, particularly in this country, but certainly now in the Western world. And you'll hear people say, well, all trans people just want to live their lives. They don't care about your kids. That's not incorrect. That is incorrect. Now, as we move on here, two key facts that you can keep. There's a lot of conjecture out there. There are a lot of opinions. Okay?
Zero, yeah.
Every single one of these mass shooters was stopped by a gun.
Right.
Whether it was their own gun, whether it was a police officer's gun, or by proxy, right? They were at gunpoint, and they had.
You're just telling them how to text
you. The majority of these shootings take place in gun-free zones. Those are the through lines that everyone will have to agree upon,
that's good.
regardless of the
Go
subject.
down, click
Now,
finish.
this will happen, right? You have one group that's talking about.
Bam. Okay, cool. Where that says pending review on there, that just means I have to do my portion of those forms. So as long as it doesn't say input, you are good to go. So just click on log off. Or
again, common ground. People like to act as though common ground in and of itself is loving, not necessarily, and certainly not common ground based on a lie. Mental illness. Can we find common ground on that?
All right.
And are both sides to blame?
Good to go. Okay, I'll have you slide over to the gray table. I'm gonna have you go to the computer.
Right, by the way. I do not believe it. What if I did? Someone who publicly professes to be a part of the
a lot of people like
the transgender community.
Yeah. And the thing is, I've did this when they just did this layoff. That's the first time in 10 years I've been hiring from them that I've ever actually seen them lay people off. But what are you going to do if you don't have anything to package? Now they finally got the supply thing going again, so I don't ever see that happening again.
So. LGBTQ community. It's not lost, but often, of course, when these people looking for a through line, they'll shout "white man." White men, the statistic, do not have a 42% attempted suicide rate. It's a lack of education. What it is. Poverty. The real problem with crime is poverty. Or do not have an attempted rate of suicide at 42%. But let's even go to mental health specifically. Depression. People with depression. 42% attempted suicide rate. American slaves did not commit suicide or attempt suicide at 19 times the rate of the general population. Jews in concentration camps did not attempt suicide at 19 times that of the general population. Now, I know, this is not a suicide. That's not what I'm talking about. This is just a suicide incident. I get it. What I'm trying to is as everyone echoes,
employee login.
Right, the chant of mental health.
First name dot last name.
A legitimate mental health marker would be a statistical anomaly that occurs nowhere else in nature at a suicide rate of 19 times the general population. I'm not talking about political points. I'm not talking about agenda items. Is there any more severe of a marker of a metric?
It's a temporary one for now. Where it's on the paper here on the wall, where it says capital T Temp 1 2 3 exclamation point.
Attempted suicide rate of that population. We do
No,
not
just the
have
T.
The mental health crisis in this country that people tell you we have. That's why we can't find common ground. Now, we do have a mental health crisis in this country. We locked people in their homes for months, for years in some cases. And here's something else too. We've not only destroyed the economy. I know you'll come out and try and argue it. Okay, let's give you that one. Let's say we haven't destroyed the economy as badly as some would argue temporarily. More
Maybe I didn't say it.
People's mental state. We have absolutely destroyed the economy, the permanent economy.
Oh, hang on. We don't want to do it wrong a third time because it'll reset. Let me make sure it's ready. I thought we reset it already.
Record restaurant closings, movie theaters, churches that couldn't survive. We've gotten rid of people's social gatherings, how they feel involved with their community, we've gotten rid of their connections to their community, and we've replaced them with screens and a culture of never-ending scrolling, one that instills fear, uncertainty, and yes, creates problems that we've never faced.
You didn't spell your first name right.
But more importantly, we've bombarded an entire generation.
I was missing the E.
Yeah.
Ideology that cannot provide.
No, that's good. That means that none of those mistypes didn't count against you because you were trying to log into a different name. So.
Teenagers, young adults.
Now this is where it just wants you to set up your own password.
From wrong. We've created a culture through an ideology that throws problems at people and is incapable, from its inception, of providing solutions. If you can't tell a 7-year-old, as policymakers, if you can't tell a 7-year-old that a sex change is wrong, and if we as a society can now agree that sexualizing children, not just attraction,
Yep.
but
Got him working last week.
mainstream streaming service network.
I just said. In fact, I need to get him his pay card.
That's wrong. Then you can provide no solutions. Only problems. Only hopelessness. Hopelessness.
I got one for
Disguises love. Wearing the cloak of tolerance. But hey, let's go with it. On that front, we're more tolerant than ever.
I mean, if you know the
If it
account
works,
number and pet
we're
and
more progressive than ever. We have
routing
more
number,
racial
yeah,
awareness than ever. More people
shouldn't
are
matter.
chipping
We've
in.
got
More
rapid pay
patriarchy
cards.
than ever. More college courses offered on these.
Yeah, I mean, they're free. I don't care about giving them out. I was out whenever he came through, and I just grabbed some this morning and got it registered to him because his first check's this Friday. So wanted to make sure he was set.
More people rejecting God than ever. But let's just blame guns.
And we can use anything though. If you have like Cash App or if you have
Let's talk about it.
PayPal or anything like that, we can use that as well.
And this is why my raison d'etre, and people here, I don't know how you pronounce it here in the American way. I'm French Canadian. Apologies. I don't mean to
It just makes it nice to not have to carry around cash. All right, Gene's is nice. And then log back in with the password you created.
Impasse where we cannot discuss.
I mean, I literally don't carry hardly any cash anymore. So.
Policy on all of the platforms that control over 90% of the information that people consume. Whether it's YouTube, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter's made some progress. That's why we've been trying to spearhead this mass exodus to Rumble, where you can at least discuss these issues. You can discuss the attempted suicide rate. You can discuss inmates committing sexual assault in massive numbers under the guise of identifying as a female. You can discuss those things. And if you can't talk about them, if you can't discuss them, as is
all right, just click next.
Policy here on big tech platforms, guess what? You can never come to a solution. This is not happenstance.
Next.
And it's not a bunch of disconnected satellite.
All right, just update all your contact info there.
By design.
Phone numbers,
and
address.
There are many on the side of what should be right who make this a part of their business model because it's just business and business is good.
Yeah. We know that address.
It starts with love. Starts with love for the truth. It starts with the ability.
Is that place even open anymore? Because I don't see it that much anymore on new applications. Is it all private now?
It starts with the ability to actually be parents who can instill that in your children. That requires autonomy. That requires a nuclear family.
I hardly ever see that address anymore.
As a family. And this is the thing too. I have some notes here. I don't know how much these are relevant at this point.
You get the golden seat.
Talk about toning down the temperature.
Hopefully so.
How do you tone down? How do you turn down the temperature? We as a society, we can't objectively agree on what is morally wrong. Then we are a nation doomed to dominate forever by deception.
Just click on it here if you just want to do that and just backspace. You already do the phone number?
He shows up as a friend.
Yeah, that's my wife's number.
Oh, sorry, man. I'll let you retype.
Consider this. All right, I'll do it. These archetypes for all you want. Okay?
I got delete crazy.
Just as surely God, who we know to be a faithful and loving, and most importantly, truthful God, does not always show up as Santa Claus. He doesn't always show up as the Easter Bunny. Sometimes he shows up as a sword. Figuratively. Sometimes he shows up as the full hammer of justice, because justice is a more true form of love than a lie, no matter how comfortable that lie may be. Tone it down. Let's cool down the temperature. This is what people say. It's both sides. Tone it down. Okay, let me ask you this. Tone it down from what? Tone it down from largely being complicit with lockdowns across the world? Tone it down from doing what about election integrity? You guys understand the reason for the YouTube dump button today, right? What do we do? Aside from looking the other way and moving on with the news cycle, let's cool down the temperature from nearly all conservatives being complicit, pacified by big tech. Where even today, New City, Washington, most of our thought leaders will speak out on what's happening. Tone it down just enough so they don't get demonetized, let alone banned. Tone it down from when parents begin losing their rights to what their children are taught, how they are raised, or even what they put in their own bodies.
I believe I might have worked before.
I'll see if
the
you're
left
in there.
and the people who are galvanized, and yes, directly inspired
this building.
by the left. The left directly inspired this violent.
Was it maybe through another staffing company?
Does it seem like these people who inspired this, these people who galvanized these groups, do they have any interest in toning it down?
Impact, but I never been here.
People say tone it down, they mean
This is just the office. The actual work site is still over there on Telegraph.
you cool off.
Okay.
Oh, we heat it up. No, this is what I say. It's time to turn it up.
Toledo?
It is time to match intensity.
Might have been. I used to on Wednesdays when they used to do the job fairs on Wednesdays out there. Oh yeah, they haven't done them since COVID.
Let me ask you this: when people bring up,
We'll see. A lot of times, folks are in here and they don't even in the system. They don't even realize it.
Right? Because you've been so.
I'll pull that. I got your numbers here.
I want you can comment below. I want you to take a moment to reflect. People bring up this issue when these stories happen. Is your immediate response mental illness?
Spectrum still run the second shift as of right now?
Yeah, but it's a skeleton
Every
crew.
family gathering, every time you host a podcast, do you reject this postmodernist, anti-God,
I've got 2 people on
for
second
that
shift.
evil that it is, or
Huh?
do you find yourself?
No, they have
Well, I don't
in-house
care how an
people.
adult wants to.
But yeah, it's 2 people. And in fact, I'm probably going to be replaced.
Do you say things like, "Oh, what people do in their own bedroom has nothing to do with me," but which, by the way, is not what it is. It's never been what it is. And let me ask you, the people you're saying that to, do they start their phrases off? Do they start their argument by saying, and by the way, of course, this would never apply to
the second week of work,
by the
and
way, of course,
he's
this
calling
would
out for the
never,
second day in a row.
be used to create some kind of policy that could permanently damage our youth through irreversible procedures. They don't? Then why are you couching yours? Have you been navigating
So we'll see if he
this
shows up today.
minefield
Doesn't show up
with
today, he's
keeping
done.
friends at the front of your mind as it gets exhausting and the field gets longer and
Because those are premium spots. I'm like, man, I got you in second shift, and you're not going to show up? Come on, dude. And that's what I said to him. And then he started getting mad at me. I was like,
when no compromise is necessary. And I'll go one
man,
further.
I don't. And it was like, it was in the middle of the thing. I was like, I'm not going to do this. Not even going to do this.
Issue of our children.
All right, so.
Your country needs to know that not only do they have no right,
And if you don't know, I'm just literally.
but you, every single one of you watching,
No, this
listening
is
right now needs to.
But
flip
yeah,
a switch
but we don't
in
need
your
it.
head
That
where you will
info.
make those
Yeah,
sons
so
of bitches
let's take
embarrassed
it off.
that they ever even thought of asking.
Yeah. I usually I'll
Yep,
catch
we all
you
need to love our
before you
neighbor.
get this in here.
That
but-
still applies.
All right, let's see. This has
But you
to
also need to
be
be
the
bold.
pre-select.
You need to be so bold,
Now-
so outspoken, and so steadfast in your beliefs.
Yeah,
and
same thing
principles,
here. We
your
don't want to
faith,
mess with
that the mere
that.
thought of
There you go.
attempting to
Check
kill
the things you have skills in, and then your
or
shift
argue with
preferences
you
and stuff
makes
too.
them more exhausted than it makes you.
There, let me see. If I
This is about
pull you
evil.
up in here.
Right? This is always about evil. Every time there's a shooting, of course, you have to preface it with evil will always be amongst us, and of course, ultimately, the person responsible is that person who pulled the trigger. But that's not the conversation we're having right now. It's about what you do with evil. It's about how you equip yourselves for evil. And it's about finally casting evil back straight to the pit of hell from whence it came. If not for your country, then for what? If not for your children, then for whom? What does it take?
You said, yeah.
Now,
you're
now is the time
2019.
for you to be bold. Not tomorrow, not an hour from now.
You're still under supervision?
No.
Now, the rest of the show, we'll be doing everything that we can to help equip you, inform you, and
Well, that
sharpen
makes it easier.
you on this subject, and hopefully provide some levity. But here's the thing: no one else can flip that switch for you. Right now, in your head. Flip it.
Looks like Lenny came and got you. That's why you
Now.
disappeared.
It's a war of attrition. Figuratively. Make them more tired
All right,
than you.
so these numbers are probably no good anymore.
Fight like hell.
Update those.
Now.
Address. I'll just reset your login and I'll let you update everything.
The CNC operated machine, right?
Yeah, computer. Something. I don't know.
Oh, that was a long cold open. My tea is tepid.
So was this like a second
And by the
office?
way, I know it sounds counterintuitive.
This is just I rent this area down here from them. Yeah. They do the upstairs. You'll hear them stomping around up there. It's the test kitchen. What they do is everything that they mix
Positively Norwegian.
before they ship it over there to be packaged, they bake
So,
it
we have a
or
lot to
whatever
get
it
to today.
is.
What
They
we are
make
going
it
to
just to make sure it's
Say
mixed right.
a lot of fact checking today.
This is the mix plant, basically.
On gun violence and mental health.
The flour mill. The flour mill is what people call it in town here.
We're doing a
Yeah,
lot of live fact checking today.
the Spectrum.
Sources,
Yeah,
so nothing up my
Spectrum
sleeves.
Foods.
So,
Yeah, this is where they mix it all together and they ship it over to Telegraph. That's where it gets packaged. That's where it gets packaged. Yeah.
And I don't know how many
That's
dozens
where-
of times has it happened.
that's where the work
This is what they're going to
is.
say, and then they go on, and it's
There's like 5
cavalcade of
people
liars who just
So-
bullshit artists for the uninitiated, who then say exactly what we told them.
They used to have lines here too,
So,
the packaging lines
comment below what you think the
in
issue
one
is here.
corner of this
I've got
building here, but
questions of the
they
day.
moved everything over to Telegraph. They've expanded that building. It goes way
Discuss
back
amongst
now.
yourselves. There's so many people who come from different
Yeah.
angles, and most of them are completely misinformed. If you are on YouTube, you're probably missing a lot. Go to Rumble, and that's a big problem with what we're dealing with. And
All set there?
Censor-
All right, let me bring you the last part.
There you go, on Rumble. If you see this at any point today,
Yeah, I'm gonna bring you the last part here too, but I come get that.
Monday through Friday. 10 a.m. Eastern. Monday through Friday. Friday you have to watch on mugclub.com/mugclub. It is free all month, and then the standard rate applies for this wonderful hand-etched jersey mug.
Let me see where you're at.
Morgan, how are you, sir? And
Okay, now you hold stop. Let me load some forms for you to fill out now.
Very heavy day, but we'll get.
You're on top of it there, man.
We do have some. If you're looking for something to be able to laugh.
Oh yeah.
Don't make any promises you can't keep.
I won't make them laugh. You will.
All of us halfway filled
I know that hopefully you're entertained, but I also know that a lot of you make sense.
The way the rules are now,
because
we
it's
all know
hard
the
to do
laws
this
here
for
in
a
Michigan.
living. There's so much
They consider cannabis the same
but
as
in
alcohol.
third gen today,
Okay.
you know them,
Well,
you love them,
well,
and
just
they're
don't
always
do it
wonderful.
right.
I forgot what do you want me
Don't
to
do it
talk
on
about?
break.
Hodge twins, Keith and Kevin. How are you guys?
If you come in Rican, they're gonna say
You
no.
can find us on YouTube.
There's machinery there, and they don't want you.
And
They don't want you to get hurt or
You guys can have
somebody else get hurt.
Yeah,
Okay? But just just like we wouldn't expect you to go drink.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? We got 2 million.
Use them at home.
And on the other channels,
I
but the videos more often not more views.
It's the word on the cannabis now.
That sounds like some racist.
No, I mean
It's like
I have
come word drunk, don't come.
I have that mess, so it's I've had my
Haley, mother.
Yes, remember the Hodge. So we have a lot to
So-
get to today. You know, you're both dads. Relatives. This
All right.
affects everyone.
So
What I found
this
before
is
we
now
kinda
everything you've done so far
I've
is
heard
good.
people say as you get older, your principles. No, my principles haven't changed. But
This is their guidelines as far as
the anecdotal experience of experiencing life changes. Yeah, where you that kind
this you
of-
can see. This is kind of like your handbook.
And that's why I say no one has a monopoly on heartbreak or on genuinely caring. Okay, I understand it. But there is truth is a monopoly. And the solutions need to be
This
based
talks about
on
food safety and stuff like that.
So as a father,
This we have on like
yesterday because I knew what was going to happen. We wouldn't
no, if you'll be
right. We would
I'm
roll
not,
out these
more
tire
GMP
arguments just to try to
certified.
get votes. That's exactly
Good
what they were going to do.
manufacturing.
I knew it. They're going to roll out these arguments to deal
So
with
then
it.
that's what this is. This is they have to keep on file
And what we're
forever.
going to dive through today is everything you need to know about Nashville. So everything
This
we know
is
about
just
the shooter,
the
everything we know about the
correction.
scenario, everything we know about the police response, all of it. And then we're going to get into sort of the boogeymen that people blame.
This is just a highlight of everything.
Gun control. We're going to get to
Saying
mental health.
you received a
We're going
copy
to
of
big text,
that. and that
direct
you're gonna
responsibility in
follow.
this, and then of course some solutions. And by the way, spoiler alert: solutions, family, communities, and yes, being able to speak openly, which dictator forbids, and of course many people, unfortunately, well, we know everyone on the left, but many people on the right are complicit with that.
And then there's some
Free of that
Not a pass
All
fail
right, so
thing.
for those of you who
The answers are in there,
have
but
been
you
living
can't find
under
it just
a rock,
Okay.
and I
I'm
know
gonna
about
tell
you,
you what it is.
some
This is the way it works.
time to tune in.
The way it
Right,
works
so
is if
this
you
might
see
be
anything,
news
I
to
gotta
you.
go over it with you to make sure you understand it right. Right?
Monday.
Easier to ask me and get it right the first time.
Shot, including 3 children, of course, in Nashville.
And nobody hardly ever gets them all right. I even missed one the first time I took it.
Yesterday, giving the initial details, and then we'll get into what we actually know now.
The police department received a call of an active shooter inside Covenant School, Covenant Presbyterian Church. The police department response was
We got our own assembly line going here. Okay.
heard shots coming from the second level.
All right.
They immediately went to the gunfight. When the officers
Gene, let
got
me
to the
load
second
these forms
level,
for you.
They saw a shooter, a female, who was firing. The officers
All right, got
engaged
them ready.
her.
So I gotta
She was
switch the
fatally
login.
shot by responding police officers.
Right. So keyword there being phenol, and at the time there was you saw in the lower kind of that Chiron, right? 5
Okay,
people dead.
click on employee login, log back in.
Yeah. Right. So it ended up being 6 total. But at the time, that's what they knew. Right. And that's key because we'll come back to that claim. Phenol. That'll play into this story, unfortunately, as we go.
I mean, I think people kind of have a general idea.
They
after
know.
a cold
They know.
open.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily have to be Sherlock Holmes
Well,
to know
what the
that.
police found.
Yeah.
Right. And some of the writing, some of the texts that were sent to friends, some of the engagement that they had.
So, look, the shooter was, and you can just leave it there. Oh, great. Did you already record it? I need a little bit of coffee here. It's been a long night.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get into. Have you guys been following this too? It's a tough thing. Shooter was initially reported as a 28-year-old. And by initially,
Go, you'll be off by 3:30, so you'll be there when they get home. So.
this is from the police confirmed the shooter was a 28-year-old Nashville woman. Oh, hold on a second. Oh no. See how gender theory, see how the bullshit doesn't work in high pressure scenarios. Female, hold on, you have a female, and then hold on a second.
Right.
You got a police sheriff there who's a black guy, so he's definitely not going to be in the know with what white bitches want to do.
And like I said, when things open up on second shift, we'll
It doesn't work
believe
when
me.
it comes
There's
to something medical.
and I'm actually talking to
identifying perpetrators.
Richard.
Okay, so female
If
woman.
you were there long enough, you know who Richard is.
After that, not too long. After that,
about
they
getting,
confirmed. And by the way, I know that a lot of people say you don't want to make these people
some
famous.
bumps up on
I'm not
that.
going to be reading her manifesto, certainly, but it's relevant in this case. 28-year-old named Audrey Hale was a student at Covenant, and this is something important too, because we'll come back to it, was armed with two assault weapons. One point they said AR-15 style rifles, which is
Oh, let me
false.
see.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't know what that warning is. It's because the browser we use, the Edge browser. That's not a big deal. Click on eDocuments.
Two AR-15 style rifles is wrong.
All right, click on the green button there and pull Start Wizard.
Which we will get into. This was
Audrey just start going through those forms.
Identified as, I'm just with transgender.
Yep.
Is this the extended clip?
I believe so.
Is the update extended clip? Yeah.
You just yeah. Just go through them. Then when you click next, it jumps to the next form.
The media with their loaded questions regarding modern gender theory. You can see he's like, I don't know that you're going to understand this answer, and I don't understand the question.
I don't know what grade she's attended or grades, but we do firmly believe she was a student there. She does identify as transgender. Yes.
She identifies as a transgender man or woman?
Woman.
Got that wrong.
Strike one.
He was totally good. Yeah. He's like, yes.
Yeah, and he had a 50-50 shot of getting it right, and he still got it wrong. That's how silly this is at this point. Like, male, can't have no dick on her. Is that what you asked? Why you gotta do that voice? Shut up.
I love that voice. Don't ever stop. I'm just mad I can't do it. Yeah, I'm black.
You are it. I love that voice. I'm just mad I can't do it.
I'm just mad I can't do it. You guys are stuck impersonating the banana in the tailpipe guys over here, right?
Yeah. I need to go back home and just practice be a better black man.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, baby steps.
Yeah.
So Hale, the shooter, claimed he and him pronouns on her LinkedIn page in categories that I couldn't give less of a shit about, Alex. Of course, this threw the media into a panic. And I was actually, as this was coming out, there were message boards yesterday. Okay, and we checked kind of these different news message boards and Reddit threads. And the responses initially were, well, hold on a second. They said woman, before we knew anything, saying, are we sure that was a biological woman? And someone else responded, I know, it's really hard now, right, with this kind of clown world circus. And then it actually happened. So you actually have this outlet, USA Today. I say outlet like you know USA Today.
It's a small publication.
It's small. The Schenectady Herald.
Yeah, you know the thing you throw away every day in a hotel?
Yes, exactly. Well, I use it if they give me the green eco package and I run out of toilet paper.
Nice.
So they posted this tweet. Police, I should do it in there. Police on Monday afternoon said that the shooter was a transgender man. Officials had initially misidentified the gender of the shooter. Oh, I hate you so much.
Yeah. That's not even something that needs a correction. The New York Times also did this. There were several outlets that went out there and were like, they didn't apologize, but the tone of the tweet, the fact that the tweet even existed, was just like, at this point, who cares?
That's most important to them, though.
I know, but they feared that more than anything else. It's like a person did that. If I don't care, he, she, whatever.
None of their arguments were like, don't dead name him. She's dead.
There you go.
She gone. She is gone. She gone.
In a very hot place.
Yeah. I hope she's
See
burning
last
in
week's
hell.
episode on the reality of hell.
Hey, there could have been an episode. It could have been redemption at last moments, but
unlikely.
Yeah, I would hedge my bets.
Yeah.
So, by the way, and of course, this is it's a month free. MugClub.com/MugClub. You don't have to turn your credit card info, and we will be continuing today on Rumble and MugClub exclusively. So that you're not riddled with the dump button. Which I'm sorry, we have to make great use of it today.
Yeah.
This is a problem. If you can't talk about it, talk about mental illness. Okay, well let's talk about. I can't say that. All right, well, let's talk about firearms. I can't say that. We're going to fact check you. We're going to remove your content. So what do you do? What do you do? And by the way, according to the police, the shooter's identity, it's relevant. It played a role here.
Is there any reason to believe that how she identifies has any motive for targeting the school?
We can give you that at a later time. There is some theory to that. We're investigating all the leads, and once we know exactly, we'll let you know.
So was this a targeted attack?
It was.
That is the face of a man who has no respect for the people in front of him.
Yes, no, but
he's like,
this bullshit.
Yeah. And that first question, did how she identified play a role? And he paused in the interior monologue, like, hell, yes, it did.
Yeah.
Of course.
But before I
We'll
go,
get back to you on that.
What do I say? What do you say?
Yeah. What kind of question is that? Was this a targeted attack?
Yeah.
Of course it was. Shit, bitch.
Well, think about it for a second.
You should have been a police chief. No shit, bitch.
We're making a great Commissioner Gordon. Batman shows up, sees a signal, like, I shot a signal. No shit, you dumb bitch.
And now our spokesperson, Mike Tyson, will handle the rest of this interview.
I tell you,
You did it yourself.
I don't know how to think this was a female who identified as male. I don't fully understand, but I still want to make orphans of these children. So here's something else too. the police did reveal that this shooter had mapped. Yeah, well, before we go back, mapped a manifesto. Look, this is a trans activist, right? This is a self-identified trans activist who targeted a Christian school, went to a church, by the way, beforehand, from what we know, and shot into a church. There were some reports of that, but it was empty, just kind of didn't actually hit anybody. Someone who targeted a Christian school. I don't believe in labeling crimes hate crimes because murder doesn't need a footnote. But if you do, well, I'd say this one certainly qualifies, Charles. So the police did actually say the shooter did have a manifesto and maps of the school, meaning this was very premeditated.
And no motive at this point? Anything discovered in the apartment or house?
No, we have a manifesto. We have some writings that we're going over that pertain to this date, the actual incident. We have a map drawn out of how this was all going to take place. There's right now a theory that we may be able to talk about later, but it's not confirmed, and so we'll put that out as soon as we can.
Yeah, and scattered a second location, by the way, and also that sheriff. Is it sheriff? Is it police chief? Is it sheriff? I want to make sure I have the terminology correct. With his very, very white signer would make a great buddy cop film. At a diner, like, man, you never shut up. Do you ever shut up?
He's choking.
Yeah. Good. Getting too old for this shit. That's the sequel. And guys, let me know.
All right, on top here. Yeah, it's silly
yeah,
that you got the NA here, then NA here.
And by the way, CBS affiliate reported that Audrey/Aiden. Let's just go with Audrey. I'm going to go with Audrey.
For some reason, that
messaged her former teammate on
birthday-
Instagram. I'm planning to die today. This is not a joke. Took a page from former Vice
Yeah,
President
you gotta have
Biden.
the 0 in front of it
I
too.
don't want to live. I'm not trying to upset you or get attention. Yes, you
There
are.
we go.
I just
Yeah.
need to die. One day this will make more sense. I've left more than enough evidence behind, but something bad is about to happen. Signed, Audrey, and then she.
Yeah, well, that's why it's the only reason I do this, so I don't have to get up and get behind you and
They're saying that the
hover over you
when
while
something
I'm
like this
fixing.
happens, you don't ever know. Like the response wasn't bad in my opinion. Like know that you have a lot to live for. I pray that God will keep you. And like you know, just talking to this person, you don't know if this is a real cry for help or if it's somebody just lashing out, like you said, trying to get attention. And for people who are pissed off, the crime took place, I think, within the next like 18 minutes. There was nothing that could have happened from this person. She did nothing wrong in her responses, and there's nothing that she could have done to prevent
really
this. So
isn't that
leave her
much.
alone if you're making anything out of that.
But you know what? This person who was trying to help was robbed of being able to help. Why?
Yeah.
Because of the lies. It's like, hey, you have a lot to live for. Look, that's a pretty tough argument to make if, from what I'm reading is correct, this person went to, I forgot the name of the school.
Christian school, yeah. Covenant Christian.
No, but then a School of the Arts for college.
Oh, I don't know.
People can bring it up there in research, which I think I averaged out what the actual cost would be. It would be 6 figures. So this is someone who I believe, had a father walk out on the family. Well, we understand a broken family, to what degree we don't necessarily know. Then went to a school where they got a useless degree that cost them a lot of money, saddled them with debt to likely work a $15 an hour job, and say, hey, you have a lot to live for. Every step along the way, people bought into the lie. Kids don't need families. It doesn't matter. Single households are just as good as married households. Okay, and then go to school. It should be free, right? That's the ticket to a better life, education. Well, now I ended up with debt and no actual future job prospects. But you know what? Hey, we'll pass. We haven't forgiven your students.
Well, it's because they kind of combine your last break with your lunch
We're
too.
fighting for 15. So you
That's
get
why it's
15 an hour,
45
right?
minutes. So
You have a
you
lot
have
to
plenty
live
of
for.
time
You can't
for
tell
the
someone
last
they have a lot to
last
live for if they
few
look at
hours.
what they believe is a dead-end life, and
Go ahead.
objectively,
Yep.
it would appear so because they bought
You get a 15-minute break.
step of the way. That's what the truth matters.
Yeah, usually about 2 or 3 hours. It kind of depends on where you guys are on the line and stuff like that.
That would be about $150,000.
Wow,
Yeah.
learn how to draw?
Yeah, not bad.
White people believe anything, huh?
No, that has not changed. They tried doing 8-hour shifts for second for a while last year. No, so they
Oh, shit.
they're 10-hour shifts again. In fact, I have to fix the forms. I mean, it says till midnight, but it's still till 2.
14 minutes, which is
3:30 to
pretty damn
2:30.
good. Response time. I wish.
But then you're still 40. That way you're because with 8 hours you have to work 5 days a week to get your 40.
The shooter
They working
was
any overtime now?
deceased.
Not yet, but it's usually around the end, near the end of spring as summer goes in. That's when the overtime starts to kick in. Normally, it's not mandatory unless they don't get enough people.
Thank the officers enough.
But
So here's what
they
did.
usually have
They
enough
ran
people
into
to
the
want to
school.
do
So
it.
that was
I mean,
the
it's all
whole
time and a
14
half.
minutes not to
That's-
get there, but to take the shooter down before the shooter could go to.
But this,
another
what's
classroom
nice
and
about
another
this
classroom.
10-hour
They can
Monday
get
through
there and have
Thursday
police
schedule
chief
is
say,
if you
"Wait
want to
on
do
backup."
something else, you
They went
got
to the
Friday,
first floor,
Saturday,
they heard
Sunday
gunfire
open.
coming from the second floor. They
Completely open.
immediately went up and engaged the suspect, put their lives in
Yeah.
danger to make sure everybody else was
Monday
protected.
through
That's
Friday,
exactly
Sunday
what you're supposed to do.
Friday.
Thank you for doing it.
Now there was no public safety officer.
Monday,
No,
oh,
this is from the Washington Post. And we'll come back to them, by the way. They had that AR-15 article ready to go. Hey, do you know how I know you're a piece of shit? Because you held back a bunch of articles on the AR-15 until they were the convenient tragedy.
They make you make.
They weren't both AR-15. The 3 guns. There was
what? Which one? Yeah, I've got it for you.
Extent it was used.
We'll go over it.
So, this is from the Washington Post. Unlike public schools in Nashville, the private school did not have a public safety officer on site, according to the
All right.
says, hey, everyone. And you know what I realized? Some people say, oh, so you want to have a world where kids have to go to school with armed security? I went to a place called Centennial Regional High School in Greenfield Park, Quebec, Canada. I don't know, it was a matter of policy. We always had a police officer at school. Yep. By the way, people were friends with him. He was almost like a guidance counselor. It was all around. There were about 2 or 3. One of them ended up being kind of selling pot to kids, but that's a loss.
No, that's all worksheet. If it, I mean, okay, first, how you claim it? You do say, yeah, I know the federal one is screwed up now.
I was always raised with that. It was never an issue, and people do.
But married filed separately? Okay, all right. And then now, do you claim any of the kids?
We weren't that cavalier. But the point is, people act like it's unprecedented. This was Canada.
It's up to you. I mean, you're telling them how to tax you by how you fill this out.
I understand it. I'm not saying that we need guys
You want
like in full
to,
combat gear
so
walking around.
all kids, or you want to do the wife and then
That's the solution.
the kids?
Well, it's not the only
It's a different
solution.
amount.
That's the easiest one to
It's
implement.
certainly one that you can put there easily.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, there were minutes.
Okay.
We'll get to it. There were
4
minutes
people under 17?
that could have been stopped.
Okay, the wife and 3 kids?
Pinned down in an area where kids weren't.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's get to the
So
argument.
4 kids under 17?
What's true.
So 4 times
Uh,
2,000 is 8,000.
That's what some people are championing. I don't
Cab.
know. That's not. I don't know.
Boom, it jumps over
We'll
for
go
you.
through claims and truths.
And then you just sign it there. You already did. The rest of it's a worksheet. It doesn't do anything.
Obviously,
So go to the bottom and click
Talking
next.
about France. Talking about France. Who gives a rat? Gun control is what they're pushing to. Okay, so we'll get to gun
This is
control.
all
We'll
worksheet.
talk about the big tech.
I don't even know why they added it. Usually this has always been part of the W4, but we don't ever post it up
Three
because
constants, and right away you know the media tries
confusing to look
New York
at.
Times says 53%.
I don't know why
of
when they
mass shootings
uploaded
are
it this
stopped with
time.
firearms.
All right, now this part you don't even have to worry about that.
All of them.
You are not new.
If they were stopped,
Under here,
we're stopped by
you want to
somebody
do the
with firearms.
4.
And if they
Now,
were
if you want to do
stopped in the
4
moment,
and yourself,
they
you'll
can
put a
custody.
5 there.
So the
Yeah,
most
now you'll
important
put
stats
the
that you
4 there.
need to keep in mind: all mass shootings are stopped by someone
Right,
with a
and
gun.
then you
Either
sign
by
it in
gun,
box 9.
police officer's gun, or by proxy, them being escorted.
And pass it up.
Okay.
Yeah, there
Depending
it
on the stats you use,
The last highlighted one, yep.
85% of all mass shootings are committed in gun-free zones.
Right under the
I've seen
9.
some stats as high as 90-something%. It's hard.
It's
because
highlighted
the
where it says
statistics include a lot of
employee
gang
signature.
violence, right? But if you're talking about what we would see as actual mass
There you
shootings
go.
in schools,
The bottom, click
the
finish.
number is typically not just 3, but more than 5 or more than 10. The number goes
Yeah.
up to 90.
All right, cool. Oh, wait, we missed this
of
one.
10 people or more. Yeah.
Input.
So gun-free zones. So all stopped by a gun, and
It's all right.
end up with a mass
I
shooting.
know it. So
Also,
Yeah.
the firearms,
Plus, I give you a
over
written
1.6
copy of it.
million.
So.
We have other stats. Guys,
All right, you're good.
that's from shooting.
All right, slide over to the gray table. You can slide over to the computer.
The CDC, by the way, they colluded with actually trying to suppress this. The lowest number you can find is 500,000 defensive uses of firearms, and there are some crime bureaus that would say it's upwards of 3 million. Let's round it. Let's round it at 1.5, 2 million defensive uses of firearms. So those are the 3 key facts to keep in here. And now let's get into contextually what it is, or say what the claims are that they're making. And by the way, hit the like button if you're on YouTube right now. If you're on Rumble, there you go. Oh, I forgot the new squeaky. Smash the Rumble button if you're on Rumble. Yeah. If you're on YouTube, head over to Rumble. You know, just it helps with the algorithm that YouTube does not. They do not want you to find this content.
All right, click on where it says employee login.
We don't blame them. We do. We blame them. So let's go to claim number 1 here in the guns.
All right, your first name dot last name.
They will say that guns right now are the leading cause of death for children. Actually, can we bring up that clip? The mayor immediately that night, the mayor immediately that evening, that was the first thing he said, was that guns are the leading cause of death for children. And of course, you have Barack Obama. By the way, of course, it's not true. But Barack Obama even said, "We are failing our children. Guns are now the leading cause of death for children in the United States." Michelle and I mourn with the students and families. Of
Capital
schools
T.
today. Okay, here's the truth.
Then lowercase EMP for temp.
Entire segment on this, going through these statistics. The
1,
leading
2,
cause
3.
of death among children is
Exclamation
not guns,
point. Shift 1.
period. Okay, from 1 to 14, it's accidents. Okay, from ages 1 to
Log
14,
in.
it is accidents, and that includes.
Okay, now it wants you to create your own password.
The study that everyone is citing includes kids up to 19 years old. So when people think that little Johnny is more likely to die from a gun than a car accident or drowning, look, this is the issue. That
You actually still have to wear hairnet even if you're bald.
Because
Yeah, they bald people still get dandruff. So.
And I'm not even talking about existential and moral threats, just like putting a fence around your pool. Right?
Yeah, I got yelled at one time. I used to get alopecia on my head, so I used to shave my head.
The false boogeyman, guns
And
for your 6-year-old.
I walked back there one time and they're like, "Whoa, you need a hairnet." I'm like, "I got no hair."
Attention for what actually matters. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that study
hairnet.
includes up to 19 years old. And by the way, in 2019 we had firearm deaths. They went up. That's with a spike. and it was 3,300 children, teens were killed by guns. 85% of that stat, so 85% of the stat, and you can go look up the references yourselves, were 15 to 19-year-olds. So 3,300 and 85% of that are 15 to 19 years old. That sound like the leading cause of death to you? Again, I think that a lot of people out there a lot of people
Put
believe
on
it.
the bottom, click
The
next
people,
again.
the starting point of that talking point. No, it's not true.
Oops, sorry.
And CNN had it this morning, right? So I told you we were looking at it. CNN just before we went on had a lower the Chiron.
Go ahead and update that info.
The CDC, leading cause of death, gun violence for children in 2020.
How often do you guys hear that, right? You guys hear it all the time.
All the time. Well, and it doesn't even make sense to me because let's just follow their argument for a minute. Okay, let's just say that we just debunked it, right? But let's just live in their world for a second and say, I believe that because I saw the headline. Put an armed guard at these places then, because if our children literally are dying from guns, make sure they don't die from guns.
Right. I mean, that's actually
that solves the problem.
Yeah, it's actually a true stat, like in the cities and minority neighborhoods, but nobody talks about it when it happens in those areas.
Yeah, we actually have some clips from the Chicago mayoral candidate who was like, he's like, Chicago, we have bad crime. I'm gonna defund the police and I'm gonna put in red flag laws. It's like that candidate might as well just say, ain't shit gonna change.
Yeah.
It's all gonna be the same. Crime, you keep that shit.
Yeah.
Poverty, still there.
You do have the clip of Mayor Cooper talking about firearms.
It was within the first 45 seconds. Here you go. No. Oh, is that the mayor? Oh, no, I mean the mayor of Nashville.
Not Chicago. Sorry, I said Chicago.
Yeah, no, it's the mayor Cooper in Nashville.
Okay, let's see this clip.
And the leading
All right.
cause of kids get dead now is guns and gunfire.
Okay, there you go. That's enough. That guy knows he's lying.
Right. Yeah. You just pick the category of your skills, and then under availability, what shift you prefer.
85% are 15 to 19. Anyone? You think people are going to buy this? Yeah. Just keep repeating it. People think it's true.
All
Gotta
right.
get rid of guns.
Yeah, gotta get rid of guns. Hold on, but people say kids. Like, this
Gotta get rid of
person
guns.
would not only could, but would be tried as an adult. Over 80% of these they be tried as adults. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Just read the paper.
Just read the paper. Read it. Okay, good. All right. So let's go on to another claim that you're going to see a lot out there today. The assault weapons ban, right? That would have stopped this shooting.
Assault weapons are contributing to the border crisis and fentanyl. We are arming cartels with our guns and our loose gun laws, and these shootings and these mass shootings will continue to happen until our lawmakers step up and pass gun safety legislation.
That term is so ambiguous.
Yeah, I just found out, by the way, while we were running that clip, that we have the body cam footage.
Yeah, I think they've released the body cam footage. It's a couple of minutes long. So we may want to, if you want, I can take a look at it.
Or let's have them take a look at it. And see
Well,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it the body cam footage of them taking out the shooter? I don't want to see anything.
Let's confirm where it ends, guys.
Yeah,
We
I don't
wanna
want to
show
see anything
that.
involving kids.
So just want to make sure.
And I don't necessarily know that what value does it add at this point. I mean, unless it's the shooter assuming room temperature. So that's their claim. And by the way, that lady is from from the was it the Highland Park shooting?
Yeah.
It's hard for me sometimes to keep track. And got there in 38 minutes, which some people find suspicious. But here's the thing. That's it. Look, let's be honest. That is, and this is a problem with feminism. And I do mean, and I'm not talking about all women, but feminism. Let's respond in an emotional, irrational, reactive way immediately. When have you ever made the right decision through that? There's a reason for contemplation. There's a reason for thoughtfulness. There's a reason that the Messiah went off to fast.
He did the thing for a little bit.
Yeah. He had those losers hanging around him nonstop.
You gotta get away from this bitch.
Jesus, we're hungry. We're hungry. You told us not to bring our tunic. Are you going to say, just give me a minute? He'd rather spend 40 days with Satan in the desert. 40 or 30? It's 40, right?
40.
Yeah, I don't know why I was saying 40 or 30.
Long
But that's what
time.
happens right now. So let's respond. Let's respond emotionally right now. Well, no, hold on a second. It's just like when people say, let me guess, you're going to say you're not racist because you have black friends? Yes.
Next there.
That's a perfectly valid reason
Next.
to point to, this person's probably not a racist if they had black friends their whole
Down.
lives. Also, what are you going to offer your prayers? And, yes. Why? Because there's not much else I can offer you at this point unless I'm directly in your community, which would be comfort, supplies, what you need, helping you in a very physical way, in a pragmatic way. Outside of that, if we're across the country, that's all you can truly do until figure out
Reload some forms.
and actual
And then log
solutions
back
based on truth, not a lie. So the claim is that the assault weapons ban would have stopped this. The truth is, of course not, right? The vast majority of firearm murders in this country are committed by handguns. And by the way, we don't even know which murders committed here used a handgun, because there were 3 guns, which we'll get to, and one of them was a handgun. And one of them was a pistol, meaning a handgun caliber 9mm carbine. So there's just, it's hard to parse the lie. So rifles account for about 3%, or 408 of the 13,000 firearm murders. That's from 2020, according to Pew. Firearm murders, right? Homicides, 13,000 the year of 2020. That's
408, that's it.
But that's 408 of the 13,000. But 13,000 in a country, are we at 330 million right now, or is it 350 million? That's an incredibly low number, to be clear. And then when you take into account that most of them are inter-gang related, you realize that You are
All
not
right.
at risk
Click on
of a firearm
employee
homicide
login, log back
statistically
in.
compared to other risk factors, which, by the way, the left conveniently ignores.
But this rifle looks more scary.
It does
it's
look
easier
scary.
to demonize and say that's the problem. If we just get rid of that, we'll be
Why
fine.
does it look scary?
It's large.
Absolutely not.
I'm not gonna
It
say it.
What are you going to say?
It's black.
Yep.
Oh, how
Come
dare
on, I wanted
you.
him to say it so then you could play the card. Guys.
I bobbed.
Well, I'm racist too, you know.
No, I'll tee him up for it. I'll tee him up for it next time, and you guys can chastise him. Here's another truth that we all know, right? The cities with the strictest gun laws, of course, have some of the highest murder rates, and not just the murder rates, but also violent crime rates. Do we have the Chicago mayor clip from CNN this morning?
Hmm?
No, we're not. Oh, really?
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
It was around.
Yeah. Click on eDocuments.
Central.
Was it the candidate?
The candidate for mayor. Yeah.
Click on the green button there.
Don Lemon this morning, and he goes, "Well, what do you say to people who say that you would like to defund the police?" He's like, "That's a lie." Then they show a clip of him. He's like, "I will defund the police." Yes. And they cut back to him.
Check the box.
So you guys can find it. I'm sure you guys can find it. So let's see if I'm going by rote. I heard this while I was in the shower with my Bluetooth speaker, and I was like, "Thank God I had a drain." I was pissing myself laughing. Yeah. It's like, "I will defund the police." And it cuts back to him, and he's like, "Well, what do you have to say that you said that there?" He's like, "Well, what you are failing to acknowledge, Don Lemon, is context." And he's like, okay. The context was Barack Obama said that his son would look like Trayvon. And so I was saying that if my son looked like Trayvon, would look like Mike Brown, that, I was talking about the context. And this would mean defunding the police? Correct. Ain't nothing gonna change. Vote for me.
Sir, your son does look like Trayvon.
And guess what? When I'm there, he's still gonna look like Trayvon. Ain't nothing gonna change. Vote for me. Because then he goes into like, oh, we have to do something about guns in Chicago. We have to have more gun laws. Yeah, because you can't find gun control laws in Chicago. Come on.
Okay.
95 murders in 2022.
Up here where it says other names, put N/A.
They'll try and tell you, oh, all the guns come in from Indiana. Oh, I went down to the shop that was Crown Heights in Indiana. You guys can watch that. Hidden camera. The gun shows there.
Yeah. And then under apartment number, do it too if you don't have one.
Trying to get you to believe since I believe 2014. We did this video in 2017.
Well, I mean, just expand on that though. Okay, well, so let's say they're coming in from India. Okay, well, Indiana
Stop,
has to
man.
do it, and every surrounding state has to do that until the entire United States is done. But now the guns are coming in from Canada, so we got to do Canada. Now the guns are coming in from Mexico, so we got to do. Your solution cannot possibly be implemented.
Yeah.
If your problem is guns are going to come in from some other place that doesn't have the kind of strict gun laws that we need, the cartel's probably going to see an opportunity, and they don't exactly have somebody stopping them at the border. They're going to be bringing the guns over and selling them in the United States, and we're still going to have the same problem. Please, another solution.
It's kind of the same logic they use with masks. Everybody's got to wear the mask. It doesn't work if everybody doesn't wear it.
Yeah, exactly. The cartel crossing the Rio Grande, like, hey, bro, stop. We gotta go back. What? They have a sign that says no guns, bro.
Oh, no.
What? I know. I thought they wanted all it says no guns. I don't know what to do, man. Oh, we better go back. Oh, boy. They got a sign outside of our hands.
Yeah, whatever country south of Mexico has to do it. Whatever country south of that has to do it. All the way down through frickin' South America.
Hey,
Won't work.
It's a long line all the way back. Are there any other signs we should know about, bro?
No drugs.
There's no fentanyl. No, there's no fentanyl sign. Bring in the fentanyl, bro. Let's have a party.
Sorry, it's just so easy to debug that. Come on.
Gun control. For murder rates, St. Louis, Baltimore, Birmingham, Alabama, Detroit, Dayton, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Kansas City, Memphis, Cleveland, all have Democrat mayors, just to be clear. Yep.
All right, and then right there, right above the gray spot, you check that box. Versus right here, employee signature.
It's funny because you're twins.
Hit okay. And scroll all the way to the bottom.
So is someone going to help them? They clearly have a severe stutter problem. Like,
We'll give you the
like, I'm in hell! I can't get out my butt!
handbook too.
The OCD count. Oh, I have to count the cracks on the sidewalk every time I miss one. One crack on the way home.
Yep.
Count your ex-wives. Now, another claim that you're going to hear is the AR-15 is to blame, right? This is something this was trending yesterday. Before the bodies were even cold, AR-15 was the top trend. AR-15, gun control now.
Immediately.
The truth. Give me truth. Well, there's a lot of truth here, but no, it's not to blame for everything. Again, it's not a through line. If you look at all these shootings, not all the victims were shot by an AR-15. Not even all the victims, as far as we know, in this shooting. Maybe none of the victims were shot by an AR-15. We don't know, and that's how irresponsible. Do you know how I know the media is irresponsible? Washington Post, the shining beacon of journalism that they are.
Mm-hmm.
On the day of the shooting, Washington Post published 7 articles about the AR-15. There's a cough button, but I'm using it as a burp button. Sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah, just get it out of your system. Right.
You know what? Here, before we go to this, let's hear what they're saying on CNN.
Yes.
Let's see if we're
I
going
think
to
this is the vice mayor.
The vice mayor.
More than I have at this
Mustn't
point.
be afraid to dream a little bigger, love.
this investigation is going to go on for a while, and we're going to take a look. Again, the police were so busy
Okay.
yesterday trying to deal
So the
with
federal forum here.
and following up with
Put how you claim now. Do you claim how many you claim? Okay, same thing. So just 8,000 there, yeah. And then tab.
for the next week for a while. The city, this very city,
And then you check box step 5.
We're not used to stuff like this.
And we shouldn't get used to it.
They'd already bumps it over.
The responding officers.
Let's see what leading question they ask at CNN.
What they did.
No, the federal forum, they changed it up. It's
This shooter dead.
the state forum will be different. It'll be the number.
It was a 14-minute response time. I'm talking just in general.
Okay, so including yourself. Okay, that's correct. It assumes yourself on the federal forum now.
But could it have been better?
Yep. And step 5, you just check the box.
Yeah, those are on campus. Yeah, exactly. Or somebody. Yeah, it could have been preempted. So, okay.
And all the way to the bottom, past the worksheet. The worksheet is
Washington Post had
has blanks to put info in, but it doesn't do anything. So I don't even know why it's on there.
Words, and it was filled with all kinds of motion graphics and fancy editing, which means that the Washington Post held back these articles waiting for.
And technically, you're not new because you did work a couple of weeks. So under number 5, you'll check no.
Now, I'm not saying that everybody is colluding together.
And then under number 6, you'll put the 5 there for you plus the
with a
4.
Democrat White House. We've known it going back to Journal List. Some of you may not know. Check that guy on the chalkboard there.
In line 6, yep.
The one who broke it. Journal List was the
And
White
then
House, was the
line 9 is where you say
working directly with journalists and reporters in order to help guide or directly send them what stories to carry. Washington Post is one of the worst offenders. Okay, this is well known.
That's
so,
it.
Washington
Go down and
Post,
click finish.
certainly a friend to the White House. If you go back to Jim Psaki personally calling them out and encouraging them how to, I guess.
All right, that's good. Where it says pending review, it just means I have to do my portion here.
And they all came out
You're
the
good.
same day,
I'll
and they
log
had
you out.
animated and motion graphics.
Good to go.
At the same
All right.
time that Joe
Grab
Biden,
that.
being,
I'm just fronting back on those 4 forms.
was
There's some
saying that
pens
we
up
have
there.
some kind of assault weapons ban and blaming AR-15s. How did you all get on the same page so quickly? And why did you hold these articles back? Almost seems like you're an opportunist scumbag.
Yeah, and blaming something that you didn't even know was the cause of this.
This is important too, because here's a truth that I think is very important. And by the way, maybe lost on some people. So I don't want to get too nerdy in the gun side. And actually, maybe
Matt, the uniform's pretty simple. They do require safety shoes or boots,
I'm not going to show you a bunch of,
steel toe or composite. Jeans are fine for pants, as long as they're not holes in them. For like
going into the active shooting scenarios was not
black, blue, whatever. As long as there's no holes in them, because they don't want any exposed skin or loose frayed, material to get caught in the machines. Then the top is just a plain white T-shirt.
Gone through, and that's if you can find the AR-15 missile on YouTube. If not, your best bet is to go to blackout.com, and you can find the archive video.
No sweatpants at all. No sweatpants. No.
That's not true. But
you guys ever apply to, huh? Jeans or even like Dickie type work pants will work too. The canvas work pants.
Have you checked the exit wounds? How do you know? Because we know that
if you're on any assistance or any release while you're on, like if you have a food card or anything like that, I would call Carrie over at Michigan Works. She has right now. She's got it. And she gets funding to be able to help you get boots and stuff.
It seems to have been confirmed. It's a Kel-Tec sub 2000. It's a
yep.
So that right there.
Well, she's working with DHS.
By the way, someone just rudimentary.
She can get jeans, T-shirts. Sometimes she can get bus passes.
Before the shooter went into the room, it seems like that might be where the first.
Okay. Well, it's actually she goes out. You go out and pick it out and take it to the service desk, and she goes out and pays for it, and you come and get it.
And that again is the Kel-Tec sub 2000. That is not an AR-15. That shares nothing in common with an AR-15, other than that it's black. That's the only commonality. To be clear, it fires 9mm. To be clear, most of the handguns in this office, in this studio, are 9mm. And to get nerdy with you, people talk about the AR-15 ballistics. It is what is it a difference of 1,800 feet per second? So can someone get me those numbers? I know that a 9mm travels. I think you're looking at about 128 grain bullet, traveling about 1,100 feet per second. With an AR-15, you're over somewhere in the 3,000 feet per second category. So you can't have it both ways and say the AR-15 is the most dangerous gun ever just because of ballistics, and then wrongly claim that everyone was killed by an AR-15 if it was a basic 9mm. Well, what do you do now? You have to ban all handguns.
That's what they want.
Yeah. It's not about the AR-15. And this is why you can't. People say, "Why do you mistrust your institutions?" Now, I'm not saying that this police chief was lying. Okay, to be clear, what I'm saying is he doesn't know better, and so the misinformation starts with something that was innocent enough, it was an accident, and then the media runs with it as though it is fact, as though this is irrefutable, as though it is gospel. Here you go.
We know that she was armed with at least 2 assault-type rifles and a handgun.
Yeah, Gerald's telling me it's going to be a long show.
Oh, yeah. Just
well, you know what? Leave a comment. Or, you know what? Hit like right now if you understand it's going to be a long show because we want to get to mental illness and big tech.
And make sure you get a Rumble so you don't miss anything. So at some point, we are going to tell YouTube to piss off. I look forward to it.
Let me know if this is helpful for you. We're trying to go through get to the ins and outs of everything.
Yeah.
AR-15 rifle, style rifle. That means black. That means black with a pistol.
They've added style to it to just have like a catch-all. And you said just a second ago that they wanted to ban. They're going to actually ban handguns. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
That's what we've been telling you for years. This is not about AR-15 style rifles. This is about every single handgun, other than maybe a long rifle or maybe the shotgun that Joe Biden advised you to go shoot in the air.
Pretty much all rifles are long rifles.
Yeah. Who was that guy that made that statement? Said they are.
Right there, that was a police chief.
The only time I hear any cops call AR-15 and assault rifles, like when I'm watching SVU.
Yeah, exactly.
That show. It's like
or political candidates.
What was that show with Kiefer Sutherland? Was it Lone Survivor? Lone Survivor.
Right. All right. You see the last part here.
God. How could he have made that shot from 600 yards away? He didn't use just any gun.
Good, looks good.
It's an AR-15.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Basically, your handbook, all the information you're going to need when you go to fill out the questions portion of this. It's supposed to be a copy of that last form you signed there. Go job description. This one versus print, sign, and initials in the top line there. I don't know why there's 20.
This is all.
Here, I'm just acknowledging I've given you that you're going to follow the rules where it says employee, print, sign, and date. I do the bottom here where it says training. Read these rules, sign, date, print, initials. I do the bottom where it says training. And then the questions. Okay. If you can't find the answer in there, ask. I'm not telling you. Okay, it's both.
Where's your solution? Rep Maxwell? Where's your solution?
Yes.
I didn't see anything in there other than grandstanding and trying to get a clip on social media to
Let me
make sure
take a
that you
peek.
get elected again. I didn't see a solution proposed, sir.
Yeah. Same side argument. He's got I think he's like one of the youngest guys in Congress or whatever. He's like a young guy, so he's doing all the typical stuff.
Yeah.
He's seen all
Yeah, some are pretty silly.
That's what he's doing right now.
Yeah, and he said we're being bought off by the NRA, but y'all didn't
Yeah, well, from your earrings.
You bring up that point because here's the truth. Okay, the NRA spent $2.6 million lobbying officials in 2022. Pharmaceutical industry, $29.2 million.
Bingo.
The blue brush question is whatever one I missed. Everybody misses. It's kind of a trick question. The blue brush is for the machines, but the conveyor belt itself is considered a food contact
2.6
surface.
versus
So
20.
it's
That's 10 times the amount.
That's a lot, man.
But I know what you're saying. Like, yeah, but it's not as pernicious. Do you see the result? Well,
pouch lands on the ground.
Is
It
that
goes into an
mRNA?
animal feed container.
Not too good.
That was like one of the
Actually,
red
it's
or
been
yellow.
after about 6 months, they say.
The red or yellow bucket.
I give
Yeah.
blood like every 2 months, every 8 weeks, something like that. No, every 6 months. You'll die if you did every 2 months. No, well,
No, he wouldn't.
every
Impact employment.
Would be the fastest thing on 2 legs.
Every 10 weeks, and I still have
Yes.
antibodies for COVID. Yeah, I had to check for it. Yeah. Like,
Okay.
Because you had COVID, not because you got the.
Yeah, I still had the antibodies.
Yeah.
2 years ago. Yeah.
Yes.
Did you get the vaccine?
Oh, fuck no.
Well, that's not bad because people might be like, oh, the antibodies.
Yeah. Would you want
get it,
to
still have
schedule?
antibodies.
We're getting kind of late today. Do you want
I
to
haven't
set up
checked
for
my
tomorrow?
antibodies, but, you know what? We should get an antibody test for anyone in the office.
How about 1 p.m. tomorrow?
Do we have the clip of driving?
Yes.
I guess. Okay.
All right,
So here's
good
something
enough.
else that I suspected too. Well, before we get to mental illness, and by the way, in this case, we are going to get to gender dysphoria, right? Transgenderism for the
Good.
uninitiated, as we discussed.
No food in your locker. There's a place in the break room for it.
One and the same. One of my suspicions, though, when some places reported that this was a man, and then I saw
That's
the
good,
footage
though.
of the shooter driving in the parking lot.
So do you have
Watch this.
the stuff you need, or do you want to
You
try
see
and
this? And
contact
then
Carrie
right
and see
there,
if she can help you
I
with any
said,
of
no,
the
I have to get up over anyway because
Women do not take turns that way. That is the work of a deranged
Alright,
woman.
so-
Hold on.
Not
You
who
can't.
my worker is,
Hey,
but
you
if you have
can't
the
do this, Steve.
number,
You can't.
phone numbers
I
are
wanna
right
get to
there
transition
on
this.
the
Yeah,
bottom
we
of the
got that. We
poster.
do mental-
You can just write it on the back of your
Hold
handbook
on right
there.
now. Sorry. I'm sorry.
I'll be back. Mental health.
This can't keep happening.
What's it, fun?
Yeah, what, fun can't keep happening? No, the homophobic insults. That's never happened. Once. I've got complaints in here from Cheryl, from Tim, and from Ginger Snap.
What? When?
He said yesterday at lunch.
yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to do it so I don't have any weight.
Have you seen the way that he
Shirts,
eats corn dogs that he brings in for lunch?
clothes,
If anything,
nope.
he saw.
But I might have some. The guy has.
I'm actually getting funding. I'm hoping it hits me because I actually had a donation. Somebody donated some funds so where I can go out and get some for you guys too. I won't even have to mess with Carrie, but it's not supposed to hit me until Friday. But Carrie, I mean, she's got.
No idea that we were making people feel that
I mean,
way.
it's funding that's already allocated, so it's already been taxed for us.
You will have some towards Bruin by Friday.
It's like if I.
What do you mean?
You say you will have some towards by Friday.
Secretly, like,
I'm hoping to have the funds to where I can go out and get some for some folks.
artificially
Let me know. I got some boots.
helicopter each other. Well,
Right. You need to call. Do you have a food card?
Once again,
My wife does. I'm pretty sure I'm on my
Yeah, call Carrie.
Wait, that's not sometimes it's not even on the brain. It's more so like it's in your face and it's in our face. Where it's just I don't know if I'm watching. A shake
Wait, what size do you wear?
Me
Size you wear?
too.
10 and a half.
I don't think
I have one pair here.
with kiddos, which I think is distasteful, both
Nine.
ethnic as well as
Little feet.
That's what it's appropriate.
I know a guy that's got a pair of 11s. I can contact him tonight.
Okay, well, let me know. The best way to do it is to send a text to the office number. That's because if I'm in the middle of something, I'm not.
All right, look, we have a lot more. I realize we have so much
Yep,
to get to.
yep.
Break.
734 number.
I'm
Yep.
looking at this next segment, the mental health issue that everyone.
And it's the number that's on there. Yeah. I mean, I want you as soon as you're able to.
Yeah.
To set a date, I'm gonna set
It's
a
gonna be
date
like
with you.
UNHR a second ago. You hear a lot of beeps.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it is a whole free month, Monday through Friday now.
You want to set a hard date for Monday?
No, I mean,
It's up to you, man. I don't. What I don't want to do is have you start and then have to take some time off to do stuff.
Families, communities,
Monday?
so that we can actually have these discussions.
Monday
Cannot
is
do on YouTube, which is why
the
everyone hit
3rd.
the like button, comment, whatever. But head on over to Rumble because we've got another at least hour of show.
23.
Because YouTube, you're not gonna let
I'm shooting for as soon as you're able to.
Okay, so you guys said tomorrow if we're ready.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I've done this in the morning and had some people start on second shift. So.
Okay, I got you. But, you know.
Yeah, no. As long as I let them know you're coming. No, man. Get your stuff taken care of. That way you don't miss any time after you get started.
Okay.
Yep.
See, that'll be nice because then Friday too, if we're gonna have an appointment, I can use part of the
Sure.
day then, you know.
Sure.
Well, thank you so much.
All right. If anything, right now I've got you down for the first or the Monday, first shift.
Just let
The whole studio's empty.
Go up and come around the back.
No, the building is on Telegraph.
I'm glad.
It's the address. If you flip that over on the back, it's the underlying address. Yeah, it's right. It's not far. It's not that far. No. This is just the mixed plant.
Hey, hold on a second. It's the lady on CNN.
It's right next to Paul's Collision Center, or Enterprise Rent a Car there. So it's not far. No. Yeah, you're what over off of Fifth, so you're not. You're kind of in between. So.
What I'm saying is give you that reference piece, but as part of that, we have to.
All right, man. Anything changes, please let me know. But right now, I will be sending out an email of the ones that I have tentatively started. I will be sending them your name today. But if things change, they understand. But just let me know.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, are you talking about other temp agencies?
No. If things change as far as with you, start date. If you're not able to start that date, let me know. That way, it doesn't look bad on you. Okay.
Tell me.
All right.
10 years ago,
Yep.
that USA Today will be apologizing on behalf of the officers for referring to a woman as a female. I'm like, oh, okay, come on.
They're never going
The
to send
slope's
that.
not that slippery.
No.
What, the common Astroglide?
Yeah. It's Christmas vacation sledding.
Yes.
Slippery, my friend.
The cereal garnish. So, okay, here's the next flight. Okay, as we move on to mental health, which is something that everyone talks about. The trans health care saves lives.
3 years ago, my daughter made it clear to me that she was trans. At the time, I had no idea what I was supposed to do with that information. So I left it up to her to tell me what she wanted.
What if she wants ice cream every night for dinner?
I can take it. And now it's time to get some professionals involved. So today, I'm heading into London for our first appointment at a gender clinic. I have no idea where this is going to go. I know this ride is going to be fun, but my daughter's happy, and that's all that matters.
No. That's not all that matters.
No.
Her happiness right now. Hey, how about her ability to reproduce in the future? Huh? How about her ability to live a happy, fruitful, productive life in the future?
Yeah. But by the way, how old do you think that kid was? Because
how about her ability? How about her ability once she, developed? How about her ability to climax sexually as an adult in the future? Look, let's be. I'm not
639.
Sexualized children. What I'm saying is, you are allowing children. They're not at the age of consent for sex, but they can make a decision that will change their sex lives as adults forever.
Yeah.
Forever.
That looked like, I don't know, maybe a 7, 8, 9-year-old child. And the reason I'm saying that is because that wasn't the beginning of it. In the beginning, he said, my daughter told me.
It goes to the office phone, but you can text it as well. And that does go to my cell phone. If you text it, I got an app that pulls the texts off of the system.
We were in the same room, and then my parents, we were moving.
That's what I prefer. If you're not going to be able to make it in, or if you're calling off, or if you're even running late, just text that number. Well, just things happen. Just text that number. Say, hey,
Jordan forever. and they didn't say, "Oh,
I'm not gonna be able to make it in today, whatever.
Oh, you're a stupid
Okay.
kid. You don't know anything."
Well, no. I mean, we all hope that, but life happens to
Yeah,
people.
kids cannot consent to that and say the kid wanted this. No, the kid cannot walk into the doctor's office and get this stuff done.
The front page is where the top line. You don't have to do it 20 times. I don't ever understand why they have that form with all those lines.
Now, do we know if this kid is the biological daughter of son?
Yep, every week.
By the way, too, is
Like
look,
next week with
if
work.
you're gay, you're trans, you forfeit.
Right. It's not a whole check back. The way it works is
They just want to
the work week does. It starts on Monday and ends on Sunday.
Household, they said. But you're starting to see the lies, and this doesn't mean that a child is better off being an orphan than having gay parents. That's not what I'm saying.
But if you're using
there is a
the pay card,
disproportionate
they give you a pay card.
Well, that's what I'm going to show you.
IP parents who then have
Oh, what you have?
Yeah, but I mean,
No. Let's see what you have.
So the claim is that trans healthcare is healthcare. When we're talking about mental health. The truth
Sometimes, depending on the type of card, that it's only assigned to one employer, so that's why some of them can be universal.
Here's another truth for you, because you're going to say that's just because they're mistreated by society. Yes, it's society's fault. Post-operative transgenders, they're still 19 times more likely to commit actual suicide. The suicide rate, the attempted suicide rate, does not improve.
Gosh, 19 times versus the control group.
Right.
That's crazy. Unbelievable. The stat you gave earlier, now I just want to go back to it because people maybe missed it. It was in your opening monologue. American slaves didn't try to commit
Jews
suicide.
in Auschwitz.
Jews in Auschwitz. That was the one that, like, both of those are like, you think of the worst possible scenarios where you're like, just, I want to end it to end the suffering, right? Those are the two that come up. Maybe there's a couple of others that people come up with. But those are the two that
No, it's SIM card.
Is it?
Yeah.
Cool.
And that's still.
I still got to pull the deposit info. No, the card doesn't matter.
No, it's because it's under pressure. Well,
Wait, has it been activated?
No, nothing.
Then
Their experiments, you look at girls, you look at those, it should have been, it's like,
Let
okay,
me
put you in a room
copy
with a male bathroom
your
and a
info with one
female
of these
bathroom.
cards. That way,
But you have to
yeah,
be
it's it won't work.
How about that one bullshit argument they always come up with? Affirming care is like
It's the exact same thing, though.
Yeah, that's what they did.
I think everybody's been using them too because they go through Fifth Third Bank.
Just because a kid go and kind of treatment, it affirms them.
Yep.
Who's going through it.
Yeah, and if you go to one of their ATMs, there's no fee on
Their
it.
lifestyle, who they are as people. And by looking at this biological, this man, he says his daughter, I can totally tell he's a possibility that he's gay and he's living through his son. Oh, yeah.
Hunch.
He's going, yeah, I got gaydar.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that's how gaydar works. You're just looking. That's like queer vision.
I think you love that word queer, don't you?
Queerovision.
Queerovision.
I'll never forget that when he was on CNN. She was going queer. I was like, yeah, we was walking into a hotel room and there's Steve Pratt on the big screen. Yeah,
okay.
He's like queer. People was like, oh my god.
Wrong guy. I'll take his money.
Okay. Same card. It won't let you activate it until the funds. Probably your first check probably hit Wednesday night, Thursday morning.
They're on Rumble. Good for you. Smash that Rumble button. This is, I gotta tell you, this feels.
You call me and you say, hey, haven't hit yet? I'm gonna tell you.
Oh, we can say that there's a mental illness.
Because some weeks I'm just gonna find out Friday. Yeah, I mean, I same thing with me. I have part of my check with the bank, which never is Friday.
Yeah.
But the other one, the rest of it goes to a card. And sometimes it's Wednesday, but I know if I call or payroll, I say, hey, I didn't get paid that.
A lot of times, you spend a lot of time in that house.
Well, you got to do your research.
The control.
Yeah, some weeks, things get backed up, things get messed up, so it doesn't go in as early as long as.
Don't worry.
It will hit. It will hit, though. I guarantee you.
Truth, by the way, there's also another study that exists, and we make all these available. Some right-wing.
I don't mind to call it. It's just like there's nothing I can do.
Much higher among female to male transgender dysphoria patients. And by the way, sex reassignment did not reduce the number of diagnoses. Here's another truth. Criminality is shown to increase from female to male transition. Here's another study for you. Female to males, but not male to females, had a higher risk for criminal convictions than their respective birth sex countries, which makes sense. And by the way, maybe you don't see the same aggression with males to females.
All right. If you need anything, just give me a shout, man.
All right. Of history on it. But it makes sense because you're putting testosterone in a female. I mean, we do this with animals, right? If you put a man, people talk about roid rage, which is largely a myth. But if you're talking about increasing testosterone levels to super physiological levels in men, right? We need to separate between like testosterone replacement therapy, which old men use. And by the way, I highly advocate and find a good doctor.
Let me see what you got there.
Keeping you at normal is very different from super physiological levels the human body could not produce.
That's for you to keep.
I was wondering why
testosterone injection.
Yeah.
It was a few things I didn't remember. But
we have anywhere from 10 to 20 times the amount of testosterone that women have. And by the way, the female
my
body doesn't know what to do with it. Just like the male body. You know.
No, I just had to go through.
What's one of the first things that bodybuilders do or athletes want to do? Not only testosterone.
Hey, you guys both work here before, though. So you guys, most of it's common sense. If you've been there for a day, you pretty much know most of the answers.
Cancerous. Yep. Depression, not only for men, by the way, but women if they have elevated estrogen. One of the first things they put you on is an aromatase inhibitor if you have breast cancer.
You gonna try to get higher?
We know what it does to the human body. The human body tries to reject it, and then of course the behavioral issues that come with that. Yeah. For the same reason, by the way, that men, often older men, if they get testosterone replacement therapy, it eases symptoms of depression, right? Because men have lower testosterone levels, that often decreases their drive. It decreases.
Actually, if you just show up every day.
Yeah, if you just show up every day, you good. Like
if you want it to happen immediately, yeah.
Nah,
she may keep you on temp for a month, an extra month.
They're very symbiotic. They can almost be used
to prove your commitment.
So men with low testosterone
Looks good, man.
Call you in early.
I don't know about that.
We know it makes them more aggressive.
Yeah, had no chance to kind of.
It's overtime.
Yeah, it's overtime.
Through time, right? I can't cross too many lines with you. Like, jump me. I'm more speaking of the Twins.
So what day?
It's called white boy.
What day you shooting for?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys told me.
Tomorrow's the 29th, right?
Actually, the only two people that I've ever been jumped by in my life are both white, so that's not true.
That's bullshit. They were thinking you know it.
There are plenty of black people.
All right, you're good to go, man.
What time I gotta be there? 5 a.m.
5 a.m. Oh wait, do you need a pay card too?
Yes, sir.
5'2". And then I was kind of jumped around Times Square. You know, they're like selling M&Ms for the basketball team. And what happened was I was a kid and we were there for this was actually 2001. And I was like, oh, they're like, yeah, 225, whatever. So I only had a 20, and I pulled out that 20, and it was just a hail of black hands. Just give me that money, give me that money. And I looked and, and one black guy did his thing. He felt really bad. He went, hey man, and he gave me the whole box of them because he knew you're not getting your 20. Oh. But that is anecdotal.
Did you then pour them on the ground so that your receivers would
threw it on the ground?
So he's 5'2", huh?
No, that was the guy who met me. That was for Interpol team in Montreal. Different story. But no.
Oh my God.
By the way, something else that's important is regret detransition has been reported in at least 8% of people.
That seems low.
And you know people are not.
Right. This is the largest study that I know.
Get your handbook.
If there's something else you can send it.
Don't forget your handbook.
And here we actually have an exclusive, by the way.
Yeah.
We're going to have a whole
Thank
package
you.
from South by Southwest.
You, sir. We'll go over that with you. You keep the.
I use that term loosely. At South by Southwest, here is a gender reassignment surgeon.
Gotta upload his card real quick and then we'll go over your stuff.
A lot of people would argue the number is higher, but that's the baseline. That's the minimum. Here at South by Southwest, the expert, a gender reassignment surgeon, no one else has seen this yet, Marcy Bowers, denying that detransitioners even exist. Haven't we heard about denying existence? Well, here you go.
There you go.
That's just.
I didn't write the study.
That's not true. It's simply not true.
That it's not a
You want to make it believe. You want to make us believe that there's these troves of people around that are regretting these life-changing decisions. We spend our lives, our whole lives, trying to be who we are told we should be. When we finally are free, we never go back, and we're never going back.
That to say that low cold does not exist. And I'm not trying to offend. I'm trying to ask, what is the proper case? Is it just all gas, no
We
brakes?
don't, in medicine, we don't use case. This would be an example of a
Hey,
person
Doc,
who
you
needs
good? I got a
It's
job.
not- that was in medicine. We do not use case reports to dictate statewide or national policy.
I used a study to open.
That's
It would be the
salacious.
Salacious.
That was like a trustworthy surgeon. It's like, by the way, today you're going to the person performing surgery is a mop.
Yes. Also, the assistant, the Joker.
Yes, exactly.
You'll leave with a smile on your face, we promise.
Yes. And
Pouch. If a pouch goes on the ground, it goes into an animal feed container.
I thought that. I wasn't sure. I just wasn't sure.
So you do need a card too.
No, I wanted to.
You got info?
The reason why they're so biased and they don't want to turn back is because they're seeking
Perfect.
validation through these other people. They're not taking into consideration of facts. People actually do make decisions and they regret them all the time and they don't want to accept that.
Imagine that right there, the expert on a panel saying, no, doesn't exist. Well, hold on a second. This largest study that exists says that 8% nothingness.
That's salacious.
Are you trying to use dark magic? I am.
Mm-hmm.
I am.
I can tell by your voice you're crazy.
Don't say that. I sound like a beautiful and brave woman.
Oh, you a crazy bitch. Calling you out on it. All you motherfuckers in here are crazy.
I'll be back. I have to go use my medical annihilator for 2 hours. Let my fake vagina close up as a wound. I'm never going back to the shackles of penisdom.
You know what? I never understand that once they get one of these Barbie pouches. Yeah. The whole they say have to dilate. I mean, what do you mean dilate?
It's basically like a medical dildo that they have to use repeatedly. Otherwise, the male body closes it up as a wound.
Yeah, why don't they just use the butt plug and just walk around with
I mean, it's like that.
Yeah, they use that too.
Yeah.
So people walk around in a butt plug where that nuts used to be?
No.
I mean, that's
the general
yes.
gist.
Yes.
You know what's crazy to me about this?
Other than that,
everything.
Okay, you get that chopped off.
Yeah.
Okay, I get that. They're going for
What
your
app
ass.
is it? Cash App?
They're going for your ass anyway. Why you?
Yeah.
They want to add. You already got it. You already got.
Okay, all right.
You got a man-made vagina.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know that.
There's a way to where it offers to like send an email of it. I can go take you through that. I'm pretty familiar with most of these
I don't
apps.
necessarily know that I can confirm that science, but let's assume it's true.
Let me see what you got. Oh, Fifth Third.
I'm never going back. This dilator is freedom.
Crazy.
So here's another claim.
Always got to keep my finger on it though, because
trans bill is
people's
what is
timers.
responsible for the
That screen
virus,
lacks
right?
quick.
So let's blame the trans
Yes.
bill. Here's the truth. The shooter was 28.
Hey.
Dummy.
And apparently had already been undergoing some kind of treatment
They
one
have a
way or
bunch
the
of
other, or had the
vetting
opportunity to, whether they had fully taken advantage
Well,
of
not
that.
only that, but you actually wanted to.
Yeah,
here's another truth. The media is completely misrepresenting the Tennessee actual legislation.
Basically, one of the headlines that I read, and actually they've got the quote here for me, so thanks, guys. Tennessee's legislature gives trans youth 1 year to detransition, right? So they're saying this is the reason for the violence right now. And if you're going to push these arcane bills on transgender people, of course they're going to be violent, wouldn't you? Well, when people say detransition, they think, oh my gosh, if somebody had a surgery. And I even had that thought this morning. I was like, look, if you've had surgery to do this, I disagree with everything about this, by the way, right? I understand that. But if you've had surgery to do this, I'm not telling you to have another surgery to undo it, right? That's not what's going on here, right? When you talk about detransition, you're talking about like puberty blockers and hormone replacement, all the therapy that they've got there. It doesn't mean a surgery reversal. Let me read you something, and this is from the ACLU's argument. So you know the ACLU is filing an argument against. I had it printed out here. Basically, they're saying, and this is rich. I'm just going to read it to you. See if you can find the fallacy here. So Tennessee Governor Bill Lee signed into law today a ban on all forms of gender-affirming care for transgender people under 18. Watch for this. Putting the government in charge of making vital decisions traditionally reserved to the parents in Tennessee. They're trying to push that and say, oh, no, the government can't make this the parents. And then what do they do to the parents when they don't give gender-affirming care to kids under 18? CPS is knocking on your door because that's child abuse.
And by the way, everywhere they have been able to pass it, sex change surgeries, operations, they're covered by the taxpayer. Look at San Francisco. It's never about personal choice. Isn't it interesting that
You said tomorrow?
never say something's right
All
or
right,
wrong?
man.
The only time they apply a moral
First shift.
between an animal
Start date 3/29.
hold on a second. Is denying your biology an act against nature? Could we consider that? Is transitioning children or
anything?
children drag shows sexual?
All right,
Is that-
good to
no,
go.
you know,
Yeah.
everything is nuanced. Guns, evil. Birth control. If people deserve
They
birth control,
just do the card, yeah. They got the old system still. When you get hired in, then it's by your fingerprint. But yeah, stick around, get hired in, man. And it's a decent job. I mean, everybody that is pretty much in-house there started this way. And
Guns are
most of
amoral.
them are doing
Guns
pretty
are
well.
amoral. This is a fundamental difference in our worldview, by the way. Guns are amoral. I can use a gun.
When they get the
rape
butts,
a woman,
when they
use a
start
gun
bumping
to stop
people, is that
women
gonna
being
be one
raped.
of the butts
Money
that go to second
is
shift?
amoral. That's
You
another thing.
tell them that you want to go to second
Raising
shift
taxes is always the
as soon
right
as there's
thing.
an
If you're
opening.
wealthy, you should pay more. That is all the
Yeah.
so now we have
Yeah.
a absolute. Guns and money, by the way, they're exactly the same, that they're completely amoral. I can use that money to go buy crack, or I can use it to help somebody who's poor, or I can use it to feed my family. There's nothing immoral about guns, and there's nothing immoral about money. There is something immoral about child abuse, sexualizing children.
She said she can help with some hands.
Sometimes you can, as long as you're on like a food card or something like that.
The left, right? The far left that is
Maybe.
pushing this. Or the
I mean, her number,
You're
her number's
aiming
right
to go after
there.
kids in an
The bottom of
environment
that
where their
poster.
parents can't protect them anymore because you're taking away
Carrie
parental
Grau.
rights. You're saying at the school we can do
Yeah, I
this.
mean, she'll
Or
be able to tell you whether or
some
not she
of the
has,
freaks that
you
we've
know,
shown before.
if you
I
fit
love the freaks
the
right now. Some of the freaks
fit
that
the
we've shown
categories
before
for the
saying,
funding
hey,
that
I've
she
created
has
a safe
for it.
space on Patreon so that we can talk privately. Your parents got it wrong, right?
And then
That's why they're
Patreon
doing
removes
stuff
you.
like this, because parents are being forced into this. But here, let me just say what the law actually says, right? Under the new law, trans youth already receiving gender-affirming health care as
Yeah,
of
if you
July
show up
1st,
in the-
2023, will
without
have
jeans or
until
Dickie
March
work pants, they're
31st,
not going to work.
2024 to stop.
Okay,
right?
you just
You're
would like,
receiving
yeah, no, if they
this
can help
care,
you, yeah.
You have a year plus a
Hey, the
couple
money's
months
already
from
been
now
taken from us.
to
Might as
figure
well
something
use
else
it.
out that you're going to do to stop,
In our
right?
taxes,
And
so.
then if you're receiving medical care by July 1st, you can't start.
Yep.
That's all it is. You're telling me that that's enough right now. Like, oh, if you just don't push people in the transgender community, they won't go and shoot up schools. That's it. If you want to go somewhere else, by the way, California, get on a plane, go there.
Yeah.
If it really is that important, by the way, this person's 28 years old. We already made that argument. This person's not being forced to do anything.
And here's something else that's important to know. You hit on that point. Is the don't push them, and they don't apply to firearms. Right, where conservatives say, well, hold on a second. If you make firearms illegal, only people who choose to procure firearms for illegal activity will.
All right. Matt, you're lucky. I was so busy. I would have yelled at you. Agalos just doesn't understand. All he sees is the propaganda from other countries, man, or from our mass social media. He thinks
We'll have
because that's all they've been told over in Europe, that, you know, we take away your guns, everything's going to be okay. And now they're making everybody in Ukraine grab.
Now that's not, oh, if you push them by doing, this will be the rebound. Theirs is the same argument, but they say, well, if you push people by not allowing children to be on puberty, then they're going to get the many, then they're going to kill people. They're going to react by killing people. So
I got to heat up my sandwich.
No, what you do is react to well, hold on a second. If you don't allow women to kill their babies legally, they're going to do it illegally, right? Now we're 2 steps in, and it's still your fault. Whereas we say, if you use a firearm illegally, that's your fault, period. You're the one responsible. You need to not do it. And the government needs to have a law to make sure that person does not do it, and they are punished. They say, well, I think if you create this law, that's going to push people, and then they're going to really break the law, and then that's really your fault. Oh, now we're back to a moral absolute. What about the moral absolute of cutting, of basically, you're castrating kids. There's no, we're on Rumble. We can say castrating kids, turning them into eunuchs. Yeah. And by the way, let's talk about some of the reaction here.
Yeah, we got some tweets.
We have the stats that you have on transgender individuals, on the suicide rates, on the criminality with women to men. But let me give you some, examples to put a finer point on it. Here is someone threatening Tennessee legislators, saying, "You let me know where I can get my hands on rice, and then we're in business." Another said, "These people forcing youth to detransition have names and addresses." So
peaceful lot.
Yes. And here's the truth. This is a pattern across the board that you can see statistically, but certainly when you have a trans day of vengeance that exists out there, if you tell people that they're being exterminated and that there is genocide, guess what? If there was an actual genocide against any group, it would be right for them to violently rebel.
Yes.
It would anyone here fault the Jews for rebelling during the Holocaust? No one. Hopefully not. But that makes sense. They were actually committing genocide against you. Whatever you can do to make sure that they don't, to make sure that they wish they pick somebody else. And by the way, here's something else too that I want, and then I'm gonna have to go pee, so I'll let you run these clips. But and just I get that the Nazi comparison is tired, so I'm not making a Nazi comparison here, but I am asking you to do a thought experiment. Okay, and this is why we are living in an age of just unprecedented evil. And this is why I always say that the gender lines, male, female, man, woman, it's more important than taxes. The reason why is this is something that they have pushed for. Okay. If you can get an entire, the populace to disbelieve an irrefutable reality, you can get them to believe anything. Let me ask you this. Let me start with this. If you can get people to actually go along with you and say, yeah, there's no such thing as man or woman. It's fluid. If you can get people to believe that, you can get them to believe anything. Let me ask you this. Do you think that Hitler, when he started with this, right, he always used some kind of a false scientific argument. He said that Jews had communicable diseases, right, that were being spread among the population, and they needed to be contained, which of course was a lie. But is that, which is propaganda, is that any more of a stretch of a lie than to say that men and women aren't a thing? So you wonder how that happens. You wonder how people get othered so badly. You wonder how and I'm not saying, by the way, not trans people, the people who say, wait a second, I still believe that men and women are a thing. Imagine Hitler trying to tell them, like, to all the Aryans, like, here's the thing with the Jews, they don't even believe that men and women are a thing. You have men they're going to come for your children and they're going to cut up all the cocks, and they'll be like, stop it. Okay, now you've gone off the deep end. We will miss you with the communicable diseases and they were, money exchanges, all that, but you're going to cut off our children's cocks. Okay, now that's unbelievable. You've gone beyond the pale, Hitler. You always overreach. You flew too close to the sun on the wings of absurd propaganda. Oh, come on, they're going to put on fake penises on our daughter. Even I don't like the Jews, but they wouldn't do that. That's absurd. Is it any more absurd? So it started with getting them to believe that the Jews were unclean, that the Jews were unhealthy, right? That the Jews could cause this kind of harm. And there are little tests to see how far can we push people. How much can we get them to believe or disbelieve? If you get society to say, everything we thought, like men, women, male, female, all of the biology textbooks that exist, it's not a thing. Let's just integrate prisons. Well, hold on a second. Why did we not for the longest time? Doesn't matter. That's a hateful question. Irrelevant. Yeah, you know what? Hey, now when you go to the doctor, you just pick. You tell them what you want to be. Like, well, hold on a second, but why did we not do that? Why was it the doctor who determined if you were male or female? It doesn't matter, but we did it for all of time, though. Yeah, it doesn't matter, though, now. Doesn't matter. Just ignore that. You can get people to do that. You can get them to believe anything. And too many people have gone along with it. It's not true. It's not true. Doesn't mean you hate your children if you don't let them eat ice cream every night for dinner. Doesn't mean you hate your children if you don't let them watch whatever they want to watch. Doesn't mean that you hate your children if you tell them to be back before dark. And it doesn't mean that you hate your children if you don't let them get on puberty blockers or a sex change. It doesn't mean that you hate your children. It means that you love your children, but you love your children with truth. And there's a reason to, when you actually look into the biology, you look into the science, you look into the hormones.
I doubt he did. Aglos is
into the net drain on your mind and your
pretty
soul
thick-skinned.
when you've gone through a transition that doesn't actually function.
And everybody knows Matt.
Anyway, and you lash out. And you see it statistically, and we have some examples, like in New Zealand right here. Last weekend, trans activist goons, I don't know what the proper
I think that's
masculine,
good enough.
feminine.
Yeah.
Goons applies across the board?
I think so. Okay. That's fair. No HR for this one.
Not to be confused with the Gwyneth Paltrow gang, the Goops.
Oh.
Throwing vagina candle Molotov cocktails. They attacked some women's rights activists. Here's for irony.
Jeez. That seems like a lot. Yeah. Very peaceful one. I mean, we've talked about this too, right? There's a lot of people who get very violent about this, and they're not. It's not just this, right? So in the UK, police arrested lesbians who fell prey to trans activists at a pride parade. You guys are a part of the same alphabet soup.
Yeah.
I thought that there was. Now I know that Dave Chappelle did that bit about the T's taking over and driving in the car, and he was 100% correct. It appears as though the lesbians now don't even have any protection, or gays. You're just too normal, I guess.
Yeah. Now, that was in New Zealand, right? Or was it Australia?
New Zealand.
So
Okay.
New Zealand was the first clip, and then the UK arresting the lesbians was in that was in the United Kingdom, obviously.
Yeah, I heard about that lady that just happened in Australia. She's like not against trans. She's just for women's rights. And then the trans just showed up and like kicked out of some event. I'm like, she's not even anti-trans. She's just for women's rights. And they treat her like that because I guess they're real women. Doesn't make any sense.
No, I mean it never does when they have stuff like this that's going on. But with the trans activism, like I don't. It's not simple, right? It's not like they're just saying let us not be killed by people because we're trans, right?
Yeah.
Let us not be discriminated against people because we're trans. This whole problem starts when they start indoctrinating children and telling them, and something as simple as this, right? So a lot of us have kids in this room here. I don't have school-age kids yet, but thank God, because there's so much going on right now. It gives us time as parents to kind of figure out.
Actually, he's from Greece.
It's not fun. No, that's absolutely true. That's a good way of putting it. Not fun. Yeah. But basically, your kid now going to school, my son, who's a couple of years away, could go to school and have his teacher say, hey, there are no boys and girls. Yeah. Okay, so that's the first thing that dad's going to have to explain when he comes home. Hey, this kid over here who's gay, this kid over here who's lesbian, this kid over here who's non-binary, this kid over here who is transgender, that's all totally fine. And maybe if you're confused, you should explore some of those options and really find out which one fits you best. Mm-hmm. My impressionable kid, who, unfortunately, this is how insidious this is. I've spent a lot of time telling, hey, make sure you listen to your teacher. Make sure you pay attention to what they tell you to do. Make sure you follow the rules. These are the authority figures in your life. And I'm trying to train my child to be able to listen to the direction of the adults. And the adults in the room are preying on them.
Yeah. Lots of stuff to play after
that.
this.
That's the reason that this is a line in the sand. It's not that trans people can't exist. Fine. If that's happening, we need to have the mental health conversation. We need to have a loving, open, honest conversation about this. I'm not going to bother you over there, but you're not staying over there. You never were staying over there. Right. You're coming and trying to take over culture. And so that's when we have to start fighting back, again, metaphorically, right? Not saying that you got to pick up stones or anything. I think we have another clip here in just a second where somebody actually disagrees. Yeah. And thinks maybe it is another exclusive.
But first I want to go to this white broad on CNN. I guarantee you she's adding value to the situation.
Yes.
Are you going to take time to take care of yourself and help process that you lost a good friend?
Yes. We're some of my colleagues and I are going tonight to speak to the parents of the Covenant School at a church, and then going to the school tomorrow to be with the kids with several other counselors from the community. So I feel like probably once all that's passed, I'll finally be able to do that.
I hope you can. Tell me about tonight. So you're meeting with how many families? And not the families that lost their loved ones, is it?
I think it's open to all Covenant families. So I don't know how many families will be there, but I would imagine.
I've noticed that there've been a lot of soft pedaling on CNN today, and I think it's because they desperately want to avoid the issue that's at play here.
Yeah.
The who and the why, where it's just like, hey, and this is, by the way, I'm glad to say it. This should be the case with all shootings.
Yeah.
Free Shield and more. But there was a very
financially
reaction yesterday, and then they went, ooh, this one
do this for me. Play this scenario out. White guy shows up.
I think it's pretty much
an all-black school or very close to it, right?
I don't know.
90% black school. They go to his car
socialist
and they
country
find
now?
writings and postings and a manifesto about
I don't know
racism.
how.
How quickly, and if you think that's crazy, go to the Buffalo shooter. The Buffalo shooter that had that kind of stuff. It wasn't a school. It was, I believe, a grocery store or something like that, where he went and shot, and he had tattoos on his arms that you could see in the video, and he had other writings and social media. It was all about that. It was every single bit about that. But this is trans, and it's a Christian school.
Yeah, and by the way, I also understand people say, well, there aren't that many trans shooters. Yeah, because they make up less than 1% of the population. Let's be clear. That's what we're talking about. As a demographic, if you support red flag laws, if you're saying we need to look at mental health markers, then, of course, it would certainly qualify. You're not going to have transgender individuals be the majority of anything because they're such a small percentage of the population. It doesn't mean that the conversation at large regarding mental health, it's just we can't keep talking past one another. When people say we need to bring down the temperature from what? What have we done? What have we done? What you just think if you sit down and you hide and you go, oh, maybe if we don't pass any legislation, maybe if we don't fight back, they let them transition our kids, maybe then they'll go away. It never happens. It never happens. That's why I just don't agree with people.
You never bring down the temperature, you're just going to let people walk all over you.
Yes.
Yeah. They're doing it to women right now.
Oh, I know. And by the way, here's an exclusive from South by Southwest. And this is the stuff that we see behind the scenes, of course, and people which we can't necessarily always prove clinically or we can't prove statistically, so we don't always bring it to you. But again, it's South by Southwest. Here's footage 2 weeks ago. Trans woman, I don't know if it's the same person from before, openly admits to craving more violence.
I've spent my life trying to be a peacemaker and a conciliatory kind of person in a quest for some kind of justice. But I'm beginning to wonder, is it time to pick up the damn bricks? Is it time to start throwing stones? Because I'm mad as hell.
People are going to have to speak out because there is going to be a battle. And it isn't just trans people they're coming after. They're coming after anyone who is queer or different. Believe me, this is just the beginning.
The only thing I care about is the kids. When you become 18, I don't give a shit what you do. We're not going after trans.
All that work, and the client just
No one's
rejected
But if you
the
also
big
say,
mouth.
since the beginning of time, we've said that mutilating your genitals and doing
Apparently, he
this is not
threatened
necessarily
one of the
an
supervisors
indicator
before he got
of
fired.
Good mental health.
Yeah.
They say that is coming for you.
Yes.
That's eradication. That's genocide. What? Because if you had your way, people wouldn't be trans. They would actually live as their biology, and that would get rid. And so that is a genocide. It's like, you mean so? Basically, genocide is they were born.
Love it when people lie to me.
Yes. The research team sent in a before and after pic of that doctor speaking in the clip.
Oh boy.
Oh, I want to see this.
Whoa!
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 Yeah.
No way!
That's my kind of woman right there.
Hey,
and this is her now, or him.
Sure.
Now. And I will say him.
Yeah.
Cougar. That's a man.
Yeah.
Damn cougar right
Well,
there.
by the way, is it like your musical taste in that like your trans style you freeze at the moment that you transition, or it's like, hey, you're a real beautiful woman here in the year 2023, but you still look like Linda Ronstadt.
I just prefer the style.
Yeah, I just prefer the style. They call me the fox.
Oh, boy.
No one calls you that. I call me that. Okay, then you're the fox.
You're the fox.
Here's another that they make. The trans aren't coming for your kids. Okay. Here's the truth. We could go. As a matter of policy, you know that it's true. You have all the references. Let's roll a clip of Jeffrey Marshall.
Yeah.
I want to talk to.
He threatened.
Hey kids.
When he was terminated,
Hi,
he
kids.
threatened.
All right, that's
Hey kids.
All right.
Well, he was terminated for threatening supervisors. He lost his mind out on the line. The guy that was the most vocal just now.
I won't say what I was thinking.
Yeah.
You go.
We have one more clip of a creepy teacher, I guess.
Happy Pride Month, friend. I've always considered myself to be an inclusive educator, but it's only been in the past few years that I put my words into actions. So at the start of a semester, I asked my students for their pronouns, a reminder that they are not preferred, but they are the pronouns that we should be addressing them by. And I also asked them to tell me if I can use their pronouns in front of the class, in front of other teachers, and when I come home, because everyone is in a different part of their journey, and we need to be able to respect that.
There is no different part of the journey, period.
Yeah.
Okay, you're born, that's it. Very, very, very small percentage might have like intersect conditions, Klinefelters, okay, but again, even them, they usually end up making a choice.
Yeah,
and it usually gets assigned appropriately. And by the way, why does that woman, I don't think it's a trans woman, why does she look like Mrs. Doubtfire, like mid-transition, then match me a matchmaker, match me a match?
Yeah, women usually don't like to show up their forehead like that. Yeah, they keep some bang. Yeah.
Jeffrey, what's his name? Harvey Firestein to be there. Like, well, what's the difference between being a real female or a trans female? It's been a long day.
It has.
You were about to say something, Joel. I'm
I
sorry.
was going to say, no, that was the Jeffrey Marsh clip. That was later on where your parents got it wrong. I've created a Patreon so that we can talk privately.
Yeah.
They got it taken down, right?
No.
It's on TikTok. They don't take stuff down unless it's Winnie the Pooh stuff
or from Taiwan.
So she's got a Patreon to talk to kids.
Well, that's the claim in the video. It was either that one or another one where it claimed that there was a Patreon set up so that you can talk to me in a more private setting. And I think at the beginning of it said your parents were wrong. I'm like, oh, good. Like every Disney movie where the parents are idiots. Thanks.
Does the tranny's defense hold water? No. The tranny is wrong.
I love that word, tranny.
Are you sure?
No. How can you be so sure?
Tranny.
Not to mention your fake metallic cock. All right. So, I hate this right now. Here's the thing. These people need love and these people need truth. But here's the problem. At one point in time, someone would say, I'm a woman. Now, it's all amplified by a few companies, right? In big tech. This is why that's, the gender issue is the most important, I would say, subject on which they're trying to change your mind. But as far as the most important issue, policy-wise, that from which all of this flows,
so now you're going to tell them not to
companies
show
who've
up.
decided, right? Here's what all of this is, okay? Let me just sum this up. It is a lie that is agreed upon. And it is a lie that is agreed upon by some very, very powerful people who were unelected but benefited from people who were supposed to be elected, who then create favorable policies and legislation. That's the only reason that big tech is able to have the stranglehold that they have had. We're so excited about you guys leaving and going to Rumble. By the way, hit that Rumble button if you're on Rumble right now. Leave a comment because it's nice for them to see comments there. Just as much as on YouTube. It makes YouTube shudder in their little glittery boots. So the big tech policy is you can't talk about this there because trans people are an officially oppressed class.
Who police say identifies as transgender. That news has already prompted some attacks against the trans community. KPRC2's Bryce Newberry picks up our coverage from here.
Demonstrators at the Texas State Capitol Monday fighting against anti-trans bills being considered by state lawmakers as news broke that the Nashville school shooter identifies as transgender.
Oops. Okay, here's the truth. Trans right now are the most protected class in America as a matter of social media policy. Let's look at the Facebook hate speech policy. You can't post, here's some of their policies, certain objects, women as household objects or property or objects in general, which is weird. Black people as farm equipment, that seems specific. But then transgender or non-binary people as it.
That's the perfect pronoun for them. It. That's why we have the pronoun it. I can't get over black people as farm equipment. Holy shit.
Yeah. How does that work? Who did that?
Yeah, that must be a horrible fucking person.
That was a horrible John Deere campaign.
Holy shit, we have came a long way in this country.
Nothing runs like a deer.
Yes.
Look how strong that boy is. We got a good back on him.
We don't know. We apologize for our aggressive. We thought it was going to be like our Pepsi challenge. We thought black people's farm equipment was going to turn this around for us. We couldn't know.
It was fucked up though.
So, and by the way, these policies are in place to protect trans grievances. Like, again, you have love for these people, but it's a lie that's agreed upon. Here's the montage.
All trans and non-binary people know how difficult it is already to access healthcare without facing discrimination and humiliation. I got into a bike accident a few years ago. It's always like a lot of these like really small, like tiny.
What the hell does that have to do with the fact that you're trans?
You had a sex change and started asking.
Did you not tuck your fake phallus in your socks?
You know, I was there to get my finger x-rayed. I think I was also mostly desensitized to it because you know, I knew that something like that was probably going to happen. I was once examined topless
Looks
and
I was going to say, yeah, Brian Selfish slept with a muskrat.
Needle inserted directly into my nipple repeatedly with the door open because the person didn't want to be alone with me. This constant having to explain yourself and getting this like look of disgust. I was also told that when I
Pause. Do you see what is discrimination? Is an involuntary reaction from people. This person who was having to stick a needle in my nipple where I look as a man, but I have a vagina. This woman or this man was uncomfortable. It's just like the other day, TSA, there was some trans story like, oh, this person, patting down, and I was trans, and so they saw my, I had to pat down my balls. Yeah, how do you think the woman felt about it? The woman at TSA. Do we not think about them? Why is it only you? Maybe someone who says, oh, my next patient is I gotta stick what in your nipples? I'm gonna keep the door open. Maybe they have the right to be uncomfortable.
Yeah, but you entered the one place where your fantasy world dies.
Right.
Medicine. That's where it's supposed to end. The fantasy you can live out in life fine. You walk right in this door and it's like, well, no, there are differences between men and women, notably the fishing tackle, most likely. Yeah. And we're going to be looking at your estrogen levels.
Yeah. Hey, that person, that was literally a balding bitch.
That's the thing. And they go, I'm a man because I'm bald. Doesn't it great? It's a stereotype of a man. You're living the stereotype of a man. You're living the stereotype of a woman.
No man buttons his shirt all the way up like that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, unless you're you're a cholo and it's only the top part.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
But there aren't as many of us because they say no guns. So let's look at the YouTube policy. They suspended us specifically for talking about trans rapes in women's prison. Here's the email from YouTube directly. On September 30th, Mr. Crowder uploaded another video that YouTube has determined continues his prior conduct.
Wow.
It's for you, YouTube.
It's been going on a while. The video contains a segment that targets the transgender community in an offensive manner, for example, by indicating that trans people pose a rape threat to women. No. We talked about a trans individual who was a direct rape threat to a woman. Why? Well, because he sexually assaulted a woman.
Yes, and they're in prison together.
Yes.
Because men who are not gay will become gay in prison. So if there's a female and you can be like, I'm a female, then you get to go over there and you're not gay anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, they never,
snatch I could want.
Yeah, they never use that argument with white people when it's a mass shooting, but they use.
It's almost over anyway. Crowder is. Let's just start. Yep. So yeah, the guy that was just here, apparently when he was terminated, he told the woman that terminated him that he was a god. She didn't know who she was fucking with.
I have permission.
Just a petty woman.
They have it on file.
Not in the public,
I'm going to talk to the clerk.
Not in
Listen,
the public area.
give me my stuff,
If
bud.
you're gonna videotape in a public area, you can.
You want to steal my stuff? I'm calling the police. Can you call the police? Call the police, yeah. You're stealing my stuff. He's stealing my phone. You might want to know what you're talking about. Can I get my stuff, please? This guy's out of control. This is why I record, to catch crazy stuff. This is my stuff. Nobody's gonna steal my stuff. This guy's nuts. Trying to be cool here.
Turn off your camera, you're not gonna get help.
I need to talk to the clerk and go through the file. He doesn't know what's going on, so don't listen to him.
You don't have to be videotaped.
Yeah, you do. You're a public servant. So.
There's no videotaping in the public area.
Oh, there is, actually. Listen, the.
Would you like to see the Supreme Court order?
I know the Supreme Court order.
Like recently?
I know it. I know the whole thing. Okay. Rule 19 says we can film anywhere, and you have to get permission inside the court, not in public areas.
You cannot videotape anywhere in a public area.
That's not true. You might want to. You might want to check yourself. I've been to the Supreme Court 5 times, and the state police get called, and they say he's not doing anything. You can't stop him.
Well, I'm telling you, you are doing something, and we are going to stop. You
Good
can't
luck.
videotape in a public area.
Okay. Oh, good. I'll take this arrest all day long. This is going to be such a good lawsuit. Okay, Peter?
What you tried before?
What do you mean, like I tried before? Do you know my credentials? I won a lawsuit against the state of New Hampshire in federal court once already, pro se. Go Google me. Go Google me, boy. Go Google me, boy.
Nobody's going to help you until you
I help myself.
So I'll do it.
What?
I'll videotape.
And you can do it too.
You can arrest me. I'm not asking for any help. I'm just videotaping in a public area.
Can't videotape in a public area in court. That's just.
According
to Rule 19 and 54, you can, and it can't be denied either.
Recent Supreme
Court decision, and what's the law?
As of what date?
What's the law, sir?
Peter, as of what
What's
date?
the law?
Because we
The
were
Supreme Court decision.
Supreme Court decision is not law. Supreme Court, the judges cannot create law. Judges can't create law without the legislature. There are 3 branches of government. There are 3 branches of government. They can make rules, but they cannot make law. Oh, I already know the rule, okay? And that rule has no force of law. There's cameras everywhere. We're all being recorded at all times in public. So I don't know what you think you're going to do. Sorry, he's exciting me. You guys know I'm cool when I'm not getting harassed by this guy. It's only this guy that ever gives a problem. I record everybody all the time. See, they know. Talk to them, Peter. He's ready to have a heart attack. He's hyperventilating. He's very, very amped up. He's making me nervous. See? And I've already filled out the form a bazillion times. And it's called the First Amendment, bud. Hey, Peter.
Great.
Have a nice day. See you later. I will. I'm going to get you on a civil suit for violating my rights.
What I just
It's
posted.
a pattern. This is a pattern with you. No, I'm
I
promising
don't even
you.
have Brooklyn up
Threatening you,
anymore.
I'm going to sue you.
Isn't he the one that pushed Monica?
He's the one that pushed Monica. He pushed Therese.
Oh, Therese.
Therese.
Yeah. That's right.
Nut job. About to go live. Get the phone calls going.
Well, it's not Brooklyn's link. I'll drop it again, though.
So,
absolute defiance.
All right, try to help me here. Let's see what we got to do. Fill these out. I should probably go over here real quick because we got to do some filling out. So we got some subpoenas here. 32 hours. Clinton Street. All right, Concord.
And then it says here, so this is where he will sign. Technically, the mediator is up there? Nobody's here, so I actually. Okay. No, I actually, so. They set it up on their own, have like a Zoom? The mediator sends you a Zoom? All right, I'm sorry.
So we are subpoenaing the executive council members. (32 Clinton Street). Concord, New Hampshire, March 31st. You threatening me? Look up the criminal threatening statute, Bob. See if it fits. I didn't even say fuck around and find out yet. I don't think so, no. All right. Almost done. So we're also calling the governor.
The governor.
32 Clinton.
What? What do I need to tell you?
See, they got an A+ last
for
time.
Lupper,
but he just
these
failed
are
them
just
on
breakfast
this one. I know, I can't really
sandwiches
fail the whole
from Speedway.
Everybody.
It's been
It's
sitting in
just
my
him.
drawer all morning.
He gets a big fat F.
Going to eat some
Same guy. Yep, it's a pattern.
tacos over it.
It is scary. He gets me nervous.
I got hours before that happens.
He really gets me
3
nervous.
o'clock.
Because you can see him. He's like,
hello, governor. Mal ain't been on today, has he?
Yeah. Mentally stable. I mean, geez, people think I'm right. What's the law?
I just wasted a money card on him too.
Right.
I only get a few of them.
Yeah, I mean, unless there's something new from the one that they've been using, which I guess it is possible. The new one? Have you seen the new one? Just recently. Let's get the state police here. Embarrass his ass. They will check him so quick and educate him.
Nah. They'll probably throw you down.
No, this, yeah, because this is on New Hampshire State Hospital.
Touch your butthole.
What they call it. I think inside they would either call sheriffs or state police. They probably have a special unit for camera filming people. They probably. Yeah, you can film.
And I know as a former UCLA worker, that's what they told me. They had every right.
Harry Reese, you still there on Rumble? This is 6 watching.
Right. That would be weird. All right, so we got the. Oh, let me put the case. I just got to do the case number here. Shit. Do we have that? Do you have that over there?
What's that?
The case number for
Which one?
the New Hampshire 9 thing.
The 1013 one.
Yeah.
The 1013 one is. Okay. 429.
429.
Dash 2021.
2021.
Dash CR.
CR.
Dash 03654.
03654. All right. Cool. 429 2021 CR.
Do you want to subpoena on another one too at the same time?
3
Because they weren't there.
654. Yeah, I know, right? That's going to be fun. I honestly want to see that one go to trial too, just so I can.
Well, that's, you can do the subpoena for both of them and just say that the hearing has not yet been scheduled. Can you do that?
No, I think we got to have the hearing.
Separate one.
Yeah.
Well, they're saying that the hearing is scheduled for the 31st.
Somebody on Rumble was asking about seeing this Mayorkas testimony in front of the Senate.
Don't forget your integrity. Don't forget your integrity. Don't miss out on your opportunity to do the right thing as a public servant.
What is that, Matt? I don't even know what area, where he's at. Where is he conducting business? Part 1 of 2. Good defiance.
429 2021 CR 03654.
Flip versus Gunwood.
So there's 2 parts to this.
That's the most recent.
What's
New Hampshire
filming?
Makes sense. I did hear him mention that earlier.
This includes filming and audio, recording police carrying out their duties in public, such as traffic stops.
Oh, okay.
Any a government official, and a paid employee is a government official. And I know that because I was a government official, and that's what I was told. They had right to do anything they wanted to do.
Okay, all right, so we got these ready to go. And then what are we trying to get? Oh, we need to get the complaints on the bootlicker thing.
I would get every single.
The whole on both cases.
On both cases.
So we're so we got this one and then this one, right? 0254. And
they
all
should
right,
be able to give you a complete copy of the file.
all right. Yeah, so we got these 2 cases here. No, I got them. I got it on this amended complaint thing.
And you're gonna file a motion. Do you need the motions from them?
Yeah, I don't have a blank one. And then, so what, a motion to continue on the bootlicker
Well, I would
thing?
ask for at least 2 motions, blank documents. And then you can decide based on what you see in the public record on what you want to do. Whether it's a motion to continue, motion to dismiss, motion to revisit, because clearly you did not have your 10 days to file an objection.
Right. Yeah. So you did good. That was
Freeman's
a
got a
great
new video,
timeline. Everybody, Russan did an awesome timeline here of everything between multiple different incidences that they're trying to weave together, and it's very hard because some things they're like multiple things that happened in the same day.
On purpose, most
On
likely.
purpose. Yep.
Most likely.
For sure, but they definitely, statute of limitations should be up on that, past the 90 days. So that might dispose of that.
Of course, he's just.
So interestingly enough, my printer is blocked.
Let's see if I can find it. We'll come back to this. Last responders live.
Yeah, and you see, oh, so you know where Peter fucked up, messed up, excuse my language. He told that lady, you don't have to be filmed, you don't have to serve him. So he denied me. He got her to not serve me. All right, we'll see. Well, she came up to, and he was like, do you not want to be filmed? And she said, oh no, and walked away. It's like, she don't have a choice.
That's the first time I've ever had to take this off my person too.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, what could possibly fit? We go straight over this, but that's not it. Just straight over this. I guess that's weird. They still do this.
I mean, that's like something guys in prison use. And they don't work very well. They fail all the time. They'll snap.
Well, and I look like someone in jail.
Yeah. Oh,
I
for
don't
sure.
even know if they still even
You,
sell
you
them.
carry them in your under your tongue.
And I hadn't even gone through the thing yet, and the alarm started going off.
I might have. I don't know if I
And then
was
they
there.
said, no, you weren't definitely.
Okay.
And then they said, oh, it's your button. And I'm like, well, that's interesting because that's not, that's a plastic button.
Weird.
And they're like, no, it's definitely a button going on.
Huh.
I'm like, I hadn't even walked through that.
It's got a tracking device in it.
I hadn't even paid it. Well, I do have that little button thing on it. When I started using it, I had it.
Hi, how you doing? So I'd like to see the court record on this case and on this case here, and we need the clerk to sign this for us if possible. There's some subpoenas. So yeah, I need to. Those are all subpoenas.
On the same page?
Same case.
Okay. Hold on one second.
Thank you so much. See? Pleasant transaction.
I didn't enjoy being recorded, and I was a case manager for the state, but they made it very clear to me as a case manager, not anything.
Yeah.
Anybody who takes money from the state government in any way, I wonder if that applies to like people on welfare and stuff too. That'd be interesting, because the statute is anyone who collects an income. So if they consider pension or social security or any of that stuff an income, which they do for tax purposes, that means any and every one of us can be recorded. Well, I know.
Is your paperwork back in case your support doesn't serve these, it's up to you to serve?
Right. It says to get a signature here.
Yeah, the court doesn't, this court doesn't do those. It's up to each clerk, and I choose not to do them.
You're choosing not to?
Yeah. So you just have
Is
to
there
get
not
the
another
date.
clerk, or can I go to the Supreme Court?
Probably. Check it out with them and ask them. So what did you want to see on this? You want to see the actual complaint?
Yeah, because the entire file, because the original complaints, I have these amended ones, but there was two previous.
524.
So you want to see a better file on both?
Yeah, on both if
So
possible.
This is the one with the amended complaint. So that's the amended complaint. So it didn't like change to a different complaint. They just amended this one.
Sure, but there was previous ones.
Yeah, and that's the previous one.
No, there was another one before this. Hold on, let's see this one.
It's the other. If you're looking for more complaints, it's probably in the other file.
Yeah, the first complaint that was ever on filed when I came. Where's that one from?
Probably this one because it's the 21 page.
Yeah, yes, right here. I was here this date, and then somebody marked this for me because we were here and the charges were never filed.
Okay.
But there was an original one on file, but this is all I had.
All right. So these are the ones. So originally, way back then, right?
Mhm.
They had 4 others. I think there were 4. Maybe 2. They had 2 other disorderly conducts.
Different case numbers?
That they no cross those, and then they.
I need copies of those for sure.
No cross ones?
Yes.
Okay.
As well as the original complaint from November 19th.
Okay, perfect. So this goes, all right. So this one, these are the 2 that were originally filed. The court received them on November, I'm not to read the date, yeah, November 5th maybe we got them in? Yeah, November 5th. So there were these 2 which ended up being no file.
Well, let's just get copies from
On these 2. And then, are you all set of these, or do you want copies of these?
Can I just look at them real quick?
Sure.
Thanks. Let me see.
Let me see.
Oh yeah, so these are the
Okay, this
yeah,
one.
no, these are from
No. Hold
no,
on.
this is from
Hold on.
oh, what's behind it?
Yeah, I want to look at all of it.
Disposition. Yeah, there's nothing there.
Okay.
For
However,
after the fact.
However, I think it's important. I think it's important to get the entire record so you. Can
Okay,
see
yeah,
the-
can we get copies
you
of
can see
all
the,
those?
All the when they received
Stamps.
it, etc.
All right, that's it?
And then
So the
what else
entire
was there?
record of both those of both files.
I can't give you
Yeah.
the entire record today. You mean saying you want everything in here? You'll have to put that in writing. I'm not gonna be able to get that to you today.
Okay.
Okay. So how long, what,
So
do I have to make
which-
an appointment for that or something?
So which case is that?
And that's for the, when we have a trial on, well, this is the other thing. I have the 3rd day of trial for that case coming up,
For the
For the-
2021 case.
for the October 13th thing, for those 4 charges. And then I just, because this thing was just amended. Well, again, they sent me the trial for the same time in the same place on this. So I have 2 trials at 10 o'clock.
It's kind of like both cases are scheduled at the same time.
Yeah.
That's how they've been running. Both
Well, and that's not okay, because then when I get there, they pull one of them and it's a game. These are separate cases. They need to be tried separately and treated differently. I can't be doing 2 trials back to back and not knowing which one I'm going to do which day.
Isn't necessary that they're both going.
Oh, they're playing games. This the whole time. All the notice has been games.
It isn't that it's expected for you to go back and forth between the if they're both cases that are scheduled at the same time, and whichever one gets called or whichever one you.
But Judge Keating said we have 2 hours to put onto those 4 charges. So prepare for that. So I'm coming for 2 hours and I'm out. It's not going beyond that if it has to get extended. But so how am I going to do anything with the other case? Thank you. Please.
Can I see what those are again? So I can
And
see
then
the
could you
dates
give
on
me
them?
actually all of those, even the amended ones, markings that are on there? I want to get all the complaints and the original ones and the ones that were null prost.
This is a duplicate. This is an exact duplicate.
Well, but it says purposely and recklessly. So there's
But
the
this is-
same exact charge, but
this
it's
is
purpose and reckless.
2021. Okay,
Yeah.
that's 2021.
These are all 2020.
she's helping me out a lot.
Okay, so my question is, with regards to the 2022 case, I'm looking for the criminal complaint.
She's got it.
from
She's getting it.
November.
This thing.
This
I know
is-
the other ones, the original ones,
want
she's
the
got it. She's
original.
getting them. She has
Yeah.
them. They were no pros. She's gonna get them. Yes, we got that. Is there anything else we needed?
The 22, there were just two of them. I'm not sure
Yep.
what you're talking about.
So that one, and then the ones that were no pros, you said.
That's the 21 case. Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, hold on.
Thank you so much.
But that 2021 case, they're going to
That's the
say-
original one
Hold on.
that I was here
No,
for.
No, because he
On
said
the
November,
14th.
no, because they said November 5th. They
I know
did.
that. I know that. I know that.
No, and
I get
and
that.
they had both case numbers, and that's
It's all messed up.
right, exactly.
I know, but we'll get copies of it and we'll figure that out after.
And put it in writing that you want a complete case record.
Yeah, so so we need 3 motions. We'll get 3.
and
I gotta-
Request for complete case record, 2 days on such and such and such and such,
Set up a Netflix account.
both cases.
So yeah, but that's an important piece to have because
Because what she's saying, I think
No.
what we're gonna find.
Why? Is it my beard?
There is no complaint.
the original one,
Before March 25th, there is no complaint.
Oh,
Because
sure.
it says right there, no charges were filed, so there is no
Right.
complaint.
But
So
there
you
was.
were arrested illegally.
They didn't file them with the court, but there was some, and there obviously was filed with the court. There just wasn't nobody there to prosecute it, so they said it wasn't filed so
No,
that
I
they
don't
could
think
buy
they-
time.
I don't think they ever filed the charges.
I don't know.
I think they arrested you illegally on November 19th because they never pressed charges. Because it says on January 14th, there were no charges. Charges were not filed. So you
Right.
were arrested on the 19th and they never charged you.
Right, November 9th.
Filed a
And then,
complaint.
but those things said, and maybe it was 1-5 when they were filed.
We'll see.
We'll see. It could have been 1-5 because the slash next to it might have been, or 115.
That would be funny if on 114 it didn't.
That would make
exist, and
sense.
115
The
it
115 it did. Boom. Oops.
But you never got notified.
Right.
So I believe that they never filed charges. I believe.
All right. So probably not.
March 25th, not filing charges. And the-
Well, they had me
and they
taken
kept
away by
prosecuting.
some other guy, and I got this other state trooper got stuck with me. They brought us. They told us to go here, and I sat in the car handcuffed. He actually opened the door, and we were just talking with the door open
That's
in
actually-
Hello.
in the Sally Port for like an hour.
Good.
And then that's when they said take him to
That's
Valley
actually-
Street
that's
in the
actually
record.
Sure.
It's in the record. So they had me here, sitting here for like an hour.
It's not-
No, I haven't sent it out yet.
One case, which has the no fraud complaints and then the other complaint.
Okay.
This is the 22 case.
Yeah, sure. That's how you want to do it. That way you'll have everything together.
One of them being, one of them.
All right, man.
Right.
Scribbled it out and I changed the date on your folder, and I will let them know at the end of the day, or whenever I get ready to leave today, that got you and that other
So those are
Matthew
interesting.
ready to
All
start.
right. So there is some new documents there.
All right, anything
And
changes,
then
just
this
reach out to me.
is- Hold on. And then this is,
Bye.
what is this? Where are the null pros ones?
I think they're with this one.
In the back. Provenza. Oh, is it this one?
I'm looking, no, it's all 1013.
Yeah, no, this is all 1013. I didn't get that. That's not in here. This is the original. Yeah, these are all 1013. Shut it down. Shut it down. We're being arrested. Yeah, no, there was something in there that you said was null pros. This I have.
This one.
Yeah, it's not in there.
Yeah, right here. It's no fraud complaints.
But
That
that's
was
on
right.
1013.
1013. I'm talking about the original ones on this case. There is an original one that you showed me that was null pros from 2021.
No, 21 had the no pros, the two no pros ones. This
All
one had the two no cause ones.
Okay, so
22, Jeff has two complaints.
Well,
One of them that they amended here by changing
I
that
don't
one
really
there.
told that because I
He didn't
lose the
have
car
anything
because
else.
it was my,
Just this one did.
shop.
okay, so it's this case number that we're looking for, which
Yeah,
is,
I think that was the
Okay.
1119,
Yes.
yeah, that's.
So that's
Yes.
fine. And
but
and I
but the
applied.
Yeah.
only
Just one
but the
week
only complaint is
for my,
marked
work,
March
for
25th.
1 week.
And
So
he was
that's
arrested
the
on
reason why I
11/19, and he was supposed to be arraigned on January. So we're looking for the complaint.
That I
That's
was
the
here.
one you talked about here.
Yes.
You talked about the
Right, so
deputy
this
clerk had
paper
written
Friday.
that he came in that day, but the complaints hadn't been filed. Then they
Right, there
must
were
have
no
ended up-
charges.
Then they ended up coming in on February 25th
Okay, that's what we
for a
need.
court date of March 25th.
Correct.
That's what we need.
We
is
got
the
that
record
one.
of February 25th.
So this one here, and then they changed it to this.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
but
no.
there was an original
They
one.
didn't, hold on one second. They didn't change this to this. They amended this. There were
Right.
two.
Yeah.
This is the one they
Gotcha.
changed right here.
Well,
This
no,
should have become
because
this.
there was, hold on. There was a complaint, the original complaint when I was arrested on November 19th, right? It said that I said bootlickers. Okay? So there was a charge, and I want to know where that is.
This is all.
And
court
this is
records have.
interesting.
Well, and
Frank, this is March 25th.
how is this even a thing?
This was
11/19, March
February-
25th.
This was received February 25th.
Yeah.
How can it be received?
How could this be
before it
received
was
by the
written?
court with no date on it? With the March 25th, it says received February 25th,
Right.
and this says March 25th, the date on the damn thing. So what is going on? How is the court record being manipulated and changed?
It's not. Listen, so when we got this in on February 25th, it had the date of March 25th for you to come to court. Court receives this in, on February 25th, telling the court that you're coming in on March 25th. It would be after this.
Okay,
For a
so-
thing that happened
So where
right,
is
for a
the
thing that
complaint?
happened on 11/19 is what I'm saying. So this thing supposedly happened on 11, this is way more than 90 days after is the arraignment. Right. Of course. So all I'm saying is I know that there is something. Did you go through the whole file?
Yeah, I did. So there are no other complaints. These are all you have.
So what about from the record of this
That's
day?
his stuff.
There's nothing from when I was here that day?
No, because that's what the deputy clerk.
That was the only way I could get a record that I was actually here for this.
Right, so what she wrote, defendant present, charges not filed, so I don't know
Gotcha.
about. So they didn't come in until February 25th, for you to be here March 25th.
Okay, can we
That's the-
see,
The time.
Okay,
can we see the charges that you received on February 25th?
that's this one here.
That's this, okay,
That's the original.
okay. Now.
But there's
Now,
so this
there
one is
should be-
missing.
There should be a complaint, though,
No,
that.
so hold on.
Okay.
So the state police would have it. If the court doesn't, if they didn't file it with the court,
They could, I don't know if they'd even.
they would have to have.
I don't even know if they.
So we would have to go down to
The court has.
Troop D, I believe.
And check in, see what they had, right? Because they told you to come that day.
Sure.
And as you see, the deputy clerk who's no longer here, when she was here, she wrote, that's the day you came, you heard, defendant was present, but the complaint hadn't been filed.
All right.
So then.
Then they-
so you
right.
came. Then on February 25th, the complaint comes in telling you to come to court on March 25th.
And then I got notified to do that and all
Yeah,
that. So.
yeah.
Mm.
And these.
No, you
complaints-
didn't.
Did I
get-
actually-
You
I-
didn't ever get
Did I even
notified.
ever-
We were in
was I ever?
court.
Oh, right.
That's why.
They actually slid that in with the lawyers that weren't
Yeah,
representing me.
Yeah,
on that day.
Yeah.
Yes. And so I do have,
Yeah.
so how do I go about, so this is another thing, is that the lawyers that were representing the 9 of us on that one case, they never filed an appearance on this case.
Or with.
But while we were here for this case,
Yeah.
the prosecutors slid this thing in and they testified to the judge or told the judge that the lawyers filed an appearance on this case. And there's no appearance on record for them? Because they told me, I emailed them and they said, no, we never filed an appearance on that.
No, they didn't.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to bring that up as well. Because that was how they got this
Your
in.
attorneys never filed an appearance.
that on that case, because they were never hired for that case. But so on that case, the prosecutors slid this in.
So I make sure I give you correct information. So this is 254. This case 254, the attorneys did not file.
Correct. All right.
Are you asking if they filed an appearance on the other case?
I know they did on that.
Okay.
And then they did a withdrawal.
Okay.
And so the prosecution on this case, where they were representing us, they slid this in while they were representing me, and they've been claiming that they were representing me and filed an appearance. So either he was mistaken, or he's definitely mistaken, at least, if not lying to the judge. Correct. There's no appearance on file.
Okay.
So he's wrong on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a copy of the withdrawal for his
I got that.
2021 case?
I got that.
The copy?
I have it.
Of actually when they got it? Because if it was before March 25th, then.
No, it doesn't matter. There's it doesn't matter.
Okay.
That doesn't matter because it's not related to this case, even though the prosecutor's trying to say it's related to this case, but it's not. So that wouldn't affect anything.
Well, the only thing I'm thinking of is because they keep trying to put it together.
Yeah, they do keep trying to put it.
If we have a motion of withdrawal before they started trying to.
No, we don't. We don't.
Okay.
No, because I told them that day. Yeah, I think we're good.
No, you need two motions.
Oh yeah, two motions, please.
And a request to get total copies.
Oh yeah, yeah. And then how do I go about the request to go through?
So what do you want that you don't have?
I don't know what's in there. That's what I mean. I want to just kind of go through it.
You want to look through it and tell me? I'll give you some stickies to mark.
Yeah. I was trying to get this done for, you know what I mean? What time is it?
We can come back and do that tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Yeah, because we're going to be, what time is it?
Because we still have to try and.
Yeah, we'll try to get that. We're going to try to get that done today, and we'll fill these out and we'll come back.
You can go, so justice of the peace, it can be any justice of the peace? Yep. So, I mean, he could go to the library and have them do it. I don't know if because they have JPs. But it can be any JP. Yep. And then it can be served by any citizen.
I don't know. I don't get into subpoenas. This court doesn't serve them. We're not responsible for them. We don't take them when they come back. We have nothing to do with subpoenas. That's all up to the parties to
Figure out. Yeah. I talked to the sheriffs and stuff, so it's fine.
Okay.
We'll Google it real quick. Yeah, we'll be good. We'll be good. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Thank you.
The girl that signed, the person that signed that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So the person that signed it on January 14th doesn't.
Have a good day, gentlemen. See ya. Thank you. You as well.
Sorry, guys. I'm trying to take care of some stuff here.
Oh, Toby school kids.
So what happened, Frank, is they allegedly filed it on February 25th with the court. If you never received notification, it probably went to the attorneys.
Probably, yes. Well, that's the thing is that we were bitching at them because they weren't giving us notice. They were having Therese tell us.
So on March 25th, when you guys, I believe.
Either way, that's improper notice. Maybe they did notice, the lawyers, but they never filed an appearance on that. So that's the prosecutor's mess up. 100%. He's going to have to eat that.
You have to prove, they have to prove that they notified you on or before March 25th, because I'm gonna bet that you were here on March 25th on the.
We were here, yes. Yes.
And that's when they put that in. They said, oh, by the way, we didn't tell you.
All right.
So you never received proper notification.
Right.
And that's probably actually in the court's testimony anyways. So, we're gonna go to the Supreme Court to try and get those done?
That'll be fun. Here, yeah, we'll stop this for a sec. We will return.
All right. Timing.
Can ask them about this new order, if there's a new order. New Supreme Court. I already have all of their things and all their rules that they use and cite in the order. and none of it has any force of law outside the courtroom, number one. And number two, they'll be hard pressed to enforce it in the courtroom for somebody who's refusing. If you're like me, right?
I can't say there's hardly anything that I hate.
At your hearing the other day, I wasn't recording.
Coming in?
No problem. I put my camera on.
Hey, what's up, man? I want to see the clerk. See if I can sign something for us. Yep. Okay. Hat. The other guys like the hat. Right. Thank you so much.
Do you want me to watch? Yeah, see?
Nothing.
They set that alarm off over there.
I don't know if I might have came too close. I wasn't that close. All right, let's see how this goes. This is a nice little building.
I don't know if I could name one that I hate. I mean, I like broccoli, I like onions, Brussels sprouts, okra.
Is the Supreme Court Law Library here, or is that another building? It's in here?
Turnips are fine.
Thank you.
Raisins are fine. Blue cheese. I love blue cheese. I can dig anchovies. Just had one on my Caesar salad Sunday for last Saturday. These are the most hated foods. I'm trying to. Olives.
Please do not touch.
This is candy corn, but that's not really a food. Lasagna? Oh, that hurts my heart. Man, lasagna is so good.
Hi, how you doing? I have these subpoenas to sign. Oh, yeah.
Not a huge fan of beets. I'll eat them on a salad, a couple sliced beets. I like pickles.
She said that they don't do them there. Yeah, she said we.
Okay, I'm not sure about our. I'll check though.
Thank you so much.
I think beets will probably be. I don't hate them though. I mean, I just don't go out and buy them. The wife loves beets. The pickled beets.
I mean, if we can't do it here at the highest court,
probably beets are probably the one thing that I can pass on most generally.
Access to the court process.
But I don't think I really hate anything.
Subpoenas, you know what I mean? Probably an appealable issue.
Cooked carrots, same as beets, kind of in my book.
These are some
I'll
nice
eat them
frames.
if it's part of the dish.
Oh, this one got damaged.
I'll eat them.
Or it's just cracking.
I love pickles. Miss Indoctrination loves pickles. I just bought some.
No, they just said, well, I read the law, and you know it's up to each clerk individually. So could I get
pulled up a map that's the most hated foods depending on your state.
Well, it's part of the law. So how am I to access the court? Any clerk of court can sign these. So how am I to access court effectively if the clerk at district? I don't know if you want to call down to her and see if, you know, because it's a little strange.
Okay.
Thank you so much. This is a nice picture here.
Oh, here's them. November 16th, 2021.
Yeah, that's the same one.
Yeah, that's the most current one. We can ask.
That's the same one.
We can ask, but.
Now marzipan is pretty nasty. That
got a lot of motions.
Cake decorating shit.
You seen this? This is nice.
Well, I'm not a fan of marzipan.
Sure.
I'm just trying to find things. Marzipan, yeah. I mean, they really cool for making artistic looking cakes and stuff. But make it taste
collection, London, maybe not.
Like rubber sugar, basically. Yeah, see everything else.
See Judge way in the back, way up high. I think it's that, Judge.
Not a huge fan of tofu, but that basically tastes like whatever you're cooking with.
Anyhow,
I like liver. Love oyster. Just had some oysters Saturday too.
Is this the most recent? It's regarding the right to
filming court and everything.
I think because it's November 16th, 2021.
How do I go about filing a complaint against a guy down at the district court? It's just one court officer who is very aggressive, not with just me, other people, and he's the only one that gives me problems about the filming. He also temporarily got one of the clerks there or one of the assistants. He said, "You don't have to be filmed. You don't have to be filmed," which is not true.
Found it icing.
So he effectively denied me service and violated my rights in that instance, which I got. His name's Peter Hamilton.
If you have an issue with any of the clerks and the divisions that you mentioned, there's the circuit court administrative office across town at the administrative office of the courts, and you can submit a.
I can't say there's anything I truly hate though.
I can give you a phone number and an address.
That would be awesome. Thank you so much.
So I would have the clerk or the judge of the trial court in which you're litigating.
Mm-hmm. So the clerk refused.
Well, then
She said they don't do it there ever, but I don't know if that's true.
Neither do I.
Right. So how am I to? So I have to go through the judge then. Is my only option, or a JP? I could go pay. Where would be a JP service that I could? Do you know anything of that?
I don't know the JP.
You don't know, because I'm just trying to figure out how to access the courts effectively here. Right.
Yeah, I would go back to the trial court.
Go back to the trial court.
So you'll have to file a motion to continue because you can't even.
Right. So we can do. We'll see. We'll do that. All right. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
So, easy. You'll have to, wait a minute, I want to get pictures of this.
Oh yeah. Whoops. Sorry about that. I forget everything. I'm like, oh.
This is the administrative office of the court.
But like I said, most of the time, I mean, tofu really doesn't have any flavor to it. It's whatever you're cooking with it. Like in miso soup, I don't mind it. It's just salty water, basically.
Which
But
is,
with some mushrooms and some scallions.
okay.
Just like the
So this is their
chunks of tofu, just to eat it.
And if you
Yeah.
call them, they're at One Granite Place.
Doesn't taste like anything. Just girl protein.
Right off of North Main Street.
Lowers your testosterone.
Left on Pennacook and White, and then Liberty and
Okay.
One Granite Place. Okay?
Excellent. Thank you
And
so
I'll tell
much.
you how to file a complaint.
Do you need something in writing from them saying that he sent us here and they sent us back to them?
I mean,
What you call this guy?
I think if we go back to that clerk, and then she's gonna have to basically let the judge know with the motion that she's refusing to sign it, right? And I don't know if, could we get proof that we came here somehow?
You
We
can
weren't
tell
allowed.
them.
Just tell
They can
them.
verify if they want.
Sure. I'll tell the judge.
And-
I'll just let him
You
know.
can tell him that.
We have a decent relationship.
Here at Supreme Court.
And your name and the gentleman's name that came out?
My name is Jean.
Jeannie?
And Jim Brutus is our clerk on the other side of that. It's our.
Cowboy for
Oh,
quick.
perfect. Thank you so much. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Actually, so I filed a motion to reconsideration on an appeal, and I haven't heard anything back about that.
Okay.
And I
Just wait.
just keep waiting.
Look at that one. Did you file?
A few months ago.
Yeah.
I don't have it on me right now.
And it's not number Staples.
Staples. Yeah, it's just the one case. Frank Staples. Thank you. Yeah, I figured.
So, Frank, on that, right here, write the date.
What's
Right,
today?
why are you here? Her name's Jeannie.
What is today?
His name's here. Today is the 20th.
8th, 28th. Well, if you did it yesterday, it's
27th.
premiere, so it's probably 27th.
And just write a
She must
little
be on a
note
call.
saying you were told that either the clerk or the judge has to sign those. So that way you're filing your motion based on, I can't even do subpoenas.
Right.
Easy peasy.
Yeah. They can't force you to have to only use the sheriff's office. You have to be able to use whatever way is available, and it should be readily available. The clerk shouldn't be allowed to, I don't think, refuse, but
Okay, Mr. Staples, this is a Dr. Carmen case.
Mhm.
It was, they
I never got
motion
it.
on February 2nd, and you're in
Hey.
filing in this case, so.
So I actually filed for
Hey,
a waiver of
I figured you
electronic
probably
filing too,
dealt
yeah.
with it, but
So
did
they-
you get that Ben Hoffman was locked out of Kipu?
So they never ruled on that as far as I can
Okay.
tell.
I don't even know who that is.
He's in compliance in Maryland.
Oh,
well.
For the dismissal, yeah.
Right, and so
Oh, yeah.
do I have to file an ADA
I could probably click on it,
exemption
but I don't
thing
even
request
remember
or
my
something
login.
here as well? That's probably a good idea. Because well, I need to be able to appeal the case completely. Okay, you can't just say, oh no, it's yours. I paid the filing fee, and I'm gonna adjudicate this case. So it's not over until it's been decided on, and I haven't been able to file a brief because the lower clerk, the lower judge who found me guilty is not providing a decision on the merits with
Who
findings
said
of
that?
facts and rulings of law. So I have
Yeah.
nothing but a sentencing sheet. I get that, and so I filed a thing with the judge in
You
the
work
lower
at
court to
BD.
get that. She said it's moot because the case was dismissed. It's like I can't file an appeal or the brief on the appeal without a decision on the merits. Correct?
My 11:30 admit showed up.
She knows. Yes, I know that's true. How am I supposed to know what I was found guilty for and why and how and what I'm supposed to be arguing against on the guilty verdict, right? So maybe I'll have to file that document with the court again, and I'll file ADA exemption as well to see, and we'll see. And if I have to sue the court,
The
I'll
other
sue
girl
the
told
court.
me she was gonna be there by
Thank
5,
you.
and I said, no, you were supposed to be there between 9 and noon. And she said, well, please don't get my, by the way, I said,
This is
"And
just
there's
the
no
yeah, this is the
and now
docket
she's not
card.
answering me.
So
And she's not there.
yeah, you know, how am I supposed?
So
They dismissed it because I couldn't file a brief.
I mean, you got
because
people
the
waiting
judge
to,
didn't
I
file-
mean, you're
Thanks,
full,
sir.
so I
Have a
mean,
good
you're
day.
just kind of
Take
like,
care.
like, whoever gets there first.
And
pretty much. And we'll be at detox. We'll be at 27.
they
Topped out.
they never provided me the judge who's now trying to sentence me for the fine payment thing, never filed the thing. So can you believe this? I mean, I've committed actual crimes, and like I'll go to jail, I'll go to prison if I've done something wrong, but this is crazy, and the way that they're treating me.
It's nuts. Everybody's saying hi. They can hear you, so they're saying hi. Matt R.
I tried to jump in for a hot second, but it didn't work at all. So
Yeah. Well, jump in and say hi to these folks. Here, I'll drop the link.
Yeah.
no, I ain't jumping in here. Hell no.
Why not?
Because
You're
I'm
fine.
haven't taken a shower. Like,
All right.
absolutely.
They can't smell you through the internet.
All right. Here we go. We're back.
Should you fix
Round
that
two.
before you get home tonight?
Yep. Got
Well,
some
you gotta work
motions
tomorrow anyway,
to
so.
continue dismiss.
Yeah, I gotta work.
And
You've been sleeping.
some motions for subpoena based on the Supreme Court clerk redirecting us back to the trial judge. So here we are.
Is Corey still up there?
Yeah.
I sent him an email, but he may not have seen it yet. But I set up
Funny.
a third account, a third Netflix.
You don't see any things saying no filming anymore.
I didn't even ask. I just used the credit card.
Right? I don't see any signs.
I mean, that's what everyone's been using. Or that's what I've been using this credit card for. Things that I need to do, and no one's really yelled at me for it yet. Why give me all these numbers and stuff if you don't want me using it? It's been submitted. It is working. I logged in.
Yeah, I know. That's weird. The Supreme Court didn't register.
I know.
I sent him the username and the password to his email. Could you let him know?
Yeah. It's the camera.
Come on.
I am not the IT person.
You're my secretary.
I am not
You're the director of admissions, aka assistant technology officer.
Oh my god.
Oh, smell-o-vision, Matt says.
Do we need the other?
She ain't gonna click on it,
just
Matt.
drop these off for now.
You can see her. Here, I'm gonna show you.
Okay. All right, Troop D, and I think that would be it for the day.
All right. Love you.
Love you.
Actually, I had 3 people today.
To get
apparently,
original,
one of them got hired in.
Yes.
I thought it was going to be an easy peasy.
To file.
He got hired in. And he told me, he's like, yeah, my
copies of
sister
each,
died, so I had to
please.
move out of the area, blah, blah,
And
blah.
then
Like,
I got to
okay,
serve
should be
them
no
to.
problem. Let me send them your
I'll
name
hand
anyway.
serve them.
Oh, no,
One
that's
for
not
me,
why.
one to hand serve.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
He told Carrie at Beckstrom that he is a god and she is beneath her because she's a woman.
The signs
Oh
are.
hell no.
I was just like, oh, well, he didn't mention that. Of course, there's nothing in our notes about that because he was. My notes say hired by.
You heard about the new Supreme Court order. The quiet one.
Not only is he not able to come back, he's been
with,
trespassed.
People who refuse to comply.
The property. So, and he was so nice this morning. I'm like,
Yeah, that's actually.
That's how they always are. I mean, when they're with me, and then they show up to work in pajamas and say, "Hey, they didn't tell me that."
Yeah, they told me that's what they keep telling me. I'm allowed to take it and go over here, and they can look at me. They won't want to give it to me. Very weird.
All right, I got a couple more phone calls I got to make, and I thought it was actually because when I initially was doing those Netflix, it was a pain in the butt. I kept getting rejected because of my zip code and stuff like that.
Sure.
Went through just fine.
And this is. Oh, did I not put the case
I told
number?
him I'm
This
just
is the
adding one
case
more.
number. Do you have a pen?
Well, that's only. It's still only.
So this is.
Yeah,
What is it?
I have all as of tomorrow.
It says right here, the judge. Well, somebody has to. So I'm filing this. Yes, we went to the Supreme Court. And the clerk Timothy Gudis directed us back here to the judge.
Yeah, I used.
He called and looked into it, and that's what he told us to do. So that's coming on from him. He's the top dog as far as clerks go, as far as I understand. So this is actually the. What's the case number on the other thing?
Honestly, there's enough on those fucking TVs without Netflix.
Yeah, this is for
especially for me.
The 2022 case, and I can't remember the
Yeah.
title. Let me see if I can find it in my.
I forgot to put it
I
down.
had this guy.
I mean, what do I out of all of the streaming services we got on our TV? What do I watch?
And then what's underneath there? That's,
Pluto.
This is
Free.
Oh, that's another.
Because I don't watch TV
That's
generally
just-
for the shows and stuff. I just watch it to
Yeah, could you?
my mind
Thank you.
relax. You know.
All right, she's just gonna
or go
grab
to
that.
sleep.
This is just a motion to continue / dismiss on the other case. I just got to get the case number. She's going out to get the case number. Do you want? You know the. Okay. Roxanne. Did she go already?
Was he being a dick?
Yeah, he's being a dick and a jerk and like was super concerned about like our accommodations and like all this shit. And I'm like, bro, you don't even fucking have insurance. Like you don't even have Medicaid. Like you're unemployed and don't have a house. Like what?
Well, even the homeless deserve treatment.
I didn't say you didn't deserve treatment, but you don't deserve to be a fucking asshole.
This is the November 19th case.
Yeah. Yeah, when you're in that situation,
Yeah, not
you
that one.
don't do much shopping around.
Right?
So,
Prawn. Matter is like prawn. Porn.
Yep, that's
it. We got my whole chat is listening to us.
Yes. Gonna go right over to 2P.
Yeah, Miss, she's got a big heart. Sometimes gets a little bit testy.
So that was continued a little
Was
bit.
that Garmy?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's fasting too. She's
Yeah,
kind of
I think the judge will understand.
You better be asleep when I get home.
They have me scheduled for trial on that case, which I haven't even had 10 days to object to their amending of the complaint. And then they want to schedule me for trial like right away. I haven't even been able to research anything behind that. I needed something,
Actually, no, that's kind of a
to prepare for that.
sativa leaning hybrid. You probably don't want to fuck with it.
This one is also continue this one.
Continue and subpoena, because unless he thinks he can subpoena them in that time period, I think
just checked my email and I remember I got that email
to give them the time to get there and object and all that.
I called you. I would have called you right away with it if
it didn't go. I
didn't even recognize the name, but I was like, "Who the?"
And I think if you go through it fast, it might make.
Should have known by the last.
Yeah, she found it. She got it. She's gonna get
All right,
it.
so we do that sometimes between.
One of the Israelites.
That's oh, okay.
So this is the
Owns the company.
Okay.
when you look
No,
at
he
this
doesn't own the company.
Well, that works for the company basically. If he works for Mikey, he's an Israelite.
To the oldest. Gotcha.
Hoffman is Israel. Oh no, that's German, isn't it?
The most recent stuff.
But he's a very white gay male.
So everything
You can be gay and
oldest in the bottom.
Jewish.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Do I owe you for this or anything? Okay.
Be very
thank you so
white
much.
and
Thank you
Jewish.
so much.
Do it.
She's gonna get copies of
Oh, that's.
because then we gotta we'll drop those
Got
off
blue
with
eyes.
the 2P and try to get the original records on that.
No, not a fake one.
Right, from 11/13.
From 11/19.
That's just buttoned in like
not
crazy.
from all the stuff way later.
Right.
You know.
You pissed off Agalos earlier.
All of the stuff.
Well, Agalos, of course,
12/9
the news
or later.
is blowing this up about the shooting and it's all gun control. Blah, blah, blah.
Someone
Agalos is from Greece. All they get is like
report on one
CNN type news over there about the U.S.
Dabrowski wrote his reports on page 23.
No, they don't,
2
man.
days
It's a
before
Jews eat
the
foreskin.
rainbow.
Yeah, and then
No, they cut it off and throw it away.
Because they can't
But anyway,
amend
what was I saying?
facts. And they did amend facts because the original one said.
Oh, no.
And they changed
That
it
did.
around and find
Kinda,
out.
I think.
And that's
He hasn't said
amending
anything.
facts. They cannot do that.
Anna and me both kind of yelled at Matt, but that's people.
And I mean, it ruins their case because I was already under arrest.
He was just like,
at
they
that
need to
time
get some stricter
when
gun laws
I said,
over there in
"Fuck
the
around and
U.S.
find out."
There's so
Right.
much
So
gun
he was
violence.
already
Blah, blah,
coming
blah.
after me.
And
Now they
according
don't.
to the documentation, you can't
Where
swear
the strictest gun laws are in this country.
Where's that a law?
Most violence.
It's not a law, it's just a rule of the.
It's true.
LOB.
Detroit,
Sure,
Chicago.
whatever.
LOB rule.
Whatever.
Play.
Well,
And it says you could be charged with disorderly conduct if you're allowed.
They ate mine.
Disruptive
Did they?
and swear.
Just like beef jerky, huh?
Well, everybody was being loud and disruptive. I mean,
He's being gross.
I can tell you
So
how-
he was just like,
I mean, Frank was being
yo,
loud.
Agalos.
I was quiet.
Instead of country, he wrote cunt.
Until the baby.
Where are you from?
Until they refused to allow.
Instantly, I was just like, no.
Right.
And it was like, be
It's
nice.
not a good look.
And even then.
He's gone.
they were screaming. You turn around.
He'll be
This is
back.
my normal voice.
He'd probably leave every
My
time
normal
Matt's in
voice.
the room, but Matt's always in here. No laws.
Stuff like,
Yeah, no laws.
come
No,
on,
there's.
man.
I mean,
Would 9 of us were just arrested.
Agreed, no laws.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
not gonna trust you.
For
I'm gonna
saying
protect my
amen.
party or my
Officers,
property
one
with a
of the
firearm, no
officers
matter
said,
what.
Go ahead and
I don't
leave.
care what
We got
laws
our
they want to put in
property, we'll take
place.
care of it.
Property's
And
gonna be
that's when you
protected by a firearm.
And said.
Yeah, no, we don't
Big old
trust
blind-
you.
Big old boom boom.
Expect us to trust you, bootlickers?
No, that's when you turn around. So one of the guys that was behind me, you were like right here, and I was kind of like half behind you.
Oh, yes, I did see that one. And they were like at a monument
Yes,
site or
please.
something like that. And there was people there,
One of the guys that was behind me.
like anti-abortion
turned
people
around
there.
said,
And,
Look at Shorty
they were
smirking
being
over there.
cool.
Think
And,
you're
but
so tough."
he went up and smacked that guy with the
you
camera.
said,
Oh, yeah, I seen that
You
one.
bootlicking tyrants. And I think Shorty.
We got caught up on some of these videos, and then I got some emails I got to send out of the new ones that I hired today.
I noticed. And I was watching.
Talk to you later.
Because he had his hat
Love you.
like way down. You couldn't see his eyes at all. And I was like, either his hat doesn't fit right, or he's trying to hide his identity. So I was watching him like a hawk.
Yeah, that was pretty
That's why I
stupid.
remembered who it was.
That was pretty
So
stupid.
significantly, that's why.
And then he covered his whenever they tried to follow him to his car, he covered his plate with tin foil. And he even told, but he had already told him that he was a cop. He wasn't even active duty anymore. He was certified cop, so he had certified in the state he was from.
So I think what happened was the officer that lunged at you and placed you under arrest,
Right.
took the boot licking tyrant personally, and that's why you're arrested.
Of course, that's exactly why. And they
So
can't.
So
And I wasn't swearing at that time.
No, you weren't swearing at all, not once. Derek Arnold was. I mean, I can tell you.
Sorry, there's a couple videos I want to see before I get off. So, Bag and Bag's gone.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Coming up in 3 minutes, but he also had one from earlier.
Okay.
I'd like to direct your attention to the screen for a short video, if you don't mind.
We're protecting you. You're protecting me. You're hurting me. What? I said. You just insulted me. Good. You're hurting me. Step back. Step back.
Did you have a WCS camera on that day?
I did have it with me.
And why wasn't it activated during the incident?
Captain told us no cameras.
I was told not to. By who?
The captain.
Did you turn it on?
No, I did not.
And why is that?
We were told initially from the captain not to turn them on.
At any time, did you order any officers who were working this detail to not activate the WCS?
No.
You never ordered anyone to do that?
No.
So those officers, again, those officers who made those statements during their IA interviews, they're mistaken or lying about you issuing that order?
I can't tell you why they said what they said.
That real back. I'd like to direct your attention to the screen for a short video, if you don't mind.
We're protecting you. You're protecting me. You're hurting me.
Hey guys, today's video will show you a phone conversation that a viewer had with Torrance County Sheriff David Frazee, in which he lies and tries to blame everyone except himself for his own actions. He claims in the phone call that I edit videos, which I do, to shorten them down to a digestible time frame for viewers. But in this particular case, in the incident with David Frazee, everything I did was live streamed.
Fuck around and find
out. A
out,
live stream can't be edited. It's streamed out to the public in real time with no more than a 7-second delay from YouTube. A live stream is as raw and unedited as you can possibly get. But David Frazee, who spent his entire career lying, has no idea how modern technology works and that you can't get away with lying like you used to. Let's listen to the phone call and compare and contrast Frazee's statements with the actual video and official documents.
Gave us a preview of this
also,
last
if you
night.
have a recording of David Frazee lying to you like he does to everyone else, you can upload it to YouTube and send the link to my email, which is in the description.
Okay. I have already in the past refused to arrest anybody for simply not wearing a mask. In fact, James Freeman was in court without a mask, and the judge told me to arrest him, and I refused. And I won't arrest anybody, or and I told my deputies they'll not arrest anybody for simply not wearing a mask, because there's no law, there's no statute that allows that. So anyway, this lady went in, and the judge asked her to put a mask on, and she waved it in front of him and said, "I got it, but I ain't putting it on." And so the judge said, "Well, then you must leave the courtroom. It's either one or the other." And she says, "No, I ain't leaving." And she just got obstinate, and she got disrespectful, and she got just downright obstinate would be a good word. Okay.
So she got the judge's ire up, and the judge had told her, "Now you don't leave the courtroom, or you don't put the mask on, I'm gonna be forced to put you in for contempt of court." He said, "Do what you have to do." So
Anna had a good time on Twitter yesterday.
I know her. She's a personal friend of mine, and her brother had called me to come down and try to help her because he heard she was in this bind, and that's how I got down there, trying to help her. And I was when I got there, she had already been charged by the judge and put back with my deputy, who was back talking to her, not in handcuffs, but we were just talking to her.
And so I thought, well, let's go see if we can't mitigate this. And I had the lieutenant go in and talk with the judge and try to see what we can do. And the judge was pretty adamant about she was disruptive. She interrupted the whole court, and he's going to charge her with contempt. So we don't have any choice. The judge charged her with contempt, and she was already arrested by the court. All we had to do was transport, and we were obligated under law to do that. So we transported her down to the jail. Now, in the meantime, the judge had talked to somebody for some guidance. He's a relatively new judge. He talked to somebody, and they told him, well, look, we think you probably made your point by just having her arrested. Now, send an order down there and have her released. So by the time the deputy got her down to the jail already had a release order for her, so they processed her in and then processed her out. She was there maybe an hour, and she's gone. No, sir, I don't wear the
All
mask.
lies.
I don't believe in the mask, and I
Just
won't
about
arrest
every
anybody
part of that
for
was
a
lies.
mask. It was not the
Oh,
mask
look, he's got a mask
at
on.
all that had anything to do with her going to jail. I've not been jabbed. I'm not going to get the jab. And I'll stand up for anybody's constitutional rights. And if I think the judge is out of bounds, I will not. I did it here in district court. I got the judges upset with me here, but I'd certainly do it in magistrate court. But the problem is, I saw her being obstinate in court. I saw her being disrespectful in court. And so the warrant, or the judge's order, wasn't a warrant, it was a contempt of court warrant order, was for being obstinate and contempt of court. Had nothing to do with the mask, except that was the initial thing that drew attention to her before she started off on her little tirade.
So it did have something. It did have something to do with the mask, you're saying, but not. It wasn't everything to do with it. It's really more the fault of a neophyte judge that really didn't know what he was doing. And
I think you're right. I think he's green. In fact, I went to him afterwards and I asked him, I said, look, Judge, we need to work together on this thing. Why? My reasoning is this. If you want us to go to all that trouble to take her down there for you, then you release. Why release her immediately? Either keep her in the full day, like you said, the order said, or don't do it at all.
Right.
And he said, well, I talked to a colleague, and my colleague said that he thought maybe just putting her in handcuffs, taking her down, was enough to get the point across. And we didn't need to keep her longer than that. I had second thoughts, so he released her. And I said, well, that really puts me in a bad spot. So,
yeah, definitely. The only
me and the judge are a little at odds now.
Yeah, I can understand that. One question I would have though is on a video that I saw, you actually said, and I quote, "You're arresting her for not wearing a mask." So
I did.
So why would you say that if that was not why she was being arrested?
And I'll tell you why, and I have to apologize. I was wrong. That guy, Mr. Freeman, I don't know if you've seen some of the other videos he'd done, but I mean, the man was in my face. That's no excuse. I shouldn't have done it, and I'm owning up to it. But he had me so damn agitated, and he had asked me about 20 times in a row, "Are you arresting for a mask? Are you arresting for a mask? Are you arresting?" And telling me, not asking me, but
yeah, I've been live for almost 4 hours.
And I had explained to him so many times. He knew what the story was, but he's trying to get views. And so finally, I lost it. I just said, "Yeah, we're arresting her for a damn mask. Now, get away from me."
Yeah, that's certain to backfire on James Freeman. I mean, nobody's going to watch his videos anyway, right?
Well, they all do.
Oh, wow.
So anyway, I have apologized to others. I did have to apologize to myself.
You put on this ball gag. Nah, he only wears that at home.
No, I've been doing for the last 2 days. Trying to, feel it. But a lot of people are not like you. They're not civil, and they're not looking for information. They just totally upset. They follow every word that Bill Freeman says is gospel. And it's not the case. He likes to manipulate the videos and make it say what exactly will inflame the people, and he's good at it. And I shouldn't know, and I shouldn't have bought into it, but I just had enough of it at that point, and I made that erroneous statement.
Understood. Well,
It is what it is.
I don't have a key. You were at the house.
yeah, it's sort of correcting the record, I suppose. And I'm sure you do support the people's right to call and redress their grievances with you and the rest of the county government, right?
Sure, I do, and that's the reason I'm trying to call back to everybody that's left a message. I got a bunch of them, and I'm working my way down the list. That's why I'm waiting on you, because I had a bunch of them before you.
Understood.
But no, I'm 100% for constitutional rights. I don't wear the mask. I hate the mask. I don't believe in the mask. I've not got jabbed. I'm not going to get jabbed. And I just don't know what else to say about it. I was put in the predicament here. Before, and I guarantee this, had she been quiet in the courtroom and all she did was don't have a mask on, nothing would happen. I would have refused to take her, just like I refused to take James the day the district court asked me to do it.
Understood. Well, you've said quite a lot. I appreciate you calling me back. You answered a lot of questions, even that I did not ask. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
I wanted to clarify.
So there were a number of lies told by David Frazee on this one phone call, but the biggest two lies were, one, that Tina Estrada was not arrested for not wearing a mask, even though the official court documents say that that's exactly what it was. So either David Frazee is lying or somebody lied on an official court document. Which one is it? The other lie is this little story that he told that can be proven by video.
On a video that I saw, you actually said, and I quote, "You're arresting her for not wearing a mask." So why would you say that if that was not why she was being arrested?
And I'll tell you why, and I have to apologize. I was wrong. That guy, Mr. Freeman, I don't know if you'd seen some of the other videos he'd done, but I mean, the man was in my face. That's no excuse. I shouldn't have. He said, "Yeah, we're arresting her for a damn mask." Now, get away from me.
So David Frazee has been a cop for over 40 years. He's an old school cop from before the days of cameras where cops would just make up a narrative and nobody questioned it. Even if they did, it was impossible for them to prove that a cop was lying because cops are so honorable. Why would they lie? He doesn't understand how cameras work, let alone how a live stream works. Well, I started live streaming in my car as I pulled into the courthouse parking lot. So every single interaction that I had was streamed to the internet. Let's watch the actual interaction where I approached David Frazee and allegedly, according to him, asked and told him about 20 times that he arrested someone for not wearing a mask.
This is a good clip. He ran up and drew his face. Nope. Look how far back he is. He's behind the other guy.
You gonna arrest someone for not wearing a mask?
She's going to jail, buddy. She's going to jail, buddy.
For not wearing a mask?
For not wearing a mask.
Well, good for you. Aren't you a coward piece of liar?
And he had asked me about 20 times in a row, "Are you arrested for a mask? Are you arrested for a mask? Are you arrested?" And telling me, not asking me, but telling me, "You're arresting her for a mask."
So many of David Frazee's lies are completely arbitrary. He lies about things that he doesn't even need to lie about. It really wouldn't have mattered if I asked him 20 times or the 2 times that I actually asked him. It just shows that Torrance County Sheriff David Frazee seems to be completely incapable of telling the truth, both about things that matter and about things that don't. And this is just one phone call. In the next phone call, which will be covered in the next video, David Frazee tells the caller
Look,
that
he
his
pulls the camera out of his
didn't
face.
actually even arrest anyone.
He held it out.
Yeah, seriously.
So he could
There's
catch them
absolutely
both.
no editing that anyone could do on any video anywhere that would make David Frazee look worse than raw footage of David Frazee lying.
We're not going to enforce any mask mandate in the courtroom or anywhere else, okay? Just so you know.
I appreciate that, Sheriff.
Let me just say this. We're not going to enforce any mask mandate in the courtroom or anywhere else, okay? Just so you know.
I appreciate that, Sheriff.
You gonna arrest someone for not wearing a mask?
She's going to jail, buddy. She's going to jail, buddy.
For not wearing a mask?
For not wearing a mask.
Well, good for you. Aren't you a coward piece of shit? Contact information for the Sheriff's Department is in the description below. I would personally encourage you to please hold your anger and frustration to be unleashed on those who are actually responsible for the evil deeds that have been done here, rather than just taking out your frustration on the first lady that answers the phone. At least half of the ladies at the sheriff's department have been being cussed out by callers are personal friends of myself and my family. These folks have done everything they can to get us body cameras and other public records pertaining to this incident as quickly as possible. And I might add that it took only 2 hours from the time we made a public records request to get the body cam for this incident. The names of the individuals who were actually involved are Lieutenant Ballard, Officer Chad Whitson, and Sheriff David Frazee. I imagine your wait times are going to be pretty long if you wait on hold for Sheriff Frazee to lie to you himself over the phone, but I encourage you to wait for that rather than cussing out the ladies. I should also point out that there are a good handful of deputies with this department that are just as pissed off about this as you and I. Some of them are already seeking new employment and trying to get out as fast as possible. Please remember that the disgusting behavior by the sheriff and his 2 deputies are not a representation of every person that works at Torrance County Sheriff's Department.
Okay, just keep that in mind when you call.
In the comment
Jesus. Do a 2-minute countdown?
That's too tight. That's too tight. You think the louder you yell, something's gonna change? This guy assaulted me. Good. You're hurting me. Step back. Step back. You're arrested.
For playing this guitar? Okay, something's not right about that.
Did you have a WCS camera on that day?
I did have it with me.
And why wasn't it activated during the incident?
Captain told us no cameras.
I think they might have destroyed the cell phone because of the evidence of him assaulting me on it.
Welcome back to the Lackluster channel. On August 15th of 2019, 2 brothers, Joe and John, attended the Feast of the Assumption Festival. They brought their guitars and played on the public sidewalk for the passing crowd as they had done multiple times before. Just after earning their first dollar, several officers of the Cleveland Police Department stopped to tell the brothers that they could not play at the event and that they had to leave. CCTV video shows the brothers packed up and walking on their way out after a calm conversation. But on their way, they crossed paths with Captain Zuba.
We started leaving. We started walking away from him with our bikes and guitars and everything. And we ran into the captain was coming up from Euclid Avenue. I had my camera out. As soon as I came up to the captain, he's like, get that thing out of my face, and twisted my wrist.
Security footage appears to confirm the allegation, showing the brothers walking their bikes and then being accosted and grabbed by Captain Zuba and other officers.
They said I could still record, but they were putting me in handcuffs, so it's kind of like this with the phone while they're putting me in handcuffs.
The cell phone footage is not available. Neither is body cam footage from the several officers on scene that now surrounded the men, halting their ordered departure. In fact, only one of the officers activated his body cam, and we will discuss why later. But that one single body cam video begins as the officers arrest the brothers and confiscate a phone.
Okay, he's not touching it. You guys are.
Well, I go here.
We're not touching it.
That's too tight. Okay, let me undo it. That's too tight. Relax.
Let go.
That's too tight. Let me undo it. Relax.
Hey, why are you guys touching?
Why are you touching us?
This is illegal.
That's illegal.
We didn't.
Touching us.
Calm down so they don't say that you're doing anything. Just calm down. You know that.
What are you doing?
You think the louder you yell, something's gonna change?
Why are you doing this?
Right.
Why are you doing this?
We're protecting you.
Immediately after Officer Cozart tells the brothers that they are there to protect them, Captain Zuba shoves Joe for no apparent reason.
You're not protecting me. You're hurting me.
What? You just assaulted me.
Good. You're hurting me.
Step back. Step back.
Yeah, you got that too tight. It's too tight.
What are you doing?
Loosen it.
Let go of that.
Loosen it.
Let go of some of this stuff.
Loosen the cuffs. Loosen the cuffs.
They will. Yeah.
Loosen the cuffs. Shut up. Loosen the cuffs. Loosen the cuffs.
Well, you're.
Loosen up. Loosen the cuffs. Loosen the cuffs. Stop! What are you doing? Ow! What are you doing? Got it.
The brothers were then walked in cuffs to a control point, where they were stripped of their belongings.
I should be eating french fries over there. Instead, I gotta touch this filthy nasty guitar. Just cooperate. Just cooperate.
Officer Tomorrow rips the phone from Joe's hand, and Captain Zuba can be seen beelining directly to it to take it into his possession.
Let it go. Dude, that's my phone. Let it go. We'll put it in your bag. Which bag is this? Recorded.
Captain Zuba is then seen talking into the ear of Tomorrow, just before his body cam is shut down.
Because it goes in the property. Hold on. I'm done with my contact.
The brothers were then stuffed into a van for playing their guitars in public. An hour after their arrest, they were taken downtown to be booked and were set free 6 hours later after being charged with disorderly conduct. It was also claimed that they refused to sign their citations and refused to identify, and we'll discuss more on that in just a moment as well. After their release from jail, the boys attempted to collect their personal property, but they realized that the cell phone was missing, and the evidence log did not include the phone either. It seemed to have just vanished. Weeks later, when the brothers appeared at court, the judge inquired about the encounter and found it to be fishy.
So you're playing the guitar on Mayfield, and they said you can't do that?
He was playing his guitar outside. They were arrested.
For playing this guitar? Were you intoxicated?
No.
So you just playing the guitar? And the police just came up to you and just arrested you. Took your cell phone and did all that because you was playing the guitar. Okay, something not right about that.
The judge dismissed their charges and ordered that the cell phone be released back to them, but the department claimed that they didn't have it. Soon after, the brothers filed complaints about the officers, including their allegation that the phone was taken from them and never returned. 2 months after the incident, they were visited by detectives to investigate the possible criminal actions of the officers and to do a lineup of those present on scene and to talk about the incident.
Folder number 4, like 80% sure that's him. Sorry.
You can just sign it and write what percentage you believe that's and who do you think that is?
Captain Zuba.
Okay.
This is clearly Bush.
Okay, what percentage are you sure?
100%.
Okay. From here, we gather any facts we can. We're going to go to Little Italy to see if there's any surveillance footage there.
Okay.
Stuff like that. And we present the facts to a prosecutor, and the prosecutor will determine if the officers committed a crime or not.
Okay.
Prior to leaving, the brothers showed the officers the property that was returned to them after their arrest.
This here is one of the bike I had that they returned that and the guitars, no problem.
Yeah, so I was going to say, aside from your cell phone, they gave you everything else back. Just your cell phone was not in your bag or nothing like that.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I love the
I
rooster.
hate to be accusatory, but it was kind of wrong what happened, man. I think they might have destroyed the cell phone because of the evidence of him assaulting me on it.
The cell phone was the only thing missing, the only device that contained evidence that could have proven that Captain Zuba assaulted the brothers. And the reason there was no body cam footage was uncovered during the internal investigation.
Did you have a WCS camera on that day?
I did have it with me. Yes.
And why wasn't it activated during the incident?
Captain told us no cameras.
How come you didn't activate it?
I was told not to.
And by who?
The captain,
Okay, and when did he tell you that?
in the beginning, before we got dropped off.
Did you have your WCS on you at the time?
Did I have it on me or turned on?
On you.
On me, yes, I had it on me.
Did you turn it on?
No, I did not.
And why is that?
We were told initially from the captain not to turn them on, and then I was thinking we were off duty, so we didn't think we had to have them on.
At any time, did you order any officers who were working this detail to not activate the WCS?
No.
You never ordered anyone to do that?
No.
It's a direct statement that they're saying the captain orders them not
Every
to
last
turn it on.
one make that direct.
Not that somebody had said we're not turning our cameras on
Every last
during this
one.
event. So the captain would have had to go to each one of them and directly say, do not turn your camera
Some of them
on.
said it was said when they were getting off the bus, because I guess they rode a bus to this detail,
And
and then
And who, the captain met them at the bus?
And I think it's Del Vecchio who says, during the actual arrest, he goes up to Captain Zuba and said, should I have my WCS on during this? And Captain Zuba said, no. Again, these are what these officers are saying in their interviews. So those officers, again, those officers who made those statements during their IA interviews, they're mistaken or lying about you issuing that order?
I can't tell you why they said what they said. Well, I was standing next to, I believe, Kozar and Tomorrow. Tomorrow had his video on.
Right, he's the only one.
If I had said anything during the arrest, it would be on Tony's video.
Well,
if I said, don't turn your videos on, Tony would have shut his off.
7 officers in total testified that they were told not to activate their body cams by the captain. And later, in the criminal investigation of Captain Zuba's actions, Joe alleged that Captain Zuba assaulted him, that his phone was stolen, and that the citation was false. But despite the video showing Captain Zuba twisting Joe's arm and pushing him while handcuffed, prosecutor Kerry Howard ruled that it was insufficient evidence for an assault charge. The video also shows that Zuba was the last one seen in possession of the missing cell phone. But again, its mishandling and disappearance was ruled insufficient for a theft charge. The investigation also found that the brothers' activity at the festival was lawful, and the officers did not have the authority to even order them to leave, let alone arrest or cite the brothers. It was also claimed that the brothers refused to sign the citations, but none of the officers knew why. The brothers claimed that they would have signed the citations if presented with them.
Do you recognize this? Have you ever seen that before? That's a copy of the citation that you were arrested for.
Yeah.
Now down here it says refuse or it says signature. So you're saying, were you ever presented with this to sign or anything?
I remember them showing me that ticket.
Okay.
But I don't recall getting a chance to sign it ever.
Okay. Would you have signed it?
Yeah, because I think it's you can get taken to jail for not signing a ticket.
Okay. Were you willing to sign it or did you refuse to sign it?
I'm pretty sure I signed it because they scared me. They said it would be like 72 hours in jail if I didn't sign it versus 6 hours for the disorderly conduct.
Had it not been for Officer Tomorrow, this entire incident would have been swept under the rug, with no footage to combat the officers' alleged false arrest, alleged assault, and disappearance of the cell phone. But thanks to Officer Tomorrow, the brothers had just enough evidence for a lawsuit. In the end, the brothers settled for $66,000. But of course, the settlement is not to be construed as an admission of liability. The cost of the missing cell phone is presumed to be included in the settlement. And at this time, it is unclear what, if any, consequences any of the officers faced, despite a laundry list of policy and civil rights violations. The internal affairs interviews are pretty interesting though. But because of their length, I have listed links to them in full in the comment section and description. Captain Zuba's is by far my top recommendation. The brothers believe that the captain was only suspended for a couple of days because of this incident. So let me know in the comments if you think that would be a sufficient punishment for what you just witnessed. Or describe what you would have wanted if this had happened to you. Thanks for watching. If you have a video, use the submit link in the description or pinned comment. If you enjoyed this one,
it was 46 minutes long.
Captain, just take the first seat. Sure. Do I him right there?
Yeah, why don't you guys take your seats then? So.
Is it okay if I sit next to you? You want me in?
Or just slide under that, Joe. Yeah, finding that seat right there, though.
I pull this one up?
Sure. All right, today.
Got the union rep with him.
If everyone could just go around and state your name, badge on the record.
Certain. Lieutenant Jerry Zarlinka, Vice President FOP, badge 8526.
James Zuba, Captain, 3rd District, 6572.
Captain Brian Bentley, DET, LEY 6960, FOP President. Okay, we're here on what's now known as OPS case number 19-0142, where there are 2 complainants, Joseph and Jonathan Workman. They are brothers. I'm going to quickly restate some of the things that you told me in terms of the general issues that brought you there that day. And please feel free to correct me if I mistake something. But I believe you stated on that day you were working in the command position for the piece of the assumption. Is that correct?
Correct, Operations Chief.
Operations Chief, which I think is a command position.
Yes, sir.
For that. And you received a call for assistance or the complainants made a request to have a supervisor come to a scene in relation with an encounter they had with several members of the Cleveland Division of Police who were working that day, correct?
The officers called for a supervisor.
Right. And I believe that one or more of the complaints requested a supervisor, but they called for a supervisor, if that's your recollection. And so if you can tell me how these two brothers, the Workman brothers, first came to your attention and what actions you took as it relates to these two complaints, Joseph and Jonathan Workman.
I believe I answered that in the previous interview.
Okay. So you stated then that you were coming to the scene and you encountered these gentlemen, and the officers who were in the area of these two individuals informed you that they had been placed under arrest. Is that still your
Yes, sir.
today?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall which officer or officers informed you that they had been under arrest at that point?
Bush.
Bush did that. And this is as the Workman brothers are approaching you. The officers are someone behind them at that time? Is that
No, they're all surrounding them.
They're surrounding them when you first encountered them? And Officer Bush tells you that they're under arrest?
Yes, sir.
Did he say for what charges?
I don't recall that. And I do remember that they weren't in handcuffs.
Right. So Officer Bush was interviewed by Sergeant Sheehan by the City of Cleveland Division of Police Internal Affairs Division. And during that interview, he stated that that he had not placed them under arrest, nor cited them, and had no intentions of doing so. And it was his understanding that you ordered him to do so. Would that statement by Officer Bush be accurate?
No.
Okay. So his saying that to Officer Sheehan in this recorded interview, would he be mistaken in that or lying about that?
I would imagine he's just mistaken.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you a video that was taken from a business surveillance camera that the Internal Affairs Division obtained and forwarded to me when they returned the file. And I'm going to ask for your responses on what is captured on the video. Now, it doesn't have sound, and I'm sorry that it's kind of small. But what was captured here, and correct me, I mean, you weren't there, but these are officers, and the complaints are right here, and it's like kind of on the sidewalk on the doorway. And per the officer statements to Internal Affairs, they were, these individuals, they were not allowed to play their guitars there. And they needed to leave because they didn't have a permit. And just so I can ask some questions on that, I'm going to pause it right here. And if you know, is it unlawful for individuals to play their guitars in a public area like that?
In the feast is permitted. The church regulated all entertainment.
And so a violation of this church's rule, would that be a criminal offense?
As far as I understand, yes.
Because within the city of Cleveland, isn't it lawful to do the act they were doing? If it had not been for the church prohibition against that, would their actions be lawful?
As long as they weren't obstructing.
Right. So the permit that the church holds or held for that feast, did it detail the permit holder's right to curtail otherwise lawful activity by citizens?
That's beyond me.
It was my understanding from Sergeant Sheehan from the Internal Affairs that the church's permit only granted them two areas of authorization: to block the street and to encumber the sidewalks with certain displays.
Okay.
So that being said, how could they control otherwise protected First Amendment speech and actions that per Section 657801 is permissible conduct within the city of Cleveland?
The way I understand it, the church regulates all the entertainment connected with the feast because it's nationalistic. It's like Italian music, the singers, the walk and run a cappella groups, the parades, all that's regulated by the church. And it's all donated
on public property.
So to my understanding, they just asked those guys to leave, just go outside the footprint.
Who asked them?
As far as I recollect, the officers.
Right. Yes, the officers did ask them to leave. And then they stated that they had a right to do that.
Correct.
Which, under city law, they do. Now, is it your opinion that this church can somehow supersede 675 A01 and A02, which authorize and specifically allows for the behavior that they were doing simply because they have a permit that allows them to block the streets and encumber the sidewalks? So that would make this action an ordinarily lawful action now unlawful and being subject to being charged or cited for this behavior by the City of Cleveland Police. And this seems like this is a private entity asking a governmental entity, this being the police department, to enforce their private rules. Would that be your interpretation?
Would the fact that they're on the public sidewalk in the footprint of the permitted area and they're being asked to just go to the outside of that area is what you're stating? And when they refuse to do so, then it becomes a lawful action. Is that what you're getting at?
Well, it was lawful action all along for the codified ordinance of the City of Cleveland, playing their guitars, including even accepting money or contributions in any kind of type of receptacle, is all lawful activity.
I meant to say unlawful when they refuse to move. Is what I meant to say.
Did they
refuse
refuse
to move?
that
Would be who requested them to move. Now, it's my understanding from the various interviews that the other officers have given through IA as well as OPS that it was Captain Zuba who, the officers saw them playing. They radioed to Captain Zuba and said, are they allowed to do that? Captain Zuba informed them that only if they have a permit can they do that. There was no complaint from anyone who would be deemed the permit holder about this activity. And so they are approached by these officers, asked to leave, and then we'll continue the video because, of course, it doesn't have audio. But what you'll see is they do begin to leave.
Yeah,
This is Eugene. You sent me a text message?
I did. I sent them to both the phones that I had because how serious they're saying. They have a different recollection as to the circumstances of when you left. Yeah. So
okay, so
yeah.
So they don't want me working there then.
No, they don't even want you back on the property. All right. I apologize, man. I really hate to have gone through all of that. Believe me, I hate wasting time too. But I wish they would, because I literally sent that email like when you first came in. So of course I didn't hear back until an hour after you left. So
right, clearly, I wish they'd have texted me when I wouldn't even have filled out the paperwork. I know.
Well, the good thing is though that I mean, even though technically my office is on their property, I'm still rented space here, but doesn't mean I can't place you anywhere else. So let me see if something's going to open up at Synchron. Maybe I can get you there.
Where's Synchron at?
Temperance.
Yeah, that's like how I'm gonna get there. I said how I'm gonna get the Temperance.
Oh, I don't know, man.
Right, I'll just go on it. I'm gonna see what Advance talking about in the morning.
All right.
She said 9:30, but I appreciate you though.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah.
Dude's a liar.
Can I add something to it? Just not to
wasted my time.
But
He knew.
Him
All
being
day. That was the loudmouth that was in here earlier.
Top in charge of this actual event. Let me redirect the question, which is the same as what you're saying with the codified ordinance and so forth. When there's an event downtown and vendors who are allowed to do certain things, they have to have a permit to be in a certain area. And the permit is specific to certain areas for certain things. So when the permit for, and I guess this is a gray area, the permit from the church who controls the inside of whatever that area is, that's what the permit is for, did not give them permission to be there. I think that is the question.
The permit that they hold doesn't give the permit holder any delineated acts except for those two things that are specifically cited in that permit. They're allowed to block the streets and encumber the sidewalks. Ordinarily under city law, they couldn't do that. That's the only thing.
Dirty Dog's money is not going to go to him.
That's to already established procedures and policies, as opposed to the example that you're setting, that to be a vendor within the city of Cleveland, you have to be licensed and hold certain permits. But to be a street performer, you have no such requirement to have a permit or anything to do with convert.
Fucking unions, man.
Street performer
Police unions.
that I'm aware of also. So I fully understand what you've said. I'm trying to. Street performers, for two different reasons, can be asked to move. And one would be if they're blocking or obstructing. They can't. Actually, there's three things. They can't be in front of an ingress or egress area to cause any type of a blocking. And then they also,
That's
if they're
the same
disturbing
thing.
somebody, it only takes a disturbance.
That is not accurate under the codified Cleveland ordinance. It just restricts certain hours. It has nothing about disturbing. You are correct in terms of blocking it, but
There's a,
For
there is
sure.
a, I don't know what the,
sure.
That's a schedule of events that the church puts on.
Go ahead.
Right. But, I mean, that's,
You know, and they regulate the entertainment. They've been doing this festival for 100 years.
right.
So if you have a festival anywhere and then you get a bunch of guys that are going to just set up a shop and start playing a band and disturbing everybody without the authorization to be there.
That doesn't convert it to a criminal act on behalf of those people.
Okay.
This, you may not like them there. They can call the police and see about having them deemed a trespasser, but ordinarily protected, constitution protected speech that has also been examined by the city legislature to determine that this specific act is permissible and permitted under this code. This private entity, and I think my logic of that is very sound, because going forward, Commander Todd has already determined that the City of Cleveland Police will no longer provide this type of service because of this very issue of trying to enforce private rights or rules with city government.
Yeah, no more easy
I
overtime,
think the
Captain.
commander that's her prerogative. She doesn't want to put her officers in the middle of harm's way on any further actions
Harm's way?
taking place. Now, prior to this, the good captain here states, however many years this event's been going on, and it's been a controlled atmosphere, and that's how it had been
Controlled
done in the
atmosphere.
past.
In other words, one that
The
we
issue at
have a boot
hand,
on.
I'm not going to disagree with the ordinance. I agree with you. They have the right to play on public sidewalks and so forth, but it's within a permitted area that they purchased that area for this.
But not for the purpose of controlling First Amendment speech. That is not.
But
the permit allows them to break.
We can agree.
That's not even.
We can agree.
Most important aspect.
But what about when they're asked to move and they refuse to move?
We're going to examine that, and you're going to see exactly where I'm going with this.
Okay. I haven't seen any of this. Just so you
Now, these are the officers, and per their statements, this is where they're having this conversation. Something they can't play in this area, and asking to leave.
Now, are they playing at a place of business inside their easement or no?
They before this was captured, I don't know what they were. They hadn't even really started playing. They said they were like tuning their instruments kind of on the sidewalk right there, and the officers came. They really were just starting. They hadn't really been playing. As you can see, people passing by, they're not really stopping. They're not playing now. And as you'll see, within a few minutes, they begin to leave, which the officers who were involved in this, particularly Officer Bush, but I believe that's Officer Wright, and I don't want to mistake the names, but all these officers have been interviewed. They all say they left, and it was the encounter, as far as they were concerned, was over with. And Officer Bush explicitly stated when they left, he had no intention of citing them or arresting them.
And that's what they're doing, packing up and leaving until they run into the fat captain.
My question right now, while we're watching this, so are you saying that they're free to leave and they just decide to leave?
I'll let you make your own determination. I see
one of them.
This is Joseph Workman.
Okay.
Who's already kind of late. It plays out, and I can provide some narration for you because I've seen this many times.
Okay.
Now you got more officers showing up.
Mm-hmm.
Not the original four.
Oh, yeah.
Officer came.
Oh, yeah.
I believe that's Lucina. Right there is what you said. Came.
This uppity N-word.
Officers need additional help. I'm not really sure why, but as you can see there, because that's.
I'm surprised none of them have blue line T-shirts on.
He's holding a cell phone, and it appears that
The FOP T-shirt. It's Cleveland, so I'm not surprised at all.
I've seen this many times.
I'm gonna be going to Cleveland Friday.
See that, and you acknowledge that it appears that that's what they're doing, Captain.
Hmm?
Okay. And then that's he's leaving.
Without any audio.
Still nothing happens to him.
Right, but there could be now.
I mean, they're obviously letting them leave, right?
Right. So he's riding his bike away, and officers are still here. So at this point, Captain DeSuva, would you feel that these officers had placed them under arrest at that point, or conclude they would be arrested?
I don't know.
From your interpretation of what you see here, them riding away their bikes and officers not pursuing him anyway, or even really looking in their direction as they're leaving out. I think that's highly unlikely that they're under arrest when they're still here and they're leaving at this point. They're like far, and they're not following them, they're not pursuing them. So it's highly unlikely. And as you can see in that corner, that's you in the white shirt that's approaching them, while these officers are still back here. And then there's going to be some sort of physical encounter coming up. It's hard to see because that telephone pole is going to obscure it.
Get the glasses.
And I will show at this point, just to give a better angle, there's another video that shows a more close-up of this encounter that doesn't capture that first part. That's why I showed you guys this first. This video, which is the same camera, it's just a close-up, will show a little better. Again, that would be you, Captain Dazuba, approaching them while these officers are still back.
Okay.
And then you'll see some sort of, I don't know what happens with that pole, breaks it, stops it.
Look at him.
Are they approaching
Love
the
it.
captain, or is the captain approaching them, though?
They're approaching each other. They're heading in the
Okay.
same direction.
All right.
I don't know how you could.
Well, that's what I mean. Do we know?
Does it matter?
Approaching each other, yes, we know that.
You could ask him.
And then you'll see that some sort of physical, and then they're going to be taking, one is going to be taking that way by our officer, as you can see, and take his bike. And Jonathan Workman is going to be placed against the wall there, and they will be handcuffed. Shortly thereafter, you see his hands are being held, and you're being detained. So let me just pause it there. Now, again, when you were initially interviewed on September 11th of 2019 by OPS, you stated at the 254 mark that the complainants were coming towards you, and the officers informed you that the complainants were under arrest.
Correct.
And that's still your statement here today?
Yeah, that's what they told me.
Okay.
Let me hold that real quick. So I know you show him coming up. You know, somebody goes and interacts
You never
with you.
explained why that one
come
left
that
his
way,
camera
that
on
you're
there.
not seeing on this. Is that when you're told that they're under arrest, or when
None of the officers who were involved in that initial conversation with the complainants came to Captain Dazuba prior to this. They were all back here, as you can see. But I have to go to the other video because this is just a snippet of that part, a more close-up of that. But none of
Those
those
are just the other
officers came.
officers. He's going to explain more about
They had
why
been
that
under
one slid his
arrest at
camera
that
on. He
point.
never did at the end of the
It's
video.
highly unlikely that the officers would let them pedal off on their bikes and create that sort of separation without even really looking in their direction. But more importantly, these same officers have already given statements that these individuals were not under arrest at that point. That Officer Bush, who Captain Dazuba said informed him that they were under arrest, stated something just to the contrary, that he had not only were they not under arrest or had been cited, he had no intentions on doing so because they left. That was his statement. And that's not anything that I'm interpreting. That's what Patrol Officer Bush
this is
says.
after you show him this video?
Pardon me? I don't know. This was during their IA interview. He said that
I'm
I had
saying,
no intentions.
did he change his comment after he saw the actual video? Do we know?
No, he hasn't changed any comment, but I don't think that would
Wow.
hurt his
Fucking
credibility.
Well, they
idiot.
do get arrested. Does any of the officers say that, yeah, that we booked them and arrested them?
Yes, Patrol Officer Bush says he arrested him under the order of Captain Dazuba. He didn't know why. And the other officer said, I don't know what act of disorderly conduct they committed. It had to happen after the initial encounter where they were playing the guitars. They said it had to happen, the disorderly conduct had to be something that happened when they encountered.
Well, that's why I was asking.
And that's what these 6-7 officers all say that same thing.
They go to him or Captain Dazuba. Obviously, somebody tells him that's why he's coming there.
Well,
or no?
Captain Dazuba here today said Officer Bush told him that, and Officer Bush.
I know, but can we
can
we go back and ask the questions again? He just made a comment that Officer Bush said to arrest him, but you didn't go over anything as far as where was he when he finds out, what did he find out was wrong? He's telling you that Officer Bush said they were under arrest.
Right.
Just a few more questions.
Well, yeah, you have to understand, I've interviewed Captain Dazuba. Captain Dazuba at the 509 point of his interview here said the planes were arrested for disorderly conduct for playing music. Now, as you can see, when they would play the music, they were asked to leave, and while they didn't comply immediately, they did comply and leave. And the officers who were involved in that initial encounter all state that they were free to go, but they weren't placed under arrest, nor were they going to be cited.
Well, this is March 4th, right before everybody had to have masks on.
To arrest them and cite them.
2020.
That is not true. I didn't order anybody to arrest anybody.
Right, that was my question. So those officers who said that,
those are the
they had
I
to be
didn't order
mistaken
anybody to
for
arrest
lying
anybody.
because
Yeah,
that's what they
you
consistently
can say
all
that
say.
because there ain't no body cams.
Once these officers inform you that they should be arrested for disorderly conduct, something that's ordinarily a minor misdemeanor, why would they not just cite it? And
Because as you see, according to their citations, they refuse to give any information
understand that. And that
or
would-
provide any identification.
Right. And that's been borne out that eventually they did provide before they transported, but initially they did not. However, when you encounter them and the officers, whether it's Officer Bush or any other officer,
Yeah, I might be mistaken.
they're under arrest. What would they be under arrest for at that point? Because they hadn't even been given an opportunity at that point to give their identification. That would then move this from a non-arrestable citation only offense to an arrestable offense. Because at the time you encounter them, as you saw in the video, minutes later they're being detained and then handcuffed.
Can I ask?
So these officers never had asked them for their identification, according to the officers.
The video that you have there that you've obtained. I mean, does it show from the time they arrived, the policemen arrived with them the whole time, or they're just going on?
Yes,
the
that
last
shows, as you can see,
minute?
it shows them.
I didn't know.
It
this.
shows the officers walking up to them,
approaching them is what I'm getting at.
You see that?
So the whole time this was live.
Right. You see the officers, and you see that, right? They're walking up to them initially. This is the first encounter. They come from back there. Did you see that?
I guess. Yeah.
Okay, I'll start it over to make sure. Can you see those officers approaching them as they're here? They can see the bike wheel.
I
That's
can't.
them.
I honestly. Okay, I see like the bike or
The
whatever.
bike wheel,
I don't
that's
see them.
Yeah, because they're kind of standing back right here. Not until they step further out where you see them. But this is the beginning when they first approached them.
Okay.
And as you saw, after some time, they leave and the officers stay here. And all these officers stated that they weren't under arrest.
So there's like 4 officers there, right?
At this time, it's 4.
Roughly.
Yes.
And then why do you think 4 more officers come up?
They said they just received a call for additional help, and they didn't know why.
Who did they get that call from? I would like to.
They said it just came over the radio. I don't know.
So like somebody just said,
But as you can see,
hey, we need assistance over here.
That's what they're saying. But of course, I'm not there. I'm going on what these officers have.
I'm just trying
in recorded
I'm just
statements.
trying to point out something that seems a little
Well, as you can see,
little fishy.
anything that if they were doing something that where you're trying to intimate.
That officer that walks away over there, is he on a radio back
No.
there? He's got his arms
His arms
crossed?
crossed, as you
Or
can
what?
see.
Okay. I didn't see it until he turned around, so I apologize. I'm just wondering, somebody calls out to say, hey, somebody's over here for whatever reason, who knows?
For whatever reason, it would that something that would say these 2 gentlemen caused such a
disturbance.
issue or disturbance that it necessitated additional officers. That would be incongruent with what's captured in this video, and it would be inconsistent with them then letting them just ride their bikes off. If it was something that significant that necessitated it. But the call could have went out. But this call right now that you see Bush doing, that's the call to get a supervisor, as you see him on his radio.
Okay.
Because the complaints requested one.
That's Bush?
That's Bush right
there? Okay. So he calls for a supervisor.
Because
Now
they
all
requested one.
of a sudden, the kids want to leave now.
Because they felt that they were in their rights and that these officers were unaware of the law. Because these individuals have done this street performing many times, so they knew what their conduct to be lawful.
My point is when Officer Bush radios possibly to the captain, we don't know if he just puts out the call for other officers or does he put out the call
for the
supervisor?
We do know because this is what Officer Bush says.
Okay.
When he say he called for a supervisor?
Yes.
When he says that, then all of a sudden it's on there that the one young man gets his bike and starts going, but then he comes right back. He moves and he stays right there.
Right, because he was waiting on his brother, and he eventually they both leave. And as you can see, when they both leave, and I'll just try to, since we just watched this, fast forward to that point, so we don't have to see that all again. He's there now. What Captain Zuba's saying that this person at this point is under arrest.
I am not saying that.
Well, that they informed you that
I did not have anything to do with this initial encounter.
Right, but
when I walk up the scene,
the
guys are there, the officers are there. There are a bunch of officers, and I say, "What's going on?" And they're like, "These people are under arrest."
Right.
And I said, "If they're under arrest, why aren't they cuffed?" And then that's when you see the struggle because we tried to cuff them.
Right, and at that point, did you know did they say why they were under arrest? No. Okay, you just started.
I was called.
Wow, he's trying to blame
I didn't have anything to do
his
with this
behavior on the other
Right,
officers.
that's obvious, and that's what the complaints say, that they requested a supervisor on the scene. That's what Officer Bush says, that they requested, and Officer Bush further said he radioed for a supervisor per their.
To me, all of them are guilty because they let it happen. But he's throwing all those officers that said not to have the cameras under the bus. If anything, I would be trying to find, if I'm a piggy working there, I'm trying to work in a different, a different department.
Their request. And you can see here, they're
Or
literally
a different precinct or whatever they want to call it, district.
riding their bikes. They're not just walking. I'll go back briefly. They're literally riding their bikes.
Well, he's walking.
He's riding his bike.
But that kid's walking.
Right, away from the officers, and the officers are still right here. They're not really even watching them at this point. So to say, that Bush or whomever said they were under arrest at this point, that is not consistent with, because that's you just now coming. And when you first get to them, the only officer that's even in
There's two officers to my left.
Right, but those officers were never up
But
there.
I don't know this.
But they're walking with you towards them.
I'm not watching. I'm not watching. I'm watching two people coming toward me.
Right, but are you saying that one of those two officers who were walking with you in that direction towards them are the one who never encountered them
I'm
up
not
there?
saying anything. I'm just saying there were a lot of people around.
Right.
And I'm watching two people coming toward me. All I know is some officers called for a supervisor. That's all I know.
Right. And then
when everybody catches up, I'm like, what's going on? These guys asked to be arrested.
Wait a minute. You're saying that when they came up, the police said these guys asked to be arrested?
Yeah. I go, are they under arrest? They go, yeah. And I'm like, why aren't they cuffed?
But they didn't tell you what they would be arrested for, just per the complaint's request.
Yeah, it was very short. It was very short. These guys are known agitators. We didn't know this at the time, but this is what they do. They have a website. Have you seen it?
Right. But
the Chardon Times, they do this all over everywhere.
Do what?
They beat policemen. They sit there and then they motherfuck them and they say, I have a right to be here, blah, blah, blah. So as I understand this, once we got down to the van, once these guys were cuffed and we had their property and we walked down to the prisoner van, that's when they said, we're going to sue you. You have no right. U.S. code, blah, blah, blah. And they're throwing all this legal stuff, which in my interpretation is why Bush called for a boss in the first place. No. Because once they start throwing out U.S. codes, your average officer doesn't understand that.
We don't have to provide our own interpretations as to why Bush called for a supervisor. He
has to be arrested.
He called for a supervisor because they requested one because they were telling the officers that they were within their constitutional rights.
Correct, and he doesn't know what their constitutional rights regarding whether or not this is a permanent or a private event or anything like that.
You don't either,
Mike Kozar
obviously.
came over and he said they're not allowed to play.
Right.
Yeah, his ego got hurt.
Bush says when they departed from them, the encounter was over, and he had no intentions on citing them or arresting them. And he said whatever happened that caused them to be arrested had to be something that occurred with you and per your orders. Now, again, it's not clear what happens here, but eventually
they tried to put the handcuffs on him, and then the guys resisted being handcuffed.
And so they were eventually handcuffed.
Correct.
And taken to jail. Now, my thing, when they were initially handcuffed, were they arrested at that point?
I assumed, by what I was told, they were arrested. They just weren't handcuffed.
Right.
Once we put the handcuffs on them, we walked them to the prisoner van and took off the rest of their property.
So what was captured there where they were kind of being detained and then handcuffed? At that point, and then that's my question, were they under arrest at that point?
Yes, they were under arrest as they approached me. As far as I knew.
And why were they under arrest at that point?
I wasn't the arresting officer.
Okay. So the arresting officer would be the one who best to supply that rationale.
Well, their ticket says, as you have a copy, but I'm sure it was for disorderly conduct.
Right.
And of course, they were found not guilty by the judge.
Ordinarily
signed the tickets. Who's the partners?
Bush signed one and Delvecchio signed one.
I didn't sign them.
Both those officers in their interviews said they were ordered to do so.
I did not order anybody to do anything.
I understand. Both those officers said you ordered them to do that.
I think he was on the record earlier.
He said he didn't order
that. He thinks that they might have been mistaken. You asked, were they mistaken or were they lying? In other words, outright lying that you didn't tell them to arrest them. And the captain, I know, answered that. I remember that specifically.
Right, he said mistaken.
I believe that they are mistaken.
Right.
Yeah.
But then that certainly,
that's where his point
that
is.
certainly goes to that some of these officers obviously did an improper arrest because they're arresting him with no basis for arresting them because they're saying that they had no cause to arrest him to order to do so. So either way, there has to be some members who were involved in this who were improperly arrested him because they're saying they had no basis outside of that order to arrest them. And at that point, to arrest them for a non-arrestable offense is an issue because at that point they were cuffed. They hadn't even given an opportunity to give their identification, which would have caused this to now go from a non-arrestable offense to an arrestable offense, not because of the underlying conduct of the individuals, but because they didn't comply with the fact of
so I think that was on the record too, that you said they refused to give ID.
Correct.
Right. But that's subsequent to being arrested for a non-arrestable offense. That's the issue. They were, and then prior to even being transported, they did give their identification. They were run and confirmed that was them. And they were not, at that point, with opportunity to sign the citation and receive a court date, they were taken to jail. So I'm going to continue on. I don't want to kind of just keep beating that same issue.
Can I ask one quick question though? Were they, you're basing their comments off of their internal affairs statements? Is that
Whose
correct?
comments?
The patrol officers.
Right, at this point, but I'm gonna interview them all as well. They gave recorded interviews. with
Okay,
IA.
so you haven't done that. That was my next question.
I
You have
interviewed
not.
Officer Bush, yes,
Okay, so you interviewed Officer Bush.
because initially when we received the complaint, there was, and that goes to other issues.
No
When
mercy.
there was no.
When he was interviewed, right?
Right,
The first
back,
time.
back in August.
Okay.
Captain Dazuba and Officer Bush, because those were the only identified officers. No one had WCS, no one made a report. There was nothing in LERMS. There's no way to identify who these other officers were who were involved in this. The complaints only could cite to Captain Dazuba and Bush, because his name is on
The
citation.
original interview with Bush then, your original, that's the comments he gave, that he didn't have them arrested, or he didn't want to arrest them, that Captain Dazuba made him do that? Is that what you're saying, the first? That's pretty important. Well, when he goes to IA and gets shown that, does he change his story, or is he consistent in what he said? I don't know Mr. Bush from Adam, I'm just asking a mere question.
Well, you know the captain
When
pretty
he's
well, though.
interviewed by you, the first time.
At the 5:16 mark of his interview with OPS, P.O. Bush stated that the complaints were arrested for disorderly conduct and that he was ordered to do so by Captain Dazuba. At the 5:16 mark of Patrol Officer Bush's interview with OPS on September.
Okay, does it state when?
September 19th of 2019.
Does he state when Captain Dazuba orders him to arrest him? Meaning,
That's what he just
is
said.
this down by the van? Is this, he orders them to arrest them and he lets them ride their bikes away? Do you know that?
I don't
When
think that's
this,
relevant.
when the order was given per se?
I don't think that's relevant when it was given. He's saying the order was given to arrest him.
Well, I'm just
He's
saying,
also saying
the reason
that
why
he had no intention of doing so until so
Okay,
ordered.
the reason why I ask is because he's saying he didn't do that, so that's why I'm asking.
Right.
If he wasn't arresting, why did he call for a boss?
He said he called for a boss because the complaints requested a boss because they felt they were in their rights and they were hoping that a boss would clarify it because they felt that these officers did not know the law that permits them to do the conduct they're doing. So that's why they called for a supervisor. And Bush, that's his statement that he called per their request, not for because he had an issue or because he felt it was over once they finally left the scene, as you saw. So I have another question. There were
What time's written on the citation for their arrest? That would be pertinent.
No, not only that, but the part where he says, are these other guys under arrest? Do you, Jim, know, is that Bush you're asking or just all of them in general? And who answers that question by saying yes? It's even Bush that answers you or you don't know.
I don't remember that.
But somebody,
Is there
one of the POs does say yeah.
Yeah.
And if
How does
it's,
it get to that?
in other words, it could have possibly not been Bush, but somebody else chuckles in and says yes.
Yeah.
Maybe I should wait on that.
I wouldn't have told them they were under, to cuff them if they weren't. If I wasn't told they were under
apologize if
arrest. I didn't see them. I didn't see them. You can't arrest
I'm
somebody if
trying
you don't witness
to
a crime.
wrap up the confusion if somebody else inserted themselves saying, yeah, they're under arrest, and it wasn't Bush that said that to you, you know?
well, no officers who were interviewed said that they all say the same thing, that they were only arrested because Captain Dazuba ordered them to do so. But also, Captain
It
Dazuba,
says 4 o'clock.
did you, 4 o'clock, at any time, did you order any officers who were working this detail to
No, I get it.
not activate their WCS?
No.
You never ordered anyone to do that?
Well, I see car fires. I want to stop.
Tony tomorrow had his on.
Right, he's the only one did, and he said the reason why he had his on, he wasn't assigned to that detail. He works, I guess, community policing is already working the little elite area, is that correct? And so he's the only one who had his on, that's the only reason we got this.
No, they were-
Except for the only other officers who had theirs on were the officers who transported them, who was Officer Turner and Love. And in their IA interviews, Patrol Officer Bush, Patrol Officer Anderson, Dominique Anderson, badge number 1753, Patrol Officer Scott Carey, badge number 2400, Patrol Officer Richard DeVecchio Jr., badge number 1278, Patrol Officer Lucina, Patrol Officer Wright, Patrol Officer Cody Dorner, badge number 269. They all stated in their IA interviews that you ordered them not to activate their WCS camera. In fact, Officer Carey, make sure that's correct.
It's a direct statement that they're saying the captain orders them. not
Every
to
last
turn it
one
on?
make that direct.
Not that somebody had
Mhm.
said, we're not turning our cameras on
Every last
during this
one.
event. So the captain would have had to go to each one of them and directly say, do not turn your
Some of
camera
them
on.
said it was said when they were getting off the bus, because I guess they rode a bus to this detail,
And
then,
who, the captain
And then-
met them at the bus?
and I think it's Del Vecchio who says, during the actual arrest, he goes up to Captain Zuba and said, should I have my WCS on during this? And Captain Zuba said, no. Again, these are what these officers were saying in their interviews. Each and every one of them, to a man, all said, including Officer Bush, every officer said they were ordered by Captain Zuba to not activate their WCS. Each and every one of them. And none of them had their WCS.
Well, can he?
And I asked him, yeah, he already answered it. He said he didn't issue that order.
Well, you threw one extra part in about them getting off when. So I asked you when this was said. You said getting off the bus.
Some said getting off the bus.
Did you ever meet anybody getting off the bus? Maybe were you present when they get off the bus?
Some said during this arrest, they were told, don't go on.
Okay. Did you ever tell them during the arrest?
So those officers, again, those officers who made those statements during their IA interviews, they were mistaken or lying about you issuing that order?
I can't tell you why they said what they said. Well, I was standing next to, I believe, Kozar and Tomorrow. Tomorrow had his video on.
Right, he's the only one.
If I had said anything during the arrest, it would be on Tony's video.
Well,
if I said, don't turn your videos on, Tony would have shut his off. They could be saying whatever they want.
But I think Officer Tomorrow is saying he wasn't working that detail. Is that correct? He wasn't working that detail.
He was working for me.
He's working though for the city.
He's working for the city. Right, not there. Detail there.
There.
Detail. That's his ordinary.
He's not working. He's not working part time there. Some guys work secondary employment. Some guys work for the city.
None of this was secondary employment. All of this was working for the city. Paid. And each officer said
that was a big
overtime card.
confusion.
They all filled out an overtime card. That's not a secondary employment issue.
Okay, but
Tony worked directly for me.
Here's what he's saying.
Right, that's his regular thing. So Officer Tomorrow, again, I'm not interjecting mine. I'm saying what Officer Tomorrow is saying.
Okay,
he's saying he had his WCS on because he wasn't. Let me come there with them.
I understand.
Part of this.
We agree. He had it on, and he's working for the city. They're all working for the city. The other ones don't have it on. But I agree with you. You're telling me he has his on because we know there's a camera footage. What the captain just said is his camera is on, would capture all of it. It's on while this is taking place, while you're telling me that Mr.
What happened? Is there another part? Interesting. All right, let's see here. Part 2 of Absolute Defiance is coming up. We're over 4 hours, guys. There was one other video I think I wanted to play real quick before I got off, but I'm not sure. Let's just tell him the captain. I'd like to We Are Change, but that's too long. I'm not sticking around that long. All right, that'll be it. Sweet. All right, we're going to wrap it up. Thanks for hanging out. A little bit of paperwork to do before I get out of here. Peace, everybody.
I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet next to me. I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way. you got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future, we all start losers. We're all late bloomers, gotta struggle through the sewer. What you say, yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say, yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to